The State Board will come to order, and we'll begin our item 11. This item, of course, is the local control funding formula regulations. Pardon? No, on the second. I don't think on the second time. And so we will have sign-up sheets for the public. They've been accessible since 8 a.m. Wednesday, July 9th in the lobby. There's sign-up sheets out there. We expect a very large number of people. The rules for today are that individual speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. A group of 5 speakers may sign up together and designate one speaker who will be allocated a total of 3 minutes for the group. A group of 10 speakers may sign up together and designate one speaker who will be allocated a total of 5 minutes for the group. Interpreter services are available, and then people who want public comment that are not in groups will be limited to one item each for the rest of the day today because of the limits of time. So I think CDE is here to present this item. Chris Swenson will do it, and then we'll proceed into public testimony.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. I'm Chris Swenson, Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. Attachment 6 for this item, by the way, the fiscal impact statement, was posted yesterday. Hard copies should have been provided to board members by this time, and there were copies available in the lobby this morning. In January 2014, the SBE commenced the regular rulemaking process to adopt permanent regulations as required by Ed Code sections 42238.07 and 52064. The proposed regulations govern the expenditure of LCFF supplemental and concentration funds, and also include the LCAP template for use by LEAs to support local adoption and annual review of the LCAP. The proposed permanent regulations were circulated for a 45-day written comment period, and a public hearing was held on March 17, 2014. At the public hearing, 3 participants provided written and oral statements regarding the proposed regulations. By the close of the public comment period on March 17th at 5 p.m., approximately 2,300 written public comment letters had been received. The public comments resulted in a number of proposed changes to the draft regulations, including the LCAP template, all of which are reflected in Attachment 2. Attachment 3 contains the text of the proposed changes to the LCAP template without strike-throughs and underlining for convenience in comparing the original draft with the newly proposed changes. Attachments 4 and 5 provide a summary of changes and a rationale for accepting, partially rejecting, or rejecting a comment. Attachment 6, as I said, is the fiscal impact statement. It is recommended that the SBE adopt changes to the proposed permanent regulations and direct the CDE to circulate the changes for a 15-day public comment period. And I'm going to take a few minutes to highlight some of the proposed changes. First, to the expenditure regulations. Those include the addition of definitions in Section 15495, added in response to multiple comments received regarding the need for better clarity about terms used either in the statute or in the template. Clarification in Section 15496 to require additional description from a school district, charter school, or county office of education that wishes to use supplemental and concentration grant funds on a school-wide, district-wide, charter-wide, or county-wide basis. Also, renumbering of Section 15496C, which is now Section 15497, and which was edited to provide further clarity around county superintendent's oversight responsibility to ensure that the LCAP adheres to the expenditure regulations. This proposed change focuses on the use of funds on a district-wide or school-wide basis when the percentage of unduplicated pupils in the district or school is less than the respective thresholds specified in the regulations, which for school-wide is 40%, for LEA-wide is 55%. Moving to the changes made to the template. The template approved in the emergency regulations as 15497 was redesigned and renumbered. The new regulation is now 15497.5. Please note here that in the agenda materials, the proposed revision to the template is numbered as 15498, but staff has since discovered a duplication in the numbering, and we will make and have made that technical correction. So your materials are slightly out of date. The proposed redesign you see here is in response to public comment and in response to questions from the field as practitioners developed the 2014-15 LCAP. While the organization of the LCAP template has changed, the substance of the original template, including instructions and guiding questions, has not. This redesign is proposed to enhance ease of reading and understanding for parents and stakeholders, thereby improving transparency between LEAs, schools, advisory groups, parents or guardians, students, and the community. Among the changes, the new section goal table entitled Goals, Actions, Expenditures, and Progress Indicators combines the previous sections 2, 3A, and 3B into a single table. This proposed change integrates goals and related actions, services, and budgeted expenditures in one place. Before, you had to flip between sections to see how things were connected. LEAs will describe actions and services planned for all students and for each group of students, including unduplicated student groups in this section. This is also the section in which the LEA identifies whether an action or service will be implemented charter-wide, school-wide, district-wide, or county-wide. Further, the layout of the proposed new Section 2 has been modified to a horizontal orientation. In other words, rows instead of columns. The intent of each of these changes is to improve both ease of entering information and of understanding the content of the plan. An annual update table was developed to create a separation between the review of the effectiveness of the actions and services implemented in the previous year and the planned actions and services for the year ahead. The annual update section will include any changes made to a goal or to the actions and services as a result of the annual review. Guiding questions were divided into two sections. One section that guides the development of goals, and the other section that guides the review of goals in the annual update table. And finally, the new Section 2 goal table is closely aligned with the goal table found in the Single Plan for Student Achievement template, which is intended to help facilitate the review. This change was intended to help facilitate the review of school plans required by Ed Code Sections 52062 and 52068 to ensure that strategies included in school plans are consistent with the goals and specific actions in the LCAP. If the SBE takes action today to approve the proposed changes, a public meeting to hear comments regarding the proposed revisions to the LCAP template is scheduled or will be scheduled for Tuesday, July 22nd, 2014. Members of the public will also be encouraged to submit written comment regarding any of the proposed change during this 15-day public comment period as noticed in Attachment 1. Pending approval, Notice of the public meeting will be posted on the SBE website. It is recommended, therefore, that the SBE take the following actions, 7 in all. Approve the proposed changes to the proposed regulations. Direct that the proposed changes be circulated for a 15-day public comment period in accordance with the Administrative Procedure Act. Authorize the CDE, in consultation with SBE staff, to finalize the final statement of reasons, to reflect the SBE's comments or considerations, or to make any necessary technical formatting edits or corrections. Direct the CDE to convene a public meeting during the 15-day public comment period for the purpose of receiving input from practitioners and other interested groups regarding the proposed changes to the LCAP template. If no relevant comments to the proposed changes are received during the 15-day public comment period, the proposed regulations with changes are deemed adopted, and the CDE is directed to complete the rulemaking package and submit it to the Office of Administrative, OAL, I forget what it stands for approval. Sorry about that. If any relevant comments to the proposed changes are received during the 15-day public comment period, the CDE is directed to place the proposed regulations on the September 2014 agenda for action. And finally, authorize the CDE, in consultation with SBE staff, to take any necessary action or make technical edits or corrections consistent with the SBE's action to respond to any direction or concern by the OAL during its review of the rulemaking file. And with that, we have staff prepared to answer questions the board may have.
Are there any board member questions at this stage on the issue? Let me ask about the annual update. And as you know, there's been some discussion of it's difficult for the public to get short summaries of what's in the LCAP. And how you envision the annual update could satisfy that need to summarize what they did last year and then move forward on that. Because I think people are focused, they haven't realized there is an annual update, and that's
Right.
a chance to look from year to year of changes. And since there was no annual update this year, people have missed that point.
Well, I think there may be two parts to answer the question, and one is that LCAPs, depending on whether an LEA produced a 15-page LCAP or a 115-page LCAP, some feel more accessible to the public than others, and I am aware that some LEAs have provided a summary for their boards and their community groups in order to review. So there's that. That's just understanding what's there. The annual update isn't new conceptually, but with LCAPs and LCFF, we're hoping maybe to make it more institutionalized, and that is planning based on needs, implementing, monitoring, and the part that always sort of got left off was evaluating. Did we get what we set out to get? If we didn't get that, why do we think we didn't get that? And what will we do differently as a result of having looked backwards to see whether we got the outcomes we were looking for? So the annual update, the revision, is an attempt to try to make that more clear, that that's both what districts should be responding to and what the public should expect to see. I expect it will take maybe a few iterations before we can get that into the culture. But it is an effort to say, don't just blindly move on from year to year doing what you've always done. Look back and see if you're getting results. And if not, you need to face the facts that something needs to change. What's that going to be? Why and how?
Okay, thank you. Board Member Burr.
Thank you, President Kirst. And a couple of just comments. I don't really have questions, but first I just want to offer my deep appreciation to the staff, both the department staff and the board staff. Chris, there's so much of this, it's kind of hard to absorb, but she talked about how many comments were received. And if you read through all of our documentation, you see that there was a lot of input. As we know, there's a lot of interest in this, and our staff and the department staff are required to go through every comment and provide responses to it, which they did very diligently. And I think in reality that we are very close on these regulations. The areas of disagreement are really very, very narrow. And I wouldn't even say they're necessarily disagreement. They're sort of interpretation about, you know, how much emphasis you place on some things. So I hope that when people make public comments today, they really speak to the very narrow differences that we now have, because we've come miles from January. And again, it's a testament, I think, to the staff. It's a testament to the stakeholders who have been very, very thoughtful about how to make this work. The two things I really want to call out, I want to emphasize what President Kirsch said. The annual update we didn't see before because we were so focused on what's the template, how are they going to do the actual LCAP. The annual update was always a requirement in statute, but now we're at a stage where we can say, okay, here's what it should look like. And it should provide exactly the kind of information that Chris is talking about. What did you say you were going to do? How much were you going to spend on it? Did you do it? And if you didn't, why not? What are you adjusting to go forward? But it's kind of this ongoing, talk about continuous improvement. That's the way I see the annual update. So that's a new piece, and I think it's a really valuable improvement. They've also, and this made me very nervous when they first talked to me about it, changed the template, the LCAP template. But again, a testament to the staff, it was because they started looking at all these other plans. Remember, we talked about the 40-plus other plans and discovered that we could really make the LCAP template look a lot more like the federal, I'm looking at Jeff, SPSA, Single Plan for Student Achievement, that districts have to do anyway. So we're really making a huge leap. And if you look at the comments where I expect especially districts to go, what are you doing? You just gave us this one template, now you're giving us another one. That's not what we got. They all went, Yahoo, you listened to us. This is going to be a lot better for us to do. So I just wanted to sort of call those things out before we start hearing from public comment. And again, thank you really for all of your hard work. I know this is a heavy lift.
All right, if there not any further board comments at this point, then we'll start with public testimony.
President Kurz, we're going to call by numbers, and we're going to call in groups of 16. The first group will be 1 through 16. The second group, 17 through 32. For speakers who have signed up, if you don't remember your number, you can go into the lobby and to the binder or to one of our staff to refresh your memory on the number. So now I'm calling the first group of speakers 1 through 16. Please line up.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Aida Buelna, Superintendent of the Esparto Unified School District, which is a small rural district in the county of Yolo. I am here to support the improved LCAP design. The format is much more user-friendly and easier to navigate. However, the proposed regulations add the word principally to the language regarding the use of supplemental and concentration funds for district-wide and school-wide purposes. This language is currently not in law nor in the emergency regulations, and I believe lessens the focus of student achievement. As educators, we strive to aid all our students to achieve at the highest level, and we recognize that some students need more support than others. Whether this help is in the form of additional resources or specified instruction, our job at the local level is to make that determination, which is very different from LA Unified, San Francisco, or Fresno. The LCAP allows this to happen with input from our parents, community, staff, and students. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kurz, Board of Education. I'm Rick Miller, Superintendent from Santa Ana Unified School District. I'm here to represent the Board of Trustees from the Santa Ana Unified School District. First of all, thank you for your leadership and for providing the template and the process for the LCAP. I have to say that in our particular case, this is a process that worked well for our community and for our district. In our case, we connected with over 4,800 families and constituents locally. This was a weekly, nightly process for us between the first part of February and the middle of April. In that input, we had over 1,700 students involved. We had over 550 staff members, 2,500 individual family contacts, over 300 web responses. Unlike most of the district interactions that we have, the bulk of the time was spent where the parents were speaking and the constituents were speaking, not the district staff speaking. Also, it was done basically in the primary language, and so we had to adapt to the primary language as we looked at the constituency at each meeting that we had. Hang in there.
Mr. President, I'm introducing Dolores Huertas.
Thank you very much. As was said, my name is Dolores Huerta with the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and we actually have an organization called the Current Education Committee for Justice, for Education Justice, Current Education Justice Committee, which is composed of various organizations, the NAACP, CRLA, Faith in Action, GBLA, et cetera. We have followed all of the procedures that we thought would help in terms of making it possible for the supplemental funding that the schools are getting in Kern County to go where the supplemental funds are supposed to go for the low-income students, for English learners, and for foster children. We had many conferences with parents. Some of them, we had 100 parents in some of these conferences, testified over and over again in front of the Kern High School District of no avail. Our district has one of the highest suspension rates and expulsion rates in the whole state of California. It's one of the largest school districts in the state of California, the Kern High School District. Nevertheless, the district does, in improving their budget, is not following the guidelines. They are going to distribute the $17 million that they got in supplemental funding across all the schools, ignoring the fact that we have many schools that have high percentages of low-income students. They are going to use $2+ million to bring in more campus security instead of getting counselors, trying to get more restorative justice and positive behavior systems into the school systems. We have, in one of our schools, we have a large number of Spanish-speaking children, which is over 2,000 at Arvin High. They only have 5 counselors for that whole school system. And I guess I'm here to ask, what more can we do? What kind of tools can be put at our disposal so that we can make our high school district follow the guidelines of the LCFF?
Thank you.
I guess it's a question, and I don't know if I can get it here or afterwards.
Yeah, afterwards we'll.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Jeff Vaca, representing the California Association of School Business Officials. I want to begin by echoing board member Burr's comment and expressing our great appreciation to the SBE staff for continuing to have conversations with us as we've been moving forward, and would agree that a lot of progress has been made. You have our letter. We will be providing comments during the 15-day period. Just wanted to kind of focus on one issue very quickly. We do have a concern, and it really goes beyond 5 words or 8 words, and that's our fear that the accountability process is moving away from one that's based on outcomes to one that's becoming, feeling more like an expenditure accounting document. We've just moved from a funding system that was based almost entirely on inputs. We would hate to see us go back to one based on that same model, and we'll go into further depth in our comments during the 15-day period. Thank you.
Good morning. Edgar Sazueta on behalf of Los Angeles Unified School District. In the previous year, I had the privilege of helping our district lead the LCAP development process. And the board should make no mistake that LCFF has dramatically changed how we budget, how we set priorities in this district. As the board considers these new regulations today, we just ask it to take into consideration that this was a transition year for us, and that while there's a lot of room for improvement, our district is very proud of the efforts we undertook to engage our community and meet the spirit of the law. Today, we ask the board to consider that any changes to the regulations should keep the focus on supporting the outcome-based accountability system that was envisioned when LCFF was proposed. We ask the board to resist calls to change the guidelines in a manner that makes LCAP just another compliant-based activity that districts must undertake. Doing so will not only hurt the spirit of the law, but make the collective work, that much more challenging. We'll put the rest of our comments in writing. Thank you for your work on this.
Good morning. My name is Josephine Lucy, and I'm the president of the California School Boards Association and a board member in the Cupertino Union School District. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning. In general, the revised regulations, especially the new template, are improvements over the emergency requirements now in place. I would like to share with you three brief points about the regulations before you. First, we're concerned about the proposed addition of the word principally into an LEA's demonstration of how concentration and supplemental grants used for district-wide or school-wide services will improve or increase services for unduplicated students. In our view, the term principally is subjective, and its insertion will result in less rather than greater transparency. This term distracts from the goal of LCFF, which is to improve student outcomes and close achievement gaps, and begins what we think is an erosion of local decision-making. We request that this word be removed. Secondly, statewide, the LCAP process included increased outreach and engagement of local communities. In Cupertino, we engaged our stakeholders, our parents, our community members, and our staff very early in the process and continued to dialogue with them as we developed both our budget and our LCAP. For us, the early development of goals, the sharing of student performance data on a site-by-site basis, the reflective analysis of comments resulted in a plan that all our stakeholders supported. This year was a transition. We learned much that I believe we can incorporate into our work moving forward. I fully expect that we'll get better as we gain experience. I believe, and we believe, that the LCAP process was valuable and holds great promise for all of California's students and communities. Finally, as you deliberate on the regulations, please keep in mind that recent legislative actions will impact district budgets and, to a certain extent, their ability to deliver on their LCFF plans. Foremost is the education budget trailer bill that will eventually require districts to spend down their reserves and ending balances when even the most minuscule transfer is made to Prop 98, the Prop 98 reserve account. It runs so counter to everything that LCFF is supposed to be about and to sound fiscal planning. We know that these are outside of your purview, but we ask your continued assistance in ensuring that the governor's principle of subsidiarity is embedded throughout your decision-making, and that consideration is given to these recent legislative actions that influence each district's ability to successfully implement their LCAPs now and in the future. We look forward to working with you as we move forward and to implementing the LCFF to address whatever concerns and challenges may arise. We are committed to the students of California. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President Kirst, members of the board, I am Wendy Godalowitz, Superintendent of the Cupertino Union School District. And first, I would like to thank you for the flexibility that you've given us thus far. We've had a great time in Cupertino engaging our parent community over the last several months. So much so that I think it's almost a joke if you say LCAP. We get that kind of dazed look and say, no more, wherever we go. What I'm going to ask of you is that rather than assume that we may not do the right thing and put any restrictive language in, why not wait to see if we don't do the right thing? And if it ends up being a couple districts that don't do the right thing, then hold those districts accountable. In Cupertino, we have 15% of our students who are unduplicated. However, we have schools in our district with 3 students who are unduplicated, and we have schools with over 300. And so we need that flexibility to deliver those services. The schools where it was over 40%, our parents came to us and said, could we have full-day kinder because everyone else in the district has half-day? And I am proud to say that in the fall, our 2 high-needs elementary schools will have full-day kinder because we listen to our parent community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Nishihara, and I currently serve our students in 2 capacities. One is the board president of the Oak Grove Elementary School District, and second as the chief information officer for the Cupertino Union School District. I am here today in support of the proposed permanent regulations for the LCAP. The LCAP process includes rigorous outreach and engagement opportunities. In both districts I am a part of, we not only followed the outreach engagement requirements outlined in the LCAP, but ended up going above and beyond. This outreach included connecting with hundreds of parents, students, district staff, civic partners, community-based organizations, and even down to neighborhood associations. And I believe this was due to the flexibility afforded in the current proposal, given the fact that we were able to have a whole systematic approach. One specific example is in Cupertino. All school sites held follow-up meetings in addition to the numerous district meetings, and the process has resulted in an increased allocation and resources for ongoing parent and community engagement throughout the process as we move forward implementing the LCAP. Thank you for your time, and I fully support the proposed permanent regulations for the LCAP.
Good morning. I'm Diane Elia, the Associate Superintendent of Instruction from Cupertino Union School District, and I'm here to advocate preserving the flexibility that LCFF has allowed our districts. The principles of local control funding has allowed us to make decisions based on our specific EL population. 40% of our ELs attend 2 schools. The remainder are spread out across our district, with some schools only having a handful. Of our ELs, 85% are proficient or advanced. Spreading dollars equally amongst each of our ELs based strictly on the EL label does not make as much sense as allowing us the flexibility to target our dollars on specific needs where they exist with the most effective strategies we can identify to meet those needs. Local control is allowing us to make the best decisions for our specific population. Thank you.
Good morning, President and Board. I'm Deborah Texter. I'm the Executive Director of Pupil Services and Special Education for the Cupertino Union School District. And I'm here in support of the proposed permanent regulations of the LCAP to help us meet the unique needs of our student population. We want to be held accountable for outcomes, and we want to be able to implement effective programs across the district and across school sites to improve student achievement. This year, we are very proud that we used all of our district-wide data and school-specific student data, and every school site council met to review that data and discuss specific needs of the students at their school and develop plans. Our focus is on student outcomes, not just accounting for targeted resources. Allowing school districts to expend funds district-wide and school-wide will facilitate strategic planning and facilitate a process for identifying educational priorities for all of our students. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. I'm Cecilia Mansfield, representing the California State PTA. The revisions and the formatting in item 11 represent a huge step forward, and we see that staff and the board have listened to many of the concerns that we've tried to express during the process. It is clear, though, that we have a lot of work ahead of us. One of the areas that we would like to see some changes is with regard to the role of students. We believe that they need to have a greater role in the decision-making process that affects them as the ultimate stakeholders. We know that this process is evolving, and that as we learn from our experiences going forward, there will be other needs and opportunities before us to make further changes, and we look forward to those next steps and continuing to partner with you in making LCFF and LCAP successful for our kids. Thank you.
Morning, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. PTA continues to focus on parent engagement, transparency, and accessibility, and we believe the additional definitions are especially helpful. We really appreciate the definition of a parent advisory committee. We think that will help parents engage and have a stronger role at the district level. Our parent speaker who is going to be here is home with a family situation, which happens as parents, but she would have told you in her local district, parent engagement was minimal and then fell off through the process. And that's a concern for us because we recognize that availability of information is not the same thing as accessible information, and we need to work on that piece. We've heard today that some districts did a great job on. And what they did is they had early outreach, continued communication, participation, and valued the input of their parents. And in order to meet the promise of the priority of parent engagement, we really want to help work together to focus on making those districts not just an example of best practice, but the norm in the state.
Just to confirm, we're now hearing from speakers 17 through 32. Thank you.
Thank you, President Kearse, Superintendent Torkelson, and staff. My name is Steve Batondo. I'm the superintendent at Morgan Hill Unified School District, and this is it. In case you wondered what it looks like, this is an LCAP. Not much, huh? I came before you 6 months ago with several people, about a dozen. We had the mayor, the chief of police, the Chamber of Commerce, president, all our employee group leaders, and we had a commitment to you. You made a commitment to us, and we made a commitment to you to engage our community, and we did just that, countless meetings. We met with employees, students, faith-based organizations, charter schools. We invited private school representatives, realtors. We spoke with the realtor groups, hundreds of realtors in a room, and talked about what they wanted to see for their schools in our community. The process was an incredible, amazing opportunity for us to have the conversations that we should be having every day in our communities. 6 months of intense, incredible meetings, and I thank you for this opportunity, and go forward. Thank you.
Reminding speakers to please keep to the 1 minute. We have many who would like to be heard.
You can't trust that Steve guy. He's always talking. Wes Smith, Association of California School Administrators, President Kearse, State Board, Superintendent Torkelson and staff. Hundreds of state leaders came before you January 16th and promised you could trust them to work with stakeholders to meet the needs of some of our neediest students. I can tell you that I've been up and down the state since then. I've never seen this level of engagement in communities. I've never seen so much engagement and so much diverse engagement where we're reaching out to those in our community that are often voiceless. We've changed California with this LCAP. We also promised as AXA that we would help you train folks and provide them with resources, and we've done just that. We've had LCAP. It's not just a plan, trainings up and down the state, to strategically help folks focus not on the documents so much, but on the needs of our students. We also developed a free tool for anyone in California to automate the process so they don't get caught up in the process, they get caught up in helping students. We did what we said we would do. Leaders have done what they said that they would do. Please trust us to continue to do this work and prioritize outcomes above compliance. Thank you.
President Kearse calling numbers 33 through 48 to please line up in the lobby.
Good morning, board members. Deborah Brown with Children Now. We too would like to join the thanks and appreciation to the staff for all of their work that they did. We see some significantly positive movement forward on the changes that are proposed today, and one that we'd like to speak to specifically is the inclusion of the words principally benefit in regards to the fiscal regulations. We do see that as a significant step forward in closing a loophole that what didn't provide any assurances that supplemental and concentration dollars were going to the students that they were directed to, and we see this as an important step, and we urge you to keep those in the regulations that provide greater assurances and clarity for folks that the money for those students is being directed to their benefit. School-wide and district-wide programs and services are wonderful, but this is money for them, and so we need to make sure that they're the primary focus of the use of those dollars, and we urge you to keep those in the regulations moving forward. Thank you.
Good morning. Greg Franklin, Superintendent of Tustin Unified Schools. Thanks for your work. We certainly appreciate it. I think it's a terrific thing for the state that so many of us are engaged in this discussion. Want to thank you for the emergency regulations. They're fantastic, all up and down Tustin Unified. We've had several meetings. People were engaged, embraced the process, and developed a very strong LCAP that results in improved services, additional services, social emotional support, academic counseling, smaller class sizes for our students. We're really excited about that. There's a great deal of optimism. What we ask is that you continue to let us have the flexibility now and measure us by the results of that work instead of a narrow compliance. I'm here with Tony Soria, our Chief Business Official, and he's following me.
Thank you, Dr. Franklin. Members of the board, it appears that the revised LCAP attempts to segregate expenditures for specific populations without segregating students. How we do that becomes difficult because it's pushing us to segregate students. It appears that the template also wants us to classify expenditures in a manner that we currently don't classify expenditures. We do not classify expenditures by low income, English learners, foster youth, and the redesignated students. We are also comparing actual expenditures to budget expenditures seems to put the focus on the wrong area. We, in our district, focus on student performance, and we think that's the focus for our district, and that should be the overall arching goal. And finally, again, we ask for flexibility. Allow us to implement our plans and to move forward as opposed to providing more oversight. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Juliana Ferriani, President-elect, California County Boards of Education and Board of Trustee for Tuolumne County. Transparency is critical to ongoing and improved stakeholder engagement. We are concerned with any language that changes that substantially diminishes that flexibility and accountability and transparency. We believe that the insertion of the word principally into the language regarding the use of supplemental concentration funds for districts, school-wide purposes does just that. County offices of education across the state are seeing greatly improved engagement of parents, students, educators, administrators, and community members in both their own programs and the districts they serve. We believe that is because there is more community buy-in and belief that there is room for all voices and that the process will be transparent and fair. We respectfully request that before you make any changes to the rules and regulations, you measure it for flexibility, accountability, and transparency, and continue to engage your partners in education as you have been. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Josh Daniels. I am a staff attorney for the California School Boards Association, and I also serve as board president for the Berkeley Unified School District. I'd like to start by thanking staff for the revisions to the LCAP template. As an attorney for CSBA and as a board member, I can tell you that these changes will make next year's LCAP process much more transparent for all stakeholders, and we really do appreciate it. I'd also like to comment on the additions of the words principally and effective, as others have. Both words are certainly motivated by the same intent to ensure that at-risk students actually benefit from the funds. But the term principally is much more subjective than the term effective. And so on the ground, in school districts, in board meetings, in community meetings, there will be much more discussion about what the term principally actually means than whether or not the funds will actually be effective in benefiting students. And so, thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Mace Kakish, the Chief Business Official for Moreno Valley Unified School District in Riverside County. And I'm here with my board member, Mr. Hoguin, to support the continued flexibility in the regulations for the LCAP. And wanted to tell you a little bit about our district. Over 34,000 students and an unduplicated count of 84.6%. And we are very proud to report to you that we have followed a very engaging process to gather feedback from our stakeholders in our whole community.
Good morning. I thank you for the opportunity. Board member, Moreno Valley Unified School District, President-elect of CSBA. In our district in Moreno Valley, we engage the parents, as you just heard. And one of the things that was done in the district is we had a phone town hall meeting where about 14,000 families were contacted at once by the superintendent through a phone call. And she explained the process, and then she opened the communication both ways so that the parents could get feedback and ask questions and give opinions. That process is still open because the parents are still able to send messages through email and other ways of communication. But it's a very good engaging process, but it wouldn't have any meaning if we don't have the flexibility, because what we're hearing from the parents, then we need to act in those things. So we appreciate having the flexibility so that we can act based on the needs of our students and the process to be based on outcomes. And we are ready to continue the process. So we appreciate having that flexibility. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Sanchez Thorstensen. I'm the superintendent of the Whittier Union High School District. I want to thank you so very much for your work on behalf of the students of California. We enthusiastically endorse the permanent LCF regulations. The development of LCAP has required an inclusive, collaborative, transparent process, and it has included genuine dialogue with engagement of parents, students, staff, and community members. The expanded level of involvement has proven to be an enriching experience that has resulted in a robust LCAP that will ensure our targeted students have what they need. Whittier Union is a high school district, and as such, we have had significant involvement of students in our LCAP development process. Student leaders taught their peers about LCFF, then obtained input from their peers through classroom discussions. Those student leaders wonderfully represented the voice of students at the LCAP parent community meetings. Our district has a proven track record of providing effective student supports services to our neediest kids. This has not occurred by chance, but rather through targeted investment and extensive collaboration. We really appreciate the work that you've done, and we know it'll serve our kids well. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Ellen Doherty. I'm superintendent in the Lawndale Elementary School District. It's been a very challenging and exciting year. When we first heard of local control funding last fall, I had no idea what local control really meant. But working through this extraordinary process, beginning with 29 stakeholder meetings, creating a plan based specifically on our student needs in our district, and then taking that plan back to stakeholders for revisions and approval has made me truly understand what local control means. We now have a robust and rigorous plan based on our student needs, and we can be able to provide focused services to close the achievement gap and to raise achievement for all students. Thank you so much for your vision and your decisions thus far to provide us the most flexibility. Please continue to give us the most flexibility as possible and the time to put this exciting plan into action. Thank you.
Calling speakers 49 through 64. Please line up in the lobby. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Kaplan. I'm the superintendent of the West Covina Unified School District. We have approximately 9,000 students, with 72% of our students being unduplicated. I really want to say that I'm here to support the new regulations, the permanent regulations, and to tell you what a powerful tool the LCAP and LCFF was for our district. We had a strategic plan, and the LCAP actually gave us the opportunity of taking the goals for all students and to really look at our identified students and their specific needs and write additional goals and objectives for those students and identify the kind of interventions, the kind of support and resources that they're going to need to be able to meet the high, rigorous goals of our strategic plan. The engagement of our community was amazing. We believe our plan is very transparent. We believe that anybody who reads our plan knows exactly what our intentions are for our students, and that it is a roadmap for everybody in our district in terms of where we're going and how we're going to get there. So I'm really here on behalf of my Board of Education to say thank you for your vision, for your commitment to our students and to our schools. Thank you.
Good morning, David Sapp on behalf of the ACLU of California. Just like to commend the staff and the board for the significant progress reflected in the proposed regulations as amended. You've received a letter from our coalition. You'll be hearing from students, parents, advocates, and other members of our coalition from around the state about how implementation has gone this year, and their experience underscores why certain changes that have been made need to be retained and identify areas for further refinement that we look forward to weighing in on in the comment period. I want to address one point in particular, and that's principally directed. I just think that that's just to clarify that that change does not materially affect the flexibility that districts will have. What it is about is transparency for local conversations. These are dollars that are generated by high-needs students, and the statute states they're to be used to increase or improve services for those students. Anchoring the conversation specifically on the goals of those students, all it does is ensure that the conversation locally is driven and focused on those students' needs. It doesn't necessarily restrict or limit what districts can do with those funds. It just makes sure they're sharing that information. Thank you.
Good morning. Mike Walsh with the trustee with the Butte County Office of Education and Director at Large County for the California School Boards Association. What I've come to appreciate most about the LCAP is that it has served as an excellent vehicle for bringing groups together with intentionality, moving them from competing for resources and starting to collaborate for the benefit of the students that they serve. What I can also tell you is that I'm noticing that more and more districts in our county are focused on planning at a strategic level versus a model of compliance. The conversation is now centered on answering the question, what can we do that is best for all the students that we serve instead of what do we have to do to simply get the money? I would simply encourage you to continue to find ways to increase the LCAP's user-friendliness and transparency as parents and students continue to grow in their appreciation and participation in that process. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Elsbeth Brigmore. I oversee approximately 400 at-risk high school students in Redding. It's not in Oregon, in California. I am also the AXA Ed Options Council President, and that represents about 1.1 million students, about 1 in 12 of the most vulnerable and invisible. We have a tremendous sense of urgency to serve schools with the highest number of students in poverty, foster care, ELL, and students of color. It's expensive, but the alternative at $65,000 a year per person incarcerated is a stark contrast. The evening we rolled out our piece of the district LCAP guidelines, we had 56 families attend from our largest continuation high school of 150. We combined the evening with our springtime open house and a pasta dinner prepared by our culinary classes. True leadership, helping others to be successful, requires trust and safety, where feedback is encouraged. The LCAP process provides this. We need to stay the course. Please continue to trust the people at the local level to serve their students. Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone.
Mi nombre es Berta Tinajero. Vengo del Sagrado Corazón en San José y tengo una hija en el Distrito Escolar de San José.
My name is Berta Tinajero. I come from the Sacred Heart Community Center in San Jose, and I have a daughter that's in the San Jose School District.
En mi opinión, nuestro distrito escolar no ha sido transparente para involucrar a los padres y estudiantes, porque no nos han dado la información clara, precisa, entendible y a tiempo.
It's my opinion that our school district has not been transparent with us. They have not involved the parents or the students because they have not given us the information that is clear, precise, and understandable in a timely fashion.
Por ejemplo, me tocó asistir a 3 juntas comunitarias y llenar.
For example, I went to 3 community meetings.
Y llenar la encuesta y revisar el plan de contabilidad por el DILAC.
And I reviewed the questionnaire and reviewed the accountability plan by DLAC.
Toda la información nos ha llegado tarde, un poco tiempo para preparar y realmente capacitarnos.
All the information has been given to us in a delayed fashion with very little time to prepare and really prepare ourselves.
Las encuestas y el plan no estaban muy entendibles y el vocabulario era muy confuso.
The questionnaires and the plans were not very understandable, and the vocabulary was very confusing.
En mi opinión, tenemos como padres y estudiantes una responsabilidad para involucrarnos y ser parte de crear un mejor futuro para todos, sobre todo nuestros hijos.
It is my opinion that as parents and students, we have a responsibility to involve ourselves and to be part of this process for a better future for all, including our children.
Gracias
Thank
por
you
escucharme.
for listening.
Gracias.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jackie Gamboa, and I work with Sacred Heart Community Service in San Jose. I'm also a mother. Here's my little daughter, second grader, going to third. We're working within San Jose Unified School District with various parents, really trying to engage low income, especially parents of English learners, and we're really excited about this new law. We have been monitoring since last year when the law was actually passed, and we've been really making sure our districts are doing the right thing and really engaging our parents. Unfortunately, one of the things that we have, just as Berta had stated, we have realized that it's been really difficult to really see transparency because a lot of the information that was given to the schools has been very difficult to understand. The vocabulary is very technical. We have families who, some of them have not completed high school or have a higher education, and it's been really difficult. We've also have found that a lot of the information has been delayed by our districts. Information has not been readily available in other languages besides English. And we really are excited about this. We have a lot of families who really, truly want to be engaged. However, when we do ask our districts for transparency, we've been told to come to here, to the state. And we really want to see local control, local accountability in our districts, and we want to see that transparency. Thank you.
President Kurz, calling speakers 81 through 96 to please line up in the lobby.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Emma Turner, Board President for La Mesa Spring Valley School District. We are a K-8 district with about 12,000 students, and we're in the San Diego County. I'm also a delegate for California School Board Association. I'm here to endorse proactive inclusion of all stakeholders, students, parents, teachers, community, in development and ongoing implementation of the LCAP in a meaningful way. Based on the couple of people who spoke just before me, I just want to say in my school district, our superintendent and the other staffers did not talk hardly at all. We had the community there to give us information, the stakeholders, the parents, they talked, the teachers, they talked, they gave us information and they asked questions and we answered questions, and I hope we were clarifying to them. We began this in October 2013, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My superintendent is next. He'll talk about funding.
Good morning, Brian Marshall, Superintendent, La Mesa Spring Valley School District, San Diego, California. As Dr. Turner mentioned, our district engaged in a very, very aggressive outreach program to interact with all of our stakeholders. We held over 35 individual meetings with students, parents, staff, community members, soliciting over 7,000 different ideas as to how we should spend these new dollars. These ideas then were incorporated into our LCAP. And it is an ongoing multi-year project for La Mesa Spring Valley. One of the things that I'd like to say is that the revenue limit model, which we have moved away from, was really budget driving program. Where we've come with the local control funding formula is really a needs assessment driving program choices that is then budgeted. And that is local control. I fully support the local control funding formula, and I fully support being held 100% accountable for the results of my students in the La Mesa Spring Valley School District. You have given the authority to the local areas to make these changes, and we thank you.
Good morning. I'm Randall Putz, a school board trustee from Bear Valley Unified, a small rural district in the Southern California mountains. I urge you to keep the local in the LCFF. As a result of our LCAP process, our district is energized and revitalized with more money and more latitude to develop innovative programs tailored to the needs of our local children. I have here, and you should have in your packet, our district's LCAP infographic, one example of our unique local solutions that distills the state's LCAP template from 47 pages down to 8 pages. This infographic efficiently demonstrates the hard work and good things we do for our students and engages our stakeholders, even those that are English challenged. We have a significant investment in the steep learning curve of our LCAP, over 1,000 hours locally, and we need a chance to capitalize on that investment without excessive state tinkering. Thank you for being brave enough to trust local elected officials and their communities to determine what is best for their local children.
Good morning. I'm Rob Stockberger, Superintendent of the John Swett Unified School District, a very small TK through 12 district in Contra Costa County, with one elementary, one middle school, one high school, and one small continuation high school. We have an enrollment of 1,670 students and an unduplicated student rate of 69%. The LCAP process included an extensive series of meetings that ran February through April in our district. The meetings included students, parents, staff, local community members, business partners, and of course our Board of Trustees, and resulted in a needs assessment that has driven our decision-making processes. The process has resulted in a plan of action that will provide increased services and support for all 1,670 students, with specific design to serve our 1,150 unduplicated students. Thank you for providing the flexibility to engage in local control, and I support your desire to focus on student outcomes and streamlining of the template and annual review processes. I would also like to thank AXA for their support in the process. Thank you very much.
Good morning, President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association of California. Just want to take a moment to thank the state board and department staff for tremendous work. I think we've really made a lot of progress. We're all in this together, and I think the conversations and so forth have been so helpful as we move forward to really creating opportunities for students that haven't been there before. And I would just, in the interest of time, I'd like to associate myself with the comments from Mr. Vaca from CASBO and Mr. Zazueta from Los Angeles Unified, and just ask that we maintain that focus on outcomes and not fall back into a compliance, because I think we really need to utilize this opportunity to expand to the greatest capacity that we can. Thank you.
President Kurz, they're saying I missed a group. Calling group 65 through 80 to please line up in the lobby.
Good morning. Good morning, President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. Jessica Sacco, representing the California Science Teachers Association. We submitted our recommendations for a slight modification to priority number 2 in writing, so I'm not going to go into that too deeply given the amount of time. However, we do think it is critical that this clarification take place as to the standards to be addressed within priority number 2. There have been a variety of guidance documents and others that seem to indicate that perhaps not all standards are included in priority number 2. And while we have seen that shifting, for example, the PTA resource that was shared yesterday clearly indicated that it was more than Common Core that was included in priority number 2. So we're very appreciative that the conversation does seem to be shifting in the right direction. However, we think additional language around priority number 2 and what it does include would be critical. Our goal is to ensure broad access, or access to a broad curriculum for all students, K-12, and encourage districts to plan now for NGSS. The instructional shifts required are significant. Thank you.
Good morning. Pam Costa, Vice President of the Board of Education, San Juan Unified School District. And we want to thank you for your work on behalf of LCAP. We are proud of the work in our district to include parents, students, teachers, classified employees, administrators, and community members to develop an LCAP that addresses the individual needs of our students. Stakeholder engagement is not new to San Juan, but the level was enhanced with the development of LCAP, and we have a better plan because of it. Our process began with the LCAP 35, individuals representing our stakeholder groups who developed guiding principles. Our 70 school site principals held meetings with parents and staff to get further input. Then the writing committee began the first draft. The draft was reviewed by standing parent committees, community, parent, student, staff forums, and through our website. Feedback allowed us to collect our community's best thinking and resulted in another 2 formal drafts plus smaller edits. More than 100 meetings occurred to collect feedback and data. I believe that was your intent, local control for our children, our schools, our community, so that all of our children will succeed.
Good morning, President Kerr, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. My name is Layla Fahimiuddin. I'm a community organizer at the ACLU of Northern California. This has been an incredible learning year to see how LCFF has been implemented on the ground throughout the state. We've worked in at least 10 districts around Northern California and the Central Valley, and what we've seen is that there have been a wide range of learning experiences for districts. Some districts, like Fremont Unified, have been an excellent partner to communities, parents, and students, listening to feedback and integrating it into iterative versions of their LCAP. Other districts, like Stockton Unified, have repeatedly ignored students' and parents' requests for information, not providing budget information, not responding to input to include their concerns, and even failing to respond to all elements of the LCAP. That illustrates to us the need for additional guidance from the state to ensure that all students throughout the state have an equitable access to improved outcomes as the LCFF intends. So to that end, we are very appreciative to see the additional guidance added to the regulations to principally benefit students, and also to see the revised LCAP template. We think these will greatly help students and support better outcomes for students around the state. Thank you.
President Kurz, we're calling speakers 81 through 100 to please line up in the lobby.
Good morning. My name is Terry Vigil, and I'm the president of the board for the Fall River Joint Unified School District. And I would like to say thank you. The LCAP process has brought my district together like never before. All stakeholders are engaged and empowered by the collaborative work that's going on and in my district. By making the funds district-wide, we will be able to serve all of our students with special concentration on our subgroups. This is the first time during my 13 years as a board member that we were able to add programs back, which is a great thing. We are adding 3 counseling positions and various after-school programs that target our subgroup students. Thanks also for leaving transportation and the ag incentive out of the LCAP formula. This makes a huge difference with rural school districts. We support the LCAP process, and thank you very much for all your hard work.
Good morning, I'm Greg Hawk. I'm the superintendent of schools for the Huntington Beach City School District, and along with me today is our board president, Mrs. Rosemary Saylor, to discuss our LCAP. During our process, we held multiple meetings with our parents and community, developed a questionnaire and listened to our students, and received feedback from every community group, including our PTAs and site councils. We utilized data. Our initial plan was brought back to parents in the community multiple times for feedback, presented to our district advisory committee, our district English learner advisory committee, made available and advertised on our website, and every single individual that responded either at a meeting or on our website was responded to personally from my office. What I really want to focus on is during this process, the flexibility to meet the needs of all of our students, increased the amount of input that we had from our community, increased our buy-in, and made us feel a lot more proud about the outcome that we did. We're proud of our process and would like you to continue with the process as is. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst, members of the board. I'm Rod Federwish, principal of Butterfield Ranch Elementary School, Chino Hills, California, San Bernardino County. I'm also Access State School Board, or Access State Board member. In the past 2 years, my school's grown by 150 students who have used the No Child Left Behind option to transfer to my high-achieving school. This has caused a real academic problem because we have no categorical funds. These students fall far behind. The LCFF has created a model where our parents, majority of our parents, our teachers or staff can meet and discuss the needs of our school. So far this year, we've been able to redirect funds, hire 2 intervention teachers, and we are going to meet the needs of those at-risk and low socioeconomic students. So I'm urging you here today to keep student outcomes as the most important thing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ellen Wheeler. I'm a trustee for Mountain View Westman School District near San Jose. We have about 40% low income and 40% ELL students in our district. The first thing I asked our superintendent as we were going through our LCAP was, what are we going to be able to do now that we couldn't do before? We've created a new position at our low-income schools called School and Community Engagement Facilitator. We know that children who are chronically absent or tardy are much less likely to graduate from high school. Our facilitators will reach out to those families to work through the complicated issues around absences and tardies. They'll do two-way communication with our needy families so they feel more connected every step of the way. We're also hiring more teacher coaches so that all our children get the excellent teachers they deserve. These are just two examples of how local decision-making involving parents, teachers, superintendents, and boards is best for our communities. Thank you.
Good morning. Marta Alvarez on behalf of San Diego Unified School District. Thank you to the opportunity to speak today. Thank you to the staff, CDE and State Board for their outstanding work in helping get community input over the last 9 months. At San Diego Unified, we had more than 50 community forums to request and encourage the community to provide feedback. Those more than 50 community workshops ended in a 63-page LCAP, which we turned into a 5-page executive summary and an 18-page user-friendly LCAP at the request of our community. We'll be providing more comments, written comments over the 15-day public period to show some of the work we did at San Diego. I'll just mention two things, two concerns we have. One is regarding the words principally and are effective in, which are included in the revised proposed regulations. Principally, it takes away, we believe, from the ability to do district-wide initiatives, whereas effective in, it just is a prospective delivery. We cannot demonstrate that it will be effective service until it has been delivered. The LCAP template will also provide more recommendations on that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on such a critical issue. My name is Alma El Isa, and I'm the proud parent of 4 beautiful children, one of whom is already a student at Sanger Unified, and another beginning preschool this fall. In addition to being a mother, I also represent PIQUE, the Parent Institute for Quality Education, and over 500,000 parents whom we have served throughout California in the past 27 years. In the names of the families we worked with and have yet to work with, I thank you for understanding the critical role parents play in their children's education. We commend your willingness to hear the community and take recommendations to strengthen LCFF. I understand the great responsibility and pressure of the board as it's shaping our education system. I think we have gone a long way in including parents in the process, but more needs to be done. The future is in your hands. I am here today to ask the board that in order for LCFF to succeed, we need transparency and accountability that is real. Parent engagement can't just be a checkbox. We need to ensure parents and students are given sufficient information to be able to shape the funding decisions of our school district. This means real empowerment of the whole school community. In PIQUE's line of work, we have an opportunity to work with underrepresented and disadvantaged families in various communities. Repeatedly, parents have shared their concerns with us in the input of the LCFF was generic and that too many times the feedback was not really taken seriously. Parents have shared with us time and again that they do want to have an opportunity to co-create the LCAP plan in participation with school district staff and stakeholders. I fundamentally believe that parents are the best advocates for their children's education, and I'm optimistic that your decision will further enable parents and their families who really need the additional support. These parents deserve to have their voice heard and their recommendations taken seriously to develop the local district LCAP. Their students will be better for it, and the community will be thankful. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, members of the board. My name is Dave Butler. I'm CEO of NextEd. We're an employer education partnership serving the greater Sacramento region. And I'm here today representing the California STEM Learning Network, which is a group of over 10 regional coalitions and networks organized to promote STEM education in school and out of school. I'm here today. I'd like to commend the State Board for its continued support of the local controlled funding formula and LCAP. We as a network, though, are concerned that science education is largely missing from this process and believe that a lack of clarity in LCAP template language has resulted in a narrowed interpretation of Priority 2. So therefore, we're asking that the board would clarify the language as follows, and I'm happy to share this with staff. implementation of state standards, implementation of academic content and performance standards adopted by the State Board for all subjects, including the Common Core state standards, English language development standards, and next generation science standards for all pupils, including English learners. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'm Brian Rivas, and I'm here on behalf of the Education Trust West. I want to speak quickly to two issues. One is I want to thank your staff for listening to us with regard to the regulation governing the use of district-wide or the spending of supplemental and concentration grants district-wide or school-wide. They're recommending proposed changes that we think are greatly needed. We reviewed some spending plans and some LCAPs, and unfortunately, we found a few districts were broadly interpreting the regulation and considering using those monies for things like paying off debt or district-wide salary increases. And we think it's important to tighten up that language as recommended by your staff to make sure that the monies are used in a way that is focused on the unduplicated students and most likely to be effective in raising their student achievement. Secondly, I'll just say we would ask that you reconsider a request that we made that unfortunately your staff did not accept. That has to do with prior year expenditures. And just quickly, we'd ask that you consider adding that to the LCAP template. We think it's important to maintain community trust and engagement. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Angie Sutherland. I am a parent in Sacramento City Unified School District. I just want to start off by thanking you all for all of your efforts and improvements to the LCAP template and the regulations. I believe there's a lot of improved language, but there's still areas that could be addressed. I was sad that some of the public comment wasn't approved, asking for better definitions of student consultation, authentic engagement, transparency, and defining stakeholder. These definitions would help the districts as a guide in the process. And in Sac City Unified, they did a really good job, very aggressive in engaging parents. However, it was more like a forum and not really like an advisory committee, and it's a work in progress. So, and they've been working to kind of keep changing how they're going about it. So I commend them for that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grace Trujillo, and I have two children in the Sacramento School District. I agree with Angie Sullivan with what she said. There's 1,200 schools throughout Sacramento. Each school has had different experience with the LCAP. I could only talk about my experience. As Angie said, we had good engagement and experience with and it's a work in process. But one of the biggest concerns when they had the LCAP, I was speechless when they presented at the board meeting, because out of the $28 million that was funded to the Sacramento School District, only 15 of it is going to the school districts or the kids who generate it. You know, this is just one prime example of my school. I remember listening to one of the prior speakers saying, oh, we listen to the people, we reduced the classroom sizes. Yes, that's good, but we can't do that because in our school, there's not enough funding for it. And a lot of the money is going to these fixed costs, unfunded liabilities, and costs that keep on going up. So please put some type of regulations in school. And this is just one example of my school, because there's 1,200 school districts and all of them have different situations. Thank you. And thank you for the additional couple of seconds.
Good morning, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing Californians Together and California Association for Bilingual Education. We appreciate the changes that have been made to the LCAP template, but believe that there are still additional revisions that need to be made. Specifically, the LCAP template needs to clarify the use of supplemental and concentration funds for school-wide, district-wide, and county-wide use, because when we reviewed LCAPs, we have seen that there has been misinterpretation of how these funds can be used by district-wide, school-wide, county-wide. The second piece is the template needs to ask districts to identify all funds used for programs and services disaggregated by fund type and disaggregated by pupil, especially unduplicated pupils, in order to avoid supplantation of Title I and Title III funds. We've asked that previously in our comments. As you know, what's not included in the template will not be reviewed by county offices of ed, because if it's not in the template, it doesn't be included in their 3 criteria that they use in reviewing LCAPs. We will provide additional comments. Thank you. Written comments. Thank you.
We are here on behalf of California Rural Legal Assistance, and I'm speaking on behalf of our group. We reviewed LCAPs for Modesto City Unified, Stockton Unified, Fresno Unified, and Kern Unified. We are here to raise issues specifically related to English learners. Similarly to the emergency regulations, the proposed regulations merely require local districts to identify services being funded and describe in the LCAP how such services will be principally directed. As a result, districts will likely continue to fail to demonstrate how the use of supplemental and concentration grant funds will benefit unduplicated pupils, and in particular assure improved or increased services for English learners. For example, in Stockton Unified's adopted LCAP, more than half of the services listed as being provided specifically to English learners are funded solely by Title III. In fact, the only services provided to English learners which are funded by LCFF funds are those which will be applied district-wide. The regulations likewise suffer from vague standards and the lack of enforceability with respect to parent involvement. All the while, parents have been told that they will have a place at the drafting table, their voice will be heard. However, those promises have been broken by the district, and proposed regulations offer parents no hope of accountability. Here, there are endless examples which support. I'm sorry, we have 3 minutes for a group.
We were confused. They signed up as a group of 5. Not seeing the 5, we assumed that they were just, yeah. So they have 4 more minutes.
Sorry, may I continue? I'm just.
Sorry.
We are with California Rural Legal Assistance. Yes, my name is Cynthia Chagoya. I'm a staff attorney with the organization. I'm sorry. The regulations likewise suffer from vague standards and the lack of enforceability with respect to parent involvement. Parents and communities have been told your voice will be heard, your opinions will be considered, and you will have a place at the drafting table when your programs for your schools are designed. However, those promises have been broken, and parents have no hope for accountability. Here, the examples are endless. Language access issues were raised in nearly every district we work in, from materials that were not translated to inadequate notices to the failure to provide interpretation to some Indigenous and Southeast Asian communities. Regulations explaining the role of the county office or of CDE in overseeing the implementation and compliance with both LCFF and state and federal obligations with respect to students who are English learners or English limited proficient needs to be strengthened. For example, regulations do not clarify what COEs can ask districts to do or clarify how they may analyze specific programs. As a result, COEs have expressed the opinion that they can refuse to approve a plan so long as it has all the elements in the LCAP. We ask the board to direct staff to keep working with education advocates and other stakeholders to further improve these regulations and ensure they address all the requirements of the LCFF. The work is not done yet. The promises to parents and children they entrust to California schools regarding improved or increased services and greater local accountability are not yet fulfilled. The state must do more. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Estelle Lemieux, and I'm with the California Teachers Association, representing 325,000 teachers in the state. I'd like to thank the board for all its hard work with the LCFF and the LCAP regulations, particularly your staff, who's been very inclusive and doing very well with soliciting all of the stakeholders' input. We do very much appreciate that. We pretty much support the current existing emergency regulations. However, we do have a couple recommendations. One, We would like to keep everybody mindful that this was a huge reform. We are in a transitional year, and it will take some time for this transition to occur. There is no perfect system out there, although we'd like to see that happen. So keeping that in mind, we hope that the board could formally institute for the next few years an annual substantive review of the LCAP template. So this way, and starting this fall if we could, so that we could keep an eye toward a January adoption of a revised template as appropriate. This would provide an ability for the field to give valuable feedback, for SBE to give further thought to improvements suggested by various stakeholders. And this will make it much better for everyone. I think we're off to a good start, but again, we are in transition, and we have to be mindful of that. So it's a process that's moving forward. Also, the stakeholder groups representing students have rightly pointed out that while there are formal mechanisms ensuring participation for teachers and community members and in the LCAP planning process, we believe that there should be a formal mechanism for students as well. So with this, again, thank you for all of your hard work. We look forward to continuing working with all of you, and thank you.
Good morning, Kim Lewis, representing Families and Schools, and wanted to say thank you for the work that's been done to date so far in the regulations, and we are supportive of the inclusion of principally directed within the regulations, as well as the clarification on the composition of the parent advisory committees, that a majority of the parents are from those targeted students. We would like to see that the composition of these advisory committees are of all parents as well. Additionally, we'd love to see some additional work on the transparency element in terms of how parents can understand where the budgets were calculated and how the expenditures were derived. And we also support the inclusion of additional student voices into the process, and we will submit more formal comments in writing. Thank you.
Good morning. John Affeld from Public Advocates on behalf of ourselves and the coalition. We too want to thank you and the staff for all of the very good work in improving these regs even further and improving the engagement and transparency. We still think that we're getting close, but we've got a little more to go. I want to talk about three things. First, the principally directed language, since that's getting some interest from my district friends, and I also should say, as I think many of you know, I'm a vice president of the Emory Unified School District, so I see the LCAP from that perspective, and spent many hours doing our own this year. And I'm a little disappointed that districts are expressing the desire not to have to articulate why they're principally using are directing these funds toward the goals for unduplicated pupils, because I think that's what we should be doing. These are funds, supplemental concentration, that are generated by unduplicated pupils to be used for increasing improving services for those pupils. The principally directed language is improving on the fact that what we have now is in most of the LCAPs we reviewed, in almost most of the funds were spent on school-wide or district-wide, and most of those funds were simply spent all pupils. That was the category it was directed toward, all pupils. So the explanation of how these funds were going to be used was how it was going to help all pupils for the supplemental concentration funds. What principally directed will do will require districts to say, these are how these supplemental concentration funds are going to help our unduplicated pupil goals. And that will create a more robust local conversation around the use of supplemental and concentration funds for unduplicated pupil goals. It does not reduce the ability of every district in the state, no matter your threshold, to spend money on school-wide and district-wide programs if you can meet that conversation of why those funds are going to benefit your unduplicated pupil goals and why they're going to be effective. So that's, it is primarily an improved conversation at the local level, a more focused conversation, which we did not see this year in most of the supplemental concentration funds. Number two, I appreciate the improvements on the student voice, and that clarifying that LCAPs need to be presented and feedback received from students in some form. We're concerned that that will send that you didn't go far enough, because it seems to say you don't need to actually consult with students in the development of the LCAP. Most of these LCAPs were presented in June, some of them, including in my district, the last week of June to the appropriate student and parent groups. You want to be involving the students in the conversation throughout the year as the LCAP is being developed. And the language in the proposed reg simply says present the LCAP to students. So we're going to be proposing language in our comments that will say develop this and present it to the students, so that both of those concepts are in the student consultation definition. Lastly, we would urge you today to reject the one thing in the staff proposal, and that was a rejection of our language in our coalition letter around school site councils, and it's a similar issue as with the students. School site council, the language in the LCAP reads to us, present the LCAP, the finished product, which may not be till last week of June, to the school site council and get their feedback. Well, that's good, that's important, but you want to, in developing your single plans for student achievement, which is a comprehensive educational plan for that school site that starts happening in the fall, you want that conversation to be aligned with the LCAP conversation. So you want the site council to be consulted in the development of the LCAP, not simply presented to at the end. They don't have, I'll just say lastly, they don't have control over deciding what's in the LCAP other than kind of the Title I stuff, but you certainly should align those conversations. Thank you.
Ramon Perez from Parent Institute for Quality Education, and I'll be translating for Mr. Pablo at the end.
Buenos días, miembros de nuestra mesa directiva de educación. Mi nombre es Pablo García y mi hija es una estudiante de la Escuela McLean en el distrito de Fresno. Estoy aquí apoyando al programa PIQUE, que es el Instituto de Padres para la Educación de Calidad, acompañado de un grupo de padres del Valle Central con el propósito de compartir nuestro punto de vista sobre el papel que los padres deben desempeñar en el desarrollo del LCAP. Antes de hacerlo, por favor, permítanme agradecerle a la mesa directiva por tomar en consideración los comentarios de la comunidad. Gracias por escuchar los comentarios de todos los interesados. Creemos que estos cambios propuestos harán más fuerte el reglamento. Instamos a la mesa directiva a que exija a los padres, incluyendo a los comités escolares, como el Consejo Escolar y el Comité de Asesores del Idioma Inglés, participen activamente durante todo el proceso del desarrollo del LCAP y no solo al final del proceso. Los padres merecemos la oportunidad de colaborar en la creación del plan junto con el personal del distrito y demás interesados. Hemos sido testigos de cómo los distritos escolares comparten el LCAP con los padres después de que ya se desarrolló para entonces, ya es muy tarde para aportar de manera significativa. Esta práctica viola el espíritu de la ley
El reglamento debe indicar claramente que los padres de los comités escolares tengan un papel activo que desempeñar a lo largo de todo el proceso. El diálogo con los padres debe de ser constante y no solo un requisito con el simple hecho de cumplirse. Asimismo, nuestra recomendación es que a lo largo de todo este proceso, los distritos hagan todo lo posible por facilitar la participación de los padres que necesitan ayuda con el idioma. Esta es la única manera de garantizar que el proceso de desarrollo del plan cuente con la participación de todos los padres, como lo exige la ley. De la manera en la que se encuentra actualmente el reglamento, no especifica el nivel de participación ni de consulta con los padres. Les estamos instando a cambiar esto, porque queremos participar en la creación del plan y no ser utilizados solamente como sello de aprobación únicamente. Una vez más, reconocemos que se han hecho reformas al reglamento, pero aún existe este defecto grave relacionado con la consulta y la participación de los padres. Respetuosamente, les instamos a corregirlo lo antes posible.
Good morning, members of State Board of Education. My name is Pablo Garcia, and my daughter is an ELL student at McLean High School in Fresno, California. I'm here with PIQE, Parent Institute for Quality Education, and a group of parents from Central Valley to share the views we as parents have about the role parents must play in developing the LCAP. Before I do that, please let me thank the board for the considerations given to the community feedback. Thank you for listening to the numerous comments by stakeholders. We believe that these proposed changes make regulations stronger. We urge the board to require that parents, including school-level advisory groups like School Site Council and English Language Advisory Committees, be meaningfully involved during the entire process of LCAP development, not near the end of the process or after the draft has been prepared. Parents deserve to co-create the plan with district staff and other stakeholders. We have witnessed districts sharing the plan with parents after it was drafted and or at a point too late in the process to have any meaningful influence. Such behavior violates the spirit of the law. The regulations should make explicitly clear that parents from the school committees have a proactive role to play throughout the entire process. Parent consultation should not be a simple checkbox. It should be a part of an ongoing dialogue. Also, we recommend that throughout this process, districts make every effort to facilitate meaningful parent participation by providing language access to parents who need it. This would ensure that the process of co-creating the plan has authentic participation from the parents whose students are targeted by this law. The recommendations from the department staff does not specify this level of parent involvement and consultation. We urge you to fix that. We don't want to be used as a rubber stamp. Again, there are great improvements in the regulations, but we urge you to fix this major flaw on parent consultation and involvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Valdés, soy madre de 6 hijos, tengo 3 en el distrito de Santana. Estoy aquí con 50 padres y estudiantes líderes de Pico, California. Pico, California representa 450,000 familias y 480 congregaciones en California. Primero, quiero agradecerles con todo mi corazón por estar dispuestos a escuchar la voz de los padres y de los estudiantes. Segundo, quiero dejarles saber que gracias a LCFF, Pico, California ha involucrado a más de 3,000 padres miembros de la comunidad. En la educación de nuestros hijos, hemos trabajado en 10 distritos y dimos más de 50 entrenamientos a más de 1,200 personas. Tercero, quiero decirles que LCFF es histórico para los derechos civiles y justicia racial, con muchos logros, pero todavía necesitamos regularizaciones más fuertes para que los fondos lleguen a los estudiantes con más necesidades y que nuestra comunidad se trate como verdaderos socios. Enseguida van a escuchar varios reportes de varios distritos y un resumen de recomendaciones claves. Gracias por su atención y Dios los bendiga.
I'll be translating. Good morning. My name is Guadalupe Valdez, and I am a mother of 6 children, 3 who attend the Santa Ana Unified School District. I'm here with 50 parents and students leaders from Pico, California. Pico, California represents 480 congregations and 450,000 families in California. First, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the willingness to listen to the voices of parents and students. Second, I want to let you know that thanks to LCFF, Pico, California has involved more than 3,000 parents and community members in the education of our students. We have worked in 10 districts and gave more than 50 trainings to more than 1,200 people. Third, I want to say that LCFF is historic for civil rights and racial justice in California with many successes. However, we still need stronger regulations so that funding reaches our highest need students and that our communities are treated as true partners. Following me, you will hear 5 reports from several districts and a summary of our key recommendations in the following 5-minute testimonies. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Good morning, board members. My name is Maria Ruiz. I'm a parent leader of 3 children from Los Angeles. I'm representing thousands of families in LAUSD. I tried to be part of the Parent Advisory Committee and was not selected. As a member of my school site council, I expected to be part of the conversation of the LCAP, but we never talk about it. My school site council knows what the school needs. I know what my school needs. I am disappointed that we were excluded from the process. We appreciate all your efforts to make sure that LCFF is working, but the process for the involvement school site council is not sufficient. The district might develop the LCAPs in consultation with school site council. I want to be part of the decision making in my children's education because it's my right as a parent. You, the board members, have the power to make this possible. Please take attention on this issue. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Jethro La Peña. And my name is David Servin. And we are both youth leaders with ICUC and part of Pico, California.
I'm a low-income student from San Bernardino County.
And I'm an English language learner from Riverside County. My parents came to the U.S. for a better life and education for my siblings and I. So when I heard that students aren't a part of the LCAP process, I felt as though I didn't have a voice of how my future will be. Although LCFF funding is supposed to help low-income, foster youth, and students such as myself, how would anyone know what is best for us if we are the ones living the reality?
Jethro here is one of many students whose voices have been excluded from this process. This has also occurred from Sacramento to Los Angeles. This is why we need to create a formal process such as a student advisory committee. We also must ensure the district consults the students with the highest needs. I pray for each and every single one of you to listen to these recommendations because you have the power to ensure that students like us who are high needs have an opportunity to be recognized as a crucial component of this process. Please don't deny me my voice as a student and my dignity as a child of God.
My name is Sunitha Walker, and I'm a parent of 2 of Antioch Unified School District. When I learned about LCFF law, myself and many other parents were excited. We were involved in the district's process to help develop the LCAP regarding programs and services, and we're happy to see that much of the community's input was reflected in the final draft. However, we were frustrated by the lack of transparency after budgeting. The first completed draft of the LCAP came out 1 week before it was approved. The plan included no dollar amounts. The district said that the county instructed them not to include the dollar amounts in the LCAP. After advocates spoke to county officials, the county then instructed district staff to note the monetary amounts for programs and services. We believe that parents and community have a right to know how funds are being spent. In Antioch's case, parents like us are organized and are willing to advocate for what our students need. What about the hundreds of other districts where organizations are not present? How will they be held accountable? If the districts are not transparent, parents cannot be partners in this process. We urge the board to strengthen the current state regulations by requiring districts to outline how funds are budgeted and how they are spent each year in the annual updates. Thank you.
President Kirst, we're calling speakers number, I need my mic to, okay. Calling speakers 100 through 105. We're also inviting anyone who missed their opportunity to sign up, who signed up but has not spoken, to please line up in the lobby. Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Griselda Sánchez del Condado de Santa Clara. Para nosotros es muy importante que haya reglamentos que especifiquen que toda la información esté en varios idiomas, que haya intérpretes en las juntas y que todos puedan captarlo fácilmente. Nosotros vimos en el distrito de Franklin McKelly de San José, nos facilitaron las traducciones al español y vietnamés. Esto fue importante para nosotros porque así pudimos enseñar y dar la información a todos los padres. Yo hice presentaciones sobre esta nueva fórmula en español en varias escuelas. Si la información no hubiera estado traducida, no hubiera podido haber colaborado con el distrito para hacer las presentaciones e involucrar a padres de una manera significativa. Sabemos que en otros distritos como Santana, Anaheim y San Bernardino no se hacen traducciones adecuadas. Por eso es importante que se requiera que todo sea traducido al español y otros idiomas. Además, que se especifiquen reglas y guías sobre cómo involucrar a los padres y estudiantes. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Griselda Sanchez from Santa Clara County. For us, it's very important that there are rules that specify that all information be in various languages, that there are interpreters at every meeting, and things are translated in a way that's easy to comprehend. We saw that at Franklin McKinley School District in San Jose, they facilitated translation in Spanish and Vietnamese. This was important for us because that's how we were able to teach other parents the information. I was able to do presentations about this new formula in Spanish at various schools. If the information wouldn't have been translated, I wouldn't have been able to collaborate with the district to present and involve parents in a more meaningful way. We know that in other districts like Santa Ana, Anaheim, and San Bernardino, adequate translation isn't being done. That's why it's important that it be required to translate everything into Spanish and other languages, and that there are specific rules and guidance about how to meaningfully engage parents and students. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Pastor Jim Hopkins, Lakeshore Avenue Baptist Church. I'm a clergy leader representing Pico, California, and the 40,000 families who are part of our local federation in Oakland. When we heard the governor lift up the principle of subsidiarity as it relates to the passage of this historic civil rights legislation, it resonated with us. As people of faith, we deeply value the principle that those closest to the students are best positioned to make effective decisions to ensure they have access to a better future. But subsidiarity is not a free-for-all. You just heard many of our community's concerns around transparency, student voice, school site councils, and guidance. I want to speak to the most basic of them, ensuring that supplemental and concentration funds are principally directed towards and are effective in serving students with the greatest needs. These words matter. They matter because they are justice-based and they are pathways to helping us fulfill the justice-based promise of the local control funding formula. Thank you.
I'm Ari Ross, president of the United Black Student Unions of California. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. The achievement gap has been a dilemma that has faced our nation before its very inception. For decades, politicians and educators alike have tried to work to figure out how to solve this issue, to no avail. The war on poverty, Reagan's A Nation at Risk, No Child Left Behind. All government policies that fail to provide any sufficient results, and in America, where 1 in 3 black males will go to prison, yet only 1 in 10 will go to college. In America, where black and Latino students are half as likely to graduate from high school than their white peers. If history has taught us anything, it is that there has been an institutional failure to target the issues that affect black and Latino students, a failure that lies within our inability to address the issue of race. LCFF was created to serve high-need students. These high-need students have been identified as low-income, foster, and English learning youth. However, if Sacramento County is truly exemplary of our great state, then African Americans are the highest need students. Throughout Sacramento County, everywhere you go, African American students are ranked as the highest need. If it's our shared goal to help the highest need students, so be it. Let's do it. Let's work together. But let it be known, the verdict is in. Black students are the highest need students. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Addressing the issue of race is only the first step. Student voices must also take action. I come from Laguna Creek High School, where 60% of black students failed their math classes with an average GPA of 1.5. Our district's LCAP did not address the issue to our satisfaction. As a black student union, we gathered our local parent group to meet with our faculty. We held district-wide hearings and invited our superintendent to our black student union meetings to make our voices heard. And most importantly, we started our own mathematics and positive intervention programs to solve the issues. We took responsibility for our education, for our future, and the district funded it. It is time we enlist the state of California to do the same. The mandate is clear. There should be a black student union on every single campus in the state of California. It was students who led Elk Grove Unified to adopt a successful LCAP. Students led the American Civil Rights Movement. And by God, it will be students who lead the state of California's institutions to an equitable tomorrow. Thank you.
My mentees. Okay, so are my people? Okay, my people. Make sure my 10 people are for my 5 minutes. Okay. Any other allies of the California Alliance, please stand. Good morning. My name is Deborah Watkins. I am the founder and executive director of the California Alliance of African American Educators. We call it CAAE. After graduating from Stanford University's teacher education program 37 years ago, I started my career in the largest high school district in Northern California, East Side Union High School District. At the time, the average grade point average for African American students was 1.5. When I took an early retirement 2 years ago after 35 years in that same district as a teacher, counselor, project coordinator, and administrator, it was 1.9. That is criminal. Because black children were being miseducated and overlooked throughout Silicon Valley, I helped start the Santa Clara County Alliance of Black Educators about 30 years ago. Nearly 13 years ago, when it was evident that black students were being marginalized all over the state, I started the California Alliance of African American Educators. Through our 13-year-old STEM program, we have closed the gap. We send 100% of our children to college. 90% graduate in 4 years with a BA or BS degree, and 40% of those degrees are in STEM fields, which is about 5 times the national average for black students. When the LCFF was unveiled to the public, I was excited that finally the black community would get an opportunity to articulate what is best for its own children. Instead, this has been the hardest battle we have ever fought to ensure that black children are not once again relegated to third-class citizenship because they are quote-unquote statistically insignificant and easy to overlook. As part of a statewide coalition paying attention to the rollout of LCAPs, I have been sorely disappointed with either the scant attention paid to black students or none at all. Because of that, I led a delegation of Black community stakeholders to meet with Assemblymember Shirley Weber a few weeks ago to express our alarm. Among many things, she indicated that the Black Caucus had fought for language in the LCAP regs that would have ensured the inclusion of high-need Black students in targeted services. Dr. Weber said that language was removed by the time it got to the governor's office for his signature. On behalf of the thousands of Black students in the state who are doing poorly in their schools and are not low-income, foster youth, or ELLs, I asked the State Board of Education what it will do to ensure that research-based programs that their community members recommend are implemented. In closing, Karen Harper Royal is a passionate voice for parents sounding the alarm to the rest of the nation about the on-the-ground realities behind the so-called New Orleans miracle. The reform crew there claims to be operating on behalf of disenfranchised communities. Yet this is what Mrs. Royal has to say about that. Quote, if you come in and impose what you think is a solution on me, but you don't have the history and the background to actually craft a real solution, then you may be doing harm. If you don't have the respect of the people you're trying to help before you come up with a solution, that is colonialism. That's not reform. This is not a respectful endeavor. You can't, quote unquote, do reform to people. You have to do it with the people. I always say that the solutions lie within the people who are being harmed. The great abolitionist Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. So until the people being oppressed start demanding things, power will concede nothing. Today, I stand before the State Board of Education representing the approximately 1,500 members and supporters of the California Alliance of African American Educators, demanding that Black children get the academic and social support they need to succeed in schools through the spirit of the local control funding formula. Thank you for listening.
This next speaker is from they're coming in with security yellow t-shirts, they may sing and dance.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Darlene V. Willis. I think I got to lift him up.
Hi, my name is Matthew, and I'm from Los Penasquitos, and I live in San Diego.
So this is my great-nephew, Matthew Johnson, as he said, from San Diego, California, and we flew in this morning to be here. I am the co-founder of Concerned Parent Alliance and College-Bound Programs, and CPA began changing lives 13 years ago as a grassroots parent-managed nonprofit in San Diego. In fact, 100% of our students have graduated from high school and have had the choice of attending college, while 100% of their parents have learned to navigate the educational system successfully. We now have gone from one college-bound program, which I'm proud to say that Trustee Cohn, Dr. Cohn, was our keynote speaker years ago. We now have 6 college-bound programs around the country. And again, we flew in to humbly ask that this board consider more specific language helping districts understand the importance of casting the net wider regarding the high needs category. As you know, change is always challenging, and it requires language reminding the districts that it's okay to think outside of the box. Unfortunately, many districts are leaving out low-performing students who do not fit within the low-income foster youth or ELL category. These students are often considered invisible, and their numbers are considered insignificant or too small, therefore limiting services and programs that our underrepresented students and their families. In short, they are being left out. I urge you today on behalf of Concerned Parent Alliance and the college-bound programs, and of certainly why we're here from Matthew Johnson and the Matthew Johnsons of the world, to please use more specific language, reminding and guiding districts that they must include all high-need students and their parents and families regardless of size. Plus, remind them that they not use the funds for the same programs and services and the same partners that allowed us to get into this educational crisis in the first place. And in conclusion, as quiet as it's kept, these small populations can be seen as low-hanging fruit with immediate success while motivating others to help the larger populations. Thank you very much.
Good morning, board members. My name and age doesn't matter today, but the fact that I am a student leader representing Californians for Justice and the Student Voice Coalition is the only thing that does. That we represent the next generation's voice because as students, mostly high need, and for the future students, change is inevitable. Student Voice allows the power of flexible change into the students' hands that carves our own education. With the newly proposed LCFF regulations, we can understand that there's guidelines in the law that limits your power. We are grateful for all the state board is doing what it can to address the lack of clarity in the LCFF regulations. Those board members and staff who've met with us, Bruce Holliday, Carl Cohn, Jesse Zhang, most recently Patricia Rucker and Sue Burr, and that the state board has been working hard to make student voice more meaningful in the LCFF regulations. But as students, I truly believe that our state has failed us. And it's not because of you, the state board, but because of the LCF statute that limits your power to make student voice more meaningful. Today, hundreds of students representing 27 districts have come here for a voice. And this is not the last time we will advocate for what we need. We have to demand student voice statewide because there's many districts, they won't listen to what students have to say. My peers and I across the state face many diverse and different issues in our districts. Many of us, our schools are under-resourced. We're criminalized, discriminated against the color of our skin, our broken English, the neighborhoods we have grown up in. Across the state, 27 districts, not just supported by students, but by parents and communities, work together for a more meaningful role for student voice in the local control funding formula, so that students can have a role in making our districts, our schools better. In January, our governor, Governor Brown, said that students have a responsibility as well in LCFF. So today, as students, we thank you, State Board of Ed, for working with and continuing to make improvements on the LCFF regulations. While our responsibility has increased and is more clear, it is still not substantial. This is why we came here today, to keep speaking up for ourselves and our stories. And this is why the following speakers will speak up with a voice that today you should not only hear, but the law that restricts us and the high-need students is crumbled by the words of the students it neglects. Thank you.
Good morning, State Board of Education. My name is Raul Montiano. I am an upcoming sophomore at Fresno High School. I am a student leader at Californians for Justice and the Student Voice Campaign. To start off, LCFF was intended for students like us, low income, English learner, foster care students, and students of color. I am one of the 4 million low-income students in California's education system. And I can say that many students do care. I care about the process of LCFF. Every day I go to school trying as hard as I can in school, and numerous times a statement has come in mind. My needs are just as important as someone else's needs. You know students want to make a difference in the LCFF, but their power is limited in the law to give students a meaningful voice. Now you can either accept that we deserve input in LCFF, or you could reject us. But no matter what, we will continue our fight in what we believe, and so will our future students. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bria Williams, and I'm a student athlete at Emory High School, a member of Youth Together, and also a student representative on Emory's Unified School District School Board. In Youth Together, Emory, we have accomplished passing a policy demanding that we have a local control accountability plan youth advisory board that allows all students to fully engage in the LCAP process at a district level. Besides the policy we passed, we also held workshops, led student forums, and conducted surveys to prepare and inform students with our schools on the process/definitions of the LCFF, the local control funding formula, and the LCAP, the local control accountability plan. Most of our input was included in the first draft of Emory's local control accountability plan, and also our friends in Richmond High have been completely shut out by the process in the West Contra Costa County School District. We at Emory feel that all students in every district should be able to have a voice in where the money for our schools goes and how the money should be used. In order to do so, we need the state board and the Mr. Governor Brown to pass regulations that specifically outlines how students are engaged. To my left is Precious, who attends Castlemont High. In the middle is Corain Titus, who attends Emory High along with me. And to my right is Joseph. What school you go to? And goes to Fremont High. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Erika Villarreal, and I'm a student organizer with Inland Congregations United for Change and the Student Voice Campaign in Ontario. We have been working hard back home, trying to change the idea some decision makers have that student voice isn't important. I am a low-income student. Students like myself are constantly being told that our voices don't matter. Decision makers dare to tell us this because we are too young, we don't understand what's really going on. But how don't we know if day by day we are experiencing what goes on in our schools? When it comes to the LCAP process, there's definitely a missing link that is student voice. If we want to succeed and make sure that students of high needs are really being served, our voices need to be at the center of the conversation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Syed Hernandez. I am part of the Student Voice Campaign and an incoming junior at Cabrillo High School in the Long Beach Unified School District. I'm here today representing low-income students. First, I would like to thank you for making the improvements to the student voice in the regulations. My parents first moved to the U.S. from Guerrero, Mexico, about 18 years ago. As I was growing up, my family went through financial hardships, which caused us to move around a lot. When I started school, I noticed that these financial hardships also were evident in the schools that I attended. In my freshman year of school, I would come across books with missing pages and classes that were overflowed with students. Student voice is important because as students, we attend the schools we need. What we need to do is better our education, and our district should also ask to help make these decisions on how the money should be spent, because engaging the needs of the most impacted, we can achieve the dream of LCFF. Nearly 4 million of the 6.2 million students are low-income students and going through the same situation, but rarely do students have talk about these issues at school. Thank you.
President Kurz. President Kurz, I'm going to be calling now the last group of speakers number 106 through 112. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Maurice Lemons. I attend Hamilton High School of the Los Angeles Unified School District. I stand here on behalf of the Student Fellows of the United Way who serve the Greater Los Angeles, LAUSD, and the Student Voice Campaign. When this group first gathered together, we all had different issues concerning the schools we wanted to fix. But when it came down to it, we decided that the only way we were going to get anything done was if we had an outlet to voice our opinions and solutions. We achieved that locally and successfully by petitioning our school boards, but we got a lot of resistance. That is why we're here today. After a 6-hour drive from Los Angeles to let you know that more can be done at the state level to make it easier for students to participate. We thank you for the work that you have already done to address the lack of guidelines for student engagement in LCFF, but there is still more that can be done. We no longer want to be students sitting silently behind a desk with our hand held high, waiting to be called on. No. We want the opportunity to give input into the system that most directly affects our lives and futures. There is a power imbalance between schools where the less you have, the worse you are. As student fellows, we have learned to be agents of change and speak about the state of education which we have firsthand knowledge about. We come from places where we fight silent battles, where the very color of our skin defines our future. We come from schools in which we are considered literal survivors for graduating. Personally, I have seen both ends of the spectrum. I come from one of the poorest communities in Los Angeles, but each morning I am bused to one of the best schools in the city. Each day I face friends back home, and I know that many of them are being robbed of the opportunities that I have been so fortunate to receive. Education should not be left to chance. My own school experience has shown me how great California education can be, and I would like nothing more than to share that. I want the students in my city to have the same receive an education that is equal and fair. On your own school board, you have a student, one who I am sure has proven you how invaluable student voice can be. He's sitting there because at one point the state of California decided that students deserve to be represented, deserve to be consulted. That decisions facing this board should have some input from students. We are requesting that you ask districts to consult their students as well. Think of it like this. Student voice matters because we go to school 8 hours a day, but we have no say. We do the work, but do not get to participate. This is a taxation without representation type deal. If we are the future, why do you teach us to be silent? We need to tackle the issues presented to us daily, but how can we do that when everyone decides for us, except us? I leave you with this. A muted voice is only a side effect of a broken education system that has a direct correlation between school dropouts and prison pickups. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tony Bowie, and I'm a student leader at the Student Voice Coalition. First of all, on behalf of the Student Voice Coalition, I want to thank the State Board of Education for giving my peers and I multiple chances to share our stories, and also board members Jesse Zhang, Sue Burr, Bruce Holliday, Carl Cohn, and Patricia Ann Rucker, who have sacrificed their invaluable time to talk with our students. And a special thanks to the State Board of Education staff, Brooks Allen and Alyssa Wine, for helping us to understand the regulation process. And on behalf of the 6.2 million students in California, I would like to say that we simply want a better education for our futures, and that we cannot wait because this is our funds and our lives, and this is our time. Personally, I've been involved in Californians for Justice for 9 months, and in that time, I've realized the extraordinary significance of local control funding formula. And as a result, I have sacrificed a great deal of my time to fight for student voice. At Californians for Justice, we are fighting to pass for the local control funding formula for 10 years, so we feel that waiting 10 more years will not benefit the students who are currently enrolled in school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paschal Dorsey. I'm an upcoming 12th grader at Oakland High School, and I'm also a youth organizer with Californians for Justice and a student leader in the Student Voice Coalition. In May, I stood before you and expressed how us students want to be heard and valued. I explained how we want to be seen as more than a statistic, a number, and I am here again, and I am proud of it. President Kurtz wrote a statement where he recognized that student voice is essential to the LCFF. This means a lot not only to me, but all the high-needs students across California. And being a leader in the Student Voice campaign has shown me that we as students can make change. We are grateful that you have taken time to hear what we have to say. We understand that your power is limited to make student voice a reality by the statute. But how are we, the high-needs students, left out of the statute? LCFF was made for us. We believe you can do more. So we have came up with 3 solutions to address our concerns with the statute. Number 1, to improve the draft regulations by inclusive of low-income English learners in foster care where students' consultation is defined. Low-income English language learner and foster care students, known as unduplicated pupils, are mentioned 27 times in the LCFF regulations, but are not mentioned in the places that we, the unduplicated pupils, care about the most. The section that describes our role in giving input in the LCFF. LCFF was built on core principles of equality, and we need to ensure equality of engagement in the LCFF. The regulations are clear that parents of unduplicated pupils must be on the Parent Advisory Committee. So we need the same requirements for student input to ensure the voices of unduplicated pupils are included in the LCAP development, especially because we know that English language learners, foster care youth, and low-income students are the ones who are most likely to be overlooked and unheard. The second solution is to add 3 phrases to the section 15495A to make it clear that districts shall establish a process to engage students in the development of the LCAP and include student advisory committees as an example of consultation. Also, the statute calls for students to be consulted in developing the LCAP. So we would like that to be adding. So it's clear that districts should engage students throughout the year's LCAP or annual update, not just in the last few weeks when the LCAP is finally closing. Lastly, although you can't require student advisory committees as a formal process of student input, we like to have it listed as an example for districts to consider. Suggestions like this or examples are the best thing to requiring it. As an example, OUSD took our suggestions and established a student advisory committee that is responsible for getting broad, diverse student input in the LCAP. Lastly, the Student Voice campaign. Your students across California have a simple ask of you. That is to find our champions for the student voice in the legislature and governor office so we can have meaningful engagement in the LCFF. Our third speaker, Christopher, will tell you more about the last solution. I need you to know that we came up with these solutions when the draft regulations came out. If we get meaningful insight and hear what your ideas have, we can come up with better ones. To talk to board members, particularly President Chris and other known Governor Browns, will help us obtain the missing link, student voice, which is needed to make our success. All this requires a little change in this policy, and we know it takes time, but we can simply not wait. 4.2 million students cannot wait, and change is needed now.
Hello, my name is Christopher Leon Sanchez. I'm a low-income student and an incoming senior at James Lick High School in the East Side Union High School District. Again, thank you for making the improvements to student voice and the regulations. We look forward to working with the State Board of Education to make minor improvements to student voice. Now, what I want to talk to you about is the big picture for student voice in our educational system in the state of California. That is, a year ago, Governor Brown's historical LCFF passed. In the spirit of bringing equity and fairness to the millions of California students who have been left behind in our education system. Now in 2014, LCFF is passed, and yet the value of students is still overlooked. Students still don't have a substantial role in LCFF, such as the state advisory committees that we proposed along with our civil rights allies, the California PTA and the California Teachers Association. You've heard today from my fellow students from all across California about why we care so much about student voice. For me, being a Latino male and a low-income student is not easy. I face many financial struggles and rely on my school district at times to provide basic essentials to be my life jacket for success. I didn't have a laptop or computer until my freshman year of high school, and my local library didn't open up during the weekends. So any essays I had to type up at the end of the week were turned in late. They may seem small, but they have a big impact on our education. We've shared examples you've heard from us over 2,000 times, because this is the reality of our lives. We understand that the LCFF law limits your ability to make student voice truly meaningful because your power is limited by the law. But we do know that you have the power to help students win their rightful place in LCFF. So our final ask to you is that you stand up for our students, for California, and be a champion for student voice. We have a card here that describes to you what it means for us to be a champion, and we want to share it with you. Being a champion means standing up for what you believe in and taking action to make change happen. The actions we're asking you to take in student voice are to issue a statement that acknowledges the state board's limitations and the importance of the issues we've highlighted today, to join our policy roundtables, to participate in a press conference, to join delegation meetings with our state representatives, and to be a panelist in local district conversations on student voice. You have a decision to make to continue to stand with students. We're going to leave today and go back to our struggles we continue to face as low-income students of color. But we will not give up. until I state this is the right thing by giving us our rightful place in LCFF. We believe that you can do more for student voice. We students are doing our part to be champions of our own education. Will you take a stand and be a champion with us? Thank you.
President Kurz, once the students exit the room, our final group of speakers will come forward.
To the State Board, to Superintendent Tom Tolix and the man who I know. My name is Willie Mims. I'm the East County NAACP Education Chair. And one of the jobs that I've taken on in my responsibility is to look at each of the school districts in my county, and that's East Contra Costa County's, their plans, and whether or not they have substance to them. And one of the concerns and problems that I've come across is that, first of all, a great number of those districts did not even have their plans on their website. I had to call them. And this was late, even in the first part of June. And I had to call them and pose the question, why aren't those plans on the website? And I got response, well, we don't have to put them on until it's been approved. Well, there's something that was not given to them in terms of the correct information. The plans, you have a template. You have the LCAP and the LCFF. And the LCFF template, just one minute. Is that the problem that I have is that the funding for that went into the template for the LCFF, the community had no involvement in that at all. That's the problem. They talk about inclusion, but the community was not involved in that particular component. Thank you.
Reminding speakers that you have 1 minute, please.
Good morning. I'm Amy Christensen from Butte County Office of Education, and I'm a trustee. And I would like to share today a couple of experiences I had with the parent engagement component and actively engaging parents and community partners in the LCAP process. In our county, we have a charter school that actively engaged parents in the process early on to ask them in the 10 areas of the LCAP, what are some of the services and provisions they would like for their students. And they did that by actively engaging them and sharing data up front to let them know how the students were doing in some of the categories, and then shared with them the offerings that would be asked. So they asked questions about what would you like to see for your students and how would you prioritize those. And those were then built into the LCAP process, into the actual plan, and parents were extremely pleased. They will also be keeping those parents actively engaged through the process by having them at their school site council meetings and as such be actively reminded of what's going on and giving progress reports throughout the year and not just a one time. On a professional level, I actually work with a school district. Oh, thank you.
Hello, my name is Craig DeLuz. I am the board president for the Roble Elementary School District here in Sacramento. I'm also a delegate for the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. I just want to say that the LCFF has been a fantastic thing for our district after 8 years of declining enrollment and then going subsequently into economic downturn. It's the first time I, as a board member, have actually had the opportunity to actually have more money than less money. What we've been able to do, thanks to the LCAP process, it actually formalized something that was very important to us, and that was engaging the community in talking about priorities for our school district. But what I liked about this in particular was it specifically tied it to funding priorities. It was really great to be able at our last board meeting to not only approve our LCAP, which had a lot of community support, but also to approve our budget, and then the funding priorities, actually the decisions that were made that went along with it. It was really rewarding. The only area of concern I think that we have regarding the changes would be the use of the word principally, only in that it adds a very subjective manner that's neither currently in state legislation or in the current regs, and I think it would be best if that was left out. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kearse, State Superintendent Torlickson, distinguished members of the State Board, department staff. My name is Ron Rapp, and I'm here speaking on behalf of over 100,000 members of the California Federation of Teachers. I want to thank you, first of all, for your visionary leadership on developing these regulations and this template. I want to thank you also for your leadership in revising them and making them better. You really did listen to the stakeholders, and I think you were very thoughtful in strengthening these regulations. The CFT greatly supports flexibility in spending these dollars. We know that you have been under tremendous pressure by various advocacy groups and policy leaders to restrict that flexibility for districts. We would encourage you to maintain that flexibility for districts and allow them to determine how these dollars are best spent. I think these regulations in this template do that. They maintain that flexibility, so thank you for that. One of the issues I want to address is, okay, thank you.
Good morning, Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association. I wanted to just, first of all, thank the staff and the board for all the work and the incredible process that's led to these regulations that I think really do honor the concept of local control accountability plans. Number one being local control being the key issue in terms of where and how decisions are made in this process. Also for accountability to be focused on outcomes rather than inputs, and I encourage you to maintain that discipline to make sure that when we talk about accountability, we really are talking about outcomes and resist the urge to start tracking a lot of inputs in this process. And then the plan, of course, the process of really ensuring community involvement and engagement, particularly those of students as required by law. So we think we're definitely on the right track. We will take a closer look at the regs after you act today and provide any technical comments or clarifications that we think are necessary, but we very much thank you for this process and for the product as it's being presented today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Samantha Miles, and I'm a current student within the Stockton Unified School District and also a youth organizer at Fathers and Families of San Joaquin. Throughout the process of the LCFF implementation, I've attended a numerous amount of local school board meetings. During these board meetings, I voiced my opinion on what I thought my school district should use the new funding on, since they will be receiving funding for I myself, a low-income student. During these meetings, instead of being encouraged, I was rudely looked at, by people that are supposed to be representing the community and have the students' best interests. This made me question, should I even speak up? I'm here today to voice my opinion once again, hoping that this time I will be heard. I'm here today to ask you to keep a close eye on my district and the districts throughout the state and make sure LCFF dollars are being used for foster English learners and low-income students like me. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sunshine Gonzalez. I'm a youth organizer at Fathers and Families of San Joaquin in Stockton, California, and I have some really large issues in the way you allocate money. I feel I can continuously tell you all to spend it right and not put it towards salaries, but I'm sure you've heard that a million times. I really honestly just would love if you could really think deeply about the decisions you make when spending money and really thinking hard about whether me, Sunshine Gonzalez, will make it to college, will be successful, and will be able to live the comfortable lives you all live now. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elijah Dupree, and I'm here from Fathers and Families of San Joaquin, and I represent Stockton Unified School District. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the Local Control Accountability Plan. I had the chance to review Stockton's LCAP, and personally, I feel like it's not targeting the youth that are really struggling like myself. In the planning of the LCFF implementation, I feel like my voice has no meaning to your values. No matter how many times we help the schools in words, they don't help back the same way. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Mauricio Brown Zamora. I'm a youth organizer at Fathers and Families of San Joaquin in Stockton, California. I'm here as a concerned parent whose children are going to be entering the Stockton Unified School District, and I don't want them to be able to go through the troubles that I've been through, being called by my educators as they called me, unteachable student, because I am dyslexic and it was hard for me to understand, to read. And I want the fundings to go to educators who do know how to approach these problems and are able to encourage these students, because I myself was not encouraged to go further than high school. I was encouraged to drop out. So I would like to see all these fundings to go towards encouragement and better educators. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah Lillis with EdVoice. EdVoice believes that these revised proposed regulations include several needed substantive amendments, particularly the clarification on the principally directed and effective language for use of supplemental and concentration funds. But as permanent regulations, we believe further amendments are necessary to deliver on the promise of local accountability and equity, as we've outlined in our letter. While you've heard some exemplary examples of LCAP development, you've also heard some disappointing examples where they've not implemented them with fidelity to the intent of the statute. And with such uneven implementation among the 1,000 districts and over 1,000 charters, for LCFF to achieve its equity goals, there needs to be even clearer guidance on transparency about what's actually happening or planning to happen in the districts and schools. LCAP and template instructions need to be clearer, including all explicit statutory mandated requirements, namely each school within the district, ethnic subgroups, and pupils with disabilities. There also needs to be additional language to clarify that county offices of education must review all expenditures in the entire LCAP, not just district-wide and school-wide. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kurst, SPS Torlikson, and board members. Khadija Alam Javed with the Advancement Project. We are a civil rights organization. I want to thank you, your staff, CDE staff, for all the tireless work that you have done to make this process what it is today, and every individual taking part in this process to ensure better funding opportunities and better outcomes for our most vulnerable children. The level of involvement has been historic. With that being said, we respectfully ask that you keep the proposed regulatory language requiring districts, LCAPs, to describe how services funded with supplemental and concentration funds are principally directed toward the and effective in meeting the needs of students who are low-income ELLs and foster youth. This is not for districts who are doing great work, many of which are here today, but for those who need a little nudge, a push to do right by children they're serving. This language is there to ensure accountability. If districts comply with the language, we will see positive outcomes for our students. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Tromer on behalf of the Compton Unified School District. We strongly support the staff recommendations and would like to thank the board and their staff for all their hard, tireless work. We recognize that reconciling of the various stakeholder positions is no easy task, especially on a reform of this historic measure. In particular, though, we would like to thank the board for upholding the principles of local control and flexibility, the keys to the LCFS success, by avoiding overly prescriptive language. We recognize that this is an evolving process and a monumental reform. It will take time to perfect. But by working collaboratively with our parents, students, teachers, and the board, we know that we can eliminate the achievement gap and help the 26,000 children in our district and countless others across the state maximize their lifetime and educational achievement. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mike Ricketts. I'm here representing the California School Finance Reform Coalition. It's a coalition of more than 50 school districts statewide, representing a widely diverse demographic populations among the schools and the students that we serve. A couple of things. You've heard a lot of testimony today that's been very passionate, very eloquent from a variety of points of view. as important as that testimony is to be heard in a venue like this, we think it's even more important that it be heard in local school districts. And that was really the intent of the local control funding formula and the LCAP, was to move these conversations and foster these kinds of conversations in local boards and in local communities. And we think that that's been the effect. We've seen that in our member school districts. We've seen that in other school districts throughout the state. So we would urge you to make haste slowly in terms of regulation. You cannot effectively regulate good community involvement. You can't effectively regulate good board decisions. That has to happen at the local level. The only way you will know when that happens is when you see the results. The ink is barely dry on the first set of LCAPs that were done. And so we would like to see this process continue. We think it's been a good process up to now. We appreciate all the work you've put into this and your staff. But again, we think minimal regulation at this point is the best path to take. And we thank you for your time.
Good morning, President Kurtz and members of the Board of Education. My name is Cornelius Burke, and I'm a public policy manager with the Bay Area Council. The Bay Area Council is a business-sponsored public policy organization representing many of the largest employers in California. The Bay Area Council has been pleased to be involved in the passage of LCFF and in the planning discussions around the LCAP. From the beginning, our interest has been on programming for best student outcomes, continuous improvements, and a return on investment. The key to all these are data analytics. To get the continuous improvements we all want for our kids, our hardworking educators, our state, and our economy, we must gather, report, analyze, and respond to the right information. That's what LCAP is all about. The regulations must elicit the appropriate and useful information from all. It is not acceptable for the LCAP to be an excellent opportunity and accountability tool for some districts and not for others. We are all aware that the board has received detailed feedback from others about how to make LCAP more effective in communicating vital information. Some of these comments stem from assessing actual accountability plans. Without accountability and transparency on relevant data, the whole process will be useless. We look forward to working with you on this situation.
Good morning. Terry Burns from the Natoma School Board with our colleagues from the California School Boards Association. We're handing out some letters from different board members in different districts who are able to contribute this week. I think the most important comment that was made about this item was made yesterday by Janelle Kubnik when she said, last year at this time, we were trying to figure out what we should be doing, and now we're determining how we're doing it, what's going on. We really suggest to you that it is very early to be changing the rules. As I say, 2 weeks ago, we adopted our LCAP. We learned from that process, things we would do again because they worked great, and things that we knew we could do better the next time. Would encourage you not to be changing the rules radically at this time. Remember that as you make your rules, we have different kinds of districts in the state. We have elementary districts, and I listened to folks talk about we want to have these great outcomes from student groups. Tougher to do when you have grades K-6. So think about those changes. Think, too, about the small districts who have barely enough staff to do the work that needs to be done. The principal is also the superintendent and the lunch duty aide. Adding more paperwork to their job is a tough thing to ask. I would encourage you, with my concerns with the template are that when you talk about the actual expenditures, we won't have actuals yet when we're starting to work on this, and you'll raise questions with the community. You know, why have you only spent $75,000 on counselors when you said you're going to spend 100? Because we're not that far yet. We don't know. If you were to say approximated or estimated expenditures, that would be better. As for the inclusion of principally focused, that is a subjective term. And doing that, in my opinion, leads to nothing but litigation. And who has the best attorney that wins, and who has the judge that tends to lean that direction. We would encourage you not to go that way at this point. Let's see if this is working. Let's see what needs to happen. And we'll be right there. If folks aren't doing it, CSBA will be there encouraging folks to do the right thing. But we haven't gotten far enough to see what's happening. Likewise, the concept of addressing all options considered. We see that as a potential, merely a potential litigation issue as well, and that did you leave something out? And things that were dismissed summarily out of hand because you knew they wouldn't work, did you put that down or did you not? We recommend allowing for the subsidiarity, develop the rubric, let us work through this a little bit longer, and let this play out as successfully as we think it's going to. Thanks for your time.
Okay, that's the last group. I want to commend the groups and people that have come before us and provided this valuable information. I want to particularly thank the students for their participation, and we have heard many thoughtful comments today on LCFF regulations, and are most impressed with what we've heard and really welcome the input of the students. So we're running a little ahead. I think we can afford a 10-minute break, so we will take a 10-minute break.
One of the things I've been starting discussions with my staff about that I want to do.
So I can go.
If I leave
The board will reconvene. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I've got 6. So we heard a lot of interesting and important testimony, and it's now time for board discussion of the item and an appropriate motion. I'm then wanting to recognize board members who want to comment on the LCFF regulations and the testimony and anything any board member wants to bring up. Floor is open. Board Member Rucker.
Well, first of all, I want to begin by saying I appreciate and I'm very pleased at seeing not only the diversity of people who came to speak, but also the very focused and pointed requests that they made concerning the review of the regulations. It's very clear that people were very thoughtful in reviewing the regulations. It's very clear that people took a lot of time to pore painstakingly over the multiple corrections that were made, the multiple improvements and revisions that were offered. I'm also impressed about the thousands of public comments that were also submitted as part of this commenting and development process. And so for me, it means for each comment that was submitted, there are probably many, many other people who thought the same thing and probably even agreed on the same points. My comments, or at least my questions, are going to focus on 2 issues. The first one is, it's very clear that this process of developing the regulations has borne fruit. It has created some very meaningful conversations at every level across the state, and that's a good thing. And I hope that this remains an iterative process. And as was pointed out by Janelle and reiterated by many speakers today, as time continues and we move through this transition and we focus on full implementation, we figure out ways to look at what it is we thought we were doing, whether or not we've accomplished that, and what would be our key next steps to make sure we continue to refine or improve the guidance that we're offering through these regulations. But then turning my attention to the regulations, it's always tempting to use the regulatory process to rewrite the statute or even to write the statute itself in its entirety into the regulations. And so one of the things I heard in today's testimony that I have to say, frankly, I'm hearing for the first time, is a concern that if something in the statute was not repeated or written into the regulations, it somehow means that that element of the statute is not as important as, or is not the focus of the board in the process. And I think it's very important for us to make sure that the message is clear that the statute itself speaks to an entire statewide policy, and it contains multiple mandates that can't simply be set aside, and that we're looking at the regulatory process to add meaning, to add clarity, and to further develop by example and modeling some ideal ways to approach some of the language that could be confusing or not clear in the statute. And so I think that the best example of that is on the issue of student voice. There is a clear recognition that the statute was very clear about the types of students this work is intended to be central to in the conversations that districts are charged to have, and that reform initiatives undertaken in the district are charged to address in particular. I appreciate the sensitivity that we have moved away from very negative words like hard to staff and hard to teach. And I'm very proud of the students who recognize that those were the labels that were placed on them, but not of their own, and those are labels not of their own making. I also appreciate the intentionality of the effort to create models or suggest ideas about what the student voice can look like. However, the models that were recommended, and I do agree with what the students said, are very traditional models and very traditional ways of approaching how to present information to students rather than how to include students. So I think it is important for us to look at, by example and by model, what other ways students should be engaged. The recommended changes in the regulation talk about presenting the LCAP to students. And I do agree with the students that probably while the statute was not clear on what student engagement should look like, I think that the regulations give us a way to model what inclusion and engagement can be, if not by definition, by making it clear that presentation alone is not a sufficient definition of student engagement, and that student councils alone are not the exclusive or even often the best model in most districts across the state for creating student engagement. Student engagement and student voice are things we struggle with all the time. And I don't mean struggle with as in we give lip service to, but it's very hard, even as a classroom teacher, to figure out ways to represent student voice, even in the rubrics that we create. But what we heard clearly from these students is that they simply don't want a presentation where people say, here's what we're going to do for you. They would like the presentation or the conversation to begin with some of the same essential questions that the parent advisory committees and other stakeholder activities began with. So I would also suggest that we look at models that include student advising, so that there are ways where students clearly have the opportunity to respond to those same critical questions, so that students have ways to clearly respond to and evaluate the elements of the LCAP plan that they find most important to them in their local context. In the same way that we took liberty to define student councils as a model for creating student engagement, I don't see why we can't take those same liberties to include student advisory committees or to pointedly require a level of engagement beyond a simple presentation throughout the annual now process that will be taken to review, to monitor, and to revise the LCAP. So I think we have opportunities with the liberties and the examples and models that were already written into the regulation to address that. And rather, I also agree with the idea that we cannot assume that districts will do the wrong thing just because they're making mistakes with what it means to engage students. But I do think we have to assume districts want to do the right thing. And that is a concern that I have, not only because for the students who have had a negative experience, I was particularly moved by the young lady who said that she received very hostile stares and felt that the meeting that she attended was a very hostile meeting, hostile to her engagement and hostile to her environment. I would hope that part of the monitoring that county offices do help districts to understand what school climate actually is. When people talk about climate, people who even talk about the weather and the climate confuse those as terms of art when we talk about whether it's hot or if we live in a very hot climate. So people have those difficulties here. But when we start talking about school climate issues, the ways that we greet parents or the ways that we include or invite parents and students to come to the campus and to participate in those meetings become important as well. So asking districts to take the time to be more purposeful and more thoughtful in the language that is used or in the ways that the invitation for participation is given is probably a good idea. That's not something that can be written into the regulations, but it is something that should be a part of the conversations that we ask county offices to do in having the conversations to review what it is that was done to craft those plans and what it is that was done that districts will be doing from this point forward as part of the review and monitoring and annual update and revising. And then finally, I do agree with the notion that while we have very specific opportunities in this transition period to do this work, at some point in time, we're going to move from transition to full implementation. And so at that point of full implementation, one of the questions we have to ask ourselves is not when will we know that things are better? It will be when will we know that we have reached some consensus about good ways to do this? Because it's going to be different and unique in each district. It's going to also be different and unique from the level of engagement or monitoring and implementation that we have. And so these are not things that can be written into the regulations, but these are things that become part of the norms of what we do for school reform and part of the norms of what we do for having the conversation. I'm very clear from the stakeholders, some of those norms have changed, But I heard very clearly from the students, we still have not learned the lessons of some of the mistakes that were made earlier. So as we go forward as a board, we have done a lot to create norms for how we listen to and pay attention to the involvement of, and contributions of comments from stakeholders. But I think we have to be mindful of the norms we are asking districts to change and to create as part of this process going forward. Those can't be regulated, but they are a critical element of this process going forward to create the right climate and to make sure we are fostering the correct conversations to make these plans successful and work.
If I
Go ahead.
would
Yes.
simply like to add, I agree, there are some things you can't regulate, but in approximately a year, this board will take action to approve evaluation rubrics, which all of us will use in terms of evaluating LCAPs. And although I don't have a real clear vision of what those rubrics are going to look like, I would suggest that some of what you're talking about, Board Member Rucker, can be reflected in the rubrics that you ultimately adopt in terms of resetting norms.
Ooh, I didn't take notes on what I said. Did somebody write all that down? Good. Okay, thank
Well,
you.
you're on the archive.
Okay, good.
Okay, other board member comments. Board Member Holliday.
Ditto. The short version. First of all, I want to thank all the public speakers that came here today, and in particular the students who I thought presented their concerns and their hopes in really articulate and positive ways. I do think that Terry Burns has a point about, let's sort of stop here for a moment and look at all the good work we've done so far, make sure the implementation process moves forward successfully. It was apparent this morning, though, that there are some schools and districts that are struggling to figure out how to engage parents and students and community members, and other districts and schools have evidently done a terrific job and reached out in meaningful ways. I just hope that in the future, those schools and districts that struggled this first time will learn from their counterparts, their neighbors, their friends who have done this successfully and understand just how incredibly valuable this process will be if they can improve what they do. All that being said, I do agree with Member Rucker that I really think the intent of the statute was to engage students early in the process, involve them in the process, and not merely present to them at the end of the school year in the last week of school, that sort of thing. And I do think that is one, and I fully believe that all of us who were involved in the regulations had that as the intent. But I do think that language needs to be adjusted slightly to encourage schools and districts to engage students earlier in the process. Thanks.
Board Member Cohen.
I just want to thank everyone involved with the clear gap closing that's taken place between January and July. Sue, the staff, the advocacy, the equity groups, and the districts. I think, as someone who spends a lot of time outside of the state of California, this is the most exciting thing in American education today, and it makes me very proud of our state. The comments about re-energizing and revitalizing, bringing us together as a district like never before, this is really big change, and it signifies that California is doing something really important and significant that the rest of the country could learn from. Having said that, I'd be interested in getting an answer either from Sue, from Chris, from Terry Burns of CSBA. If a district right now is consistently identified as a poster child for bad behavior on LCAP, who gets the rose pinned on them to deal with that? Is it the county superintendent's responsibility? Does the state have any kind of a role? Does CSBA quietly call up and say, you know what, in the big public testimony, you're being pillared as a place that just hasn't gotten this right? Who's supposed to deal with that right now, not waiting a year to see what their results are? Whose job is it to address that today?
I can or you can.
Well, I mean, I think it's sort of twofold, and you hit on some of them. The first job is with the county superintendent, in my view, because I think just in terms of the chronology, although the LCAPs are finished, the review is not. It's only just begun. Somebody, I don't know if it was Mike or some Ricketts, said the ink is barely dry on the LCAPs. So there's a little bit of patience that we need to exercise, or maybe a whole lot of patience to see how this really plays out. But ultimately, it's the county superintendent, and if they believe that the LCAP is deficient, they're required to provide technical assistance. I think down the road, then it becomes a partnership with the SPI and with the collaborative that is just now being organized to also provide additional assistance and intervention. And that will be in the context of this evaluation rubric that we heard about yesterday and Chris mentioned as well. But I'll just say, since you gave me the opportunity, if I were a member of AXA or CSBA and I wrote down the districts that kept getting called out, I'd be on the phone with them going, because the overwhelming testimony from districts was this was the best thing that's happened. You used all the terms, Carl. So to the ones who are kind of not quite there, and I want to be patient with them, but if I were their colleague, I would be calling them up going, how can we help you? Here are some things that have worked well for us. We want everybody to be pulled along and to find this the most successful endeavor they can.
Yeah, I would add to that you know, as we hear things about specific districts, we could, my view would be to contact the county and say, can you look into this? I mean, Kern Union High School, that was brought up. You know, what does the Kern County Superintendent, he approved it, or she approved it, yeah. So that's a first line of reference. Board Member Williams. Yeah.
I too want to comment on all of the speakers and all of the speakers we've heard for many months now. I wish somebody would tally that up, how many public comments that we've had before us since this started. And the tone that has changed over the course of time, the kind of confused, somewhat excited but anxious and confused tone in the beginning, and then the more tense tone as it became real and words were chosen, and what did it look like, and differences of opinion about where the line was going to be drawn on specificity versus flexibility. And I think that today what was most remarkable to me and rewarding was how many people were excited about what they had seen happen in their districts. And that came from a lot of the stakeholders, not just from the district people. But even from the district people, this was a big change and a big task, something that I don't think most districts have been used to doing at this level of intensity. And to hear them say this has been like the best thing that's happened to us in a long time, I feel like it's, first of all, it made me feel relieved. Okay, this seems to be working in the right direction. And secondly, I thought if you feel that positively about it, you won't quit doing it. You know, you've begun to build the relationships, even where they aren't yet strong, and you need to work a little harder. You've begun that hard work, that initial hard work, and if it's rewarding for all, you'll continue to do it. And I just thought that was fabulous. I also, of course, always love hearing the student voices, and if one of the reasons I love hearing them is because they come from students who are obviously really engaged. They're not only engaged with their own work and what they want out of school and what they want to be able to be in their life, but they're engaged with making education better for all the other students who want more out of their education in school. And it's been especially fun and meaning for me to hear that and sit next to Jesse, who resonates with it, gets it, cares about it, responds to it, and I get to kind of chat and share ideas with him as people are coming up and talking about it. And last, I want to thank the staff for all the work that went into this. This is, many of the things we've done a lot of policy work in 3.5 years, and all of it's been a lift. But this one, I think, has been one of the biggest lifts. There was no precedent for it and for the process or for the tools. And all the staff and the board that helped pull it together. But I, in particular, want to recognize President Kirst for his original vision for weighted student formula that turned into LCFF, and I want to recognize Sue Burr as being the person that pulled this together, led it, the amount of energy, attention to detail, calmness and patience with all the deliberations, all the negotiations, the willingness to back up, reframe, try again, renegotiate, listen, I think has been just really, really yeoman's work, and I applaud you for that.
Thank you. Board Member Strauss.
So just to build on the comments from my colleagues, I think we've come a long way, and I too appreciated the variety of voices that we heard from the parents who came representing a variety of regions in our state and district context of small to large to urban to suburban, rural. And the student voices, I think we are very hopeful for our future if it's in the hands of the leaders we heard speak today, the students. And the board members who came from a variety of districts as well as the district leadership themselves and the advocacy groups. I think we heard so many different voices really assuming the best of intent with this landmark legislation. And I think that what we realize is that this was a pretty fast process this year for school districts because they started pretty much this spring, and we all know in school districts, plan development often starts in the fall for the following year. And so to the credit of everyone who was involved both at the state level in guiding the implementation process and all that we had to do, when I looked at the track changes of all the comments that you had to track your comments on, I was amazed at the amount of time it must have taken just to pull that all together. But for the district outreach, and we've heard amazing numbers about online surveys and 12,000 responses in a Union High School district, to all the community meetings we heard, in a variety of ways that people really tried to reach out to all the stakeholders to do what the intent of LCFF meant. And so I feel like we need to recognize what is working, and we heard that from so many voices, from district leaders who said, let us do this now, let us show you that we can deliver the results that we want to do, and from CSBA and others saying, let us show you now the process. And so I feel like we ought to reinforce the positive lessons we're learning and practices that we can share, and not remediate too fast the problem students that are just coming on in a little different way. I mean, we're 1,000 school districts with such a variety of capacities and ability and resources. And so I feel like the refinement of the language has been a great improvement, and we need to just be thoughtful about reinforcing the intent. I do think that we've talked before yesterday and today about the needing to coordinate all the plans and organization and making it transparent so district communicates well with their stakeholders. And we saw the PTA, Cecilia Manfield shared that graphic yesterday, and I think Bear Valley was the district that showed us a quick graphic today. And I think those are going to be great examples for us in trying to take this complex process and make it understandable for parents and teachers and students and all the stakeholders. And I think it's been a big impact on the change of roles. I mean, even in a district, business is talking to ed services now because they have to work on this together. And we need to let some of this evolve. And so I feel like we want to honor that and at the same time begin to address some of the issues that are coming up as well. And so I think that I would look forward to hearing some great successes as we move forward, some examples that everyone is trying. I know Access CSBA, lots of groups have tried to reach out and help and show examples of outreach and then examples of good plans, which I know we're looking at as far as the best of intents in that. So again, I think it's an ongoing process. I think in many ways it's kind of been exciting to follow if I think about last fall to now and where we are. And I think as the counties review, I would like to know if there are cases where they've gone back, where they've begun to give direction. And I'll be anxious to see the collaborative come into place as well as we look at that. So anyway, I think I want to kind of be cautious on how much more as we watch this process go and reinforce how far we've come and how close we are, what Member Burr said, that we're not that far off now and that we need to look at the areas to refine and improve practice. So thank you very much to staff, to everybody who came today and who continues to be engaged in every role of this process. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're getting close to a motion, but go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
I won't repeat the comments other than to say ditto because it's amazing to hear what has gone on today. And I do want to personally thank all of the testimony and the folks that came forward, students, parents, and advocates. Your voices are important to us. You guide us and you lead us. I want to reiterate what we just currently heard from Board Member Strauss, and that is to trust the process. As someone who just went through it, as a practitioner and as a district who really embraced the process, I want to personally thank our folks who really took on the charge. And I heard it today from every superintendent that came forward, from board members, that this was important to us, to our communities, and to our state. I know other states are looking at this work, and I can't commend our districts enough, because truly there were long, long hours, weeks, months, and what was produced in such a short period of time, I have to say, was amazing. For our students, we want to hear your voices. I know that we're going about this the right way. We do need some time. It is a new process for all of us. For the first time, I think what we need to say is stand back and look at the tremendous change that has occurred in front of us in a short period of time. And what I mean by that is that when have we had such collaborative communication among all our stakeholders? So with that, I want to say thank you to the board, to our superintendent, to Mike for your leadership, to CDE and all the work that's been done. This is an amazing time for us. Thank you.
Superintendent.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and Member Molina, ditto, and ditto to each of your thoughtful remarks and observations. And it is an exciting time, and I think each of us wrote down some of the quotes that we'll remember, including my district is brought together as never before, and exciting opportunities. So over and over, that was stressed. So fantastic, phenomenal, and inspirational. The idea of taking some of the best practices and best lessons that are being developed right now, as you stressed, Eileen. I've had some initial discussions with staff, just broached the idea to Karen a moment ago, but perhaps through the board and my department working together, and with AXA and with the School Board Association and with the incredible team of others who, trained parents, got the community involved, that we could identify best practices, perhaps get some funding to actually put together digitally what we could share, and then follow it up with a seminar, a webinar, some idea where we have firsthand sharing and have student voices, parent voices, express how they work with their school board to accomplish a sense of genuine engagement. And Member Zaman and I were just speaking to that as well. How do we, have that student voice best expressed, and we can share those best practices. And so finally, I would also like to say, is Mike, you and I can consider that, and our staffs could look at how do we put a spotlight not only on the best models of parent engagement and student engagement, but the best planning documents, the examples of how it was articulated clearly so that the public could see transparently. And we got the student voice, the champions out there, and that's great. But check out on multiple levels sharing of the best ideas, because this has been a creative process, and it's been an experiment and new frontier for many districts as they've gone through it. And finally, just to say thanks to all the parties, the State Board, Mike, your leadership, and all the community organizations that went out and did the training, because I know there were hundreds of trainings from PK to PICO to PTA, Californians Together, the Student Voices organizations, tremendous involvement. And thanks again to my staff. I appreciate Chris and your leadership and the team. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. And another thing to add is that Member Burr showed me, and he was here today, for example, the Bear Valley summary of the LCAP.
Mm-hmm.
And that's seems exemplary. We need to get that kind of thing expanding on your view that we could show what we think is good and effective. Board Member Rucker.
I'm very glad we're about to get to the point of making a motion concerning the staff's recommendation. But the staff's recommendation today cannot and appropriately should not address the issues that were raised about some of the mistakes that were made in districts. So having patience with the process is a good idea. Being cautious about not jumping in to pre-correct some things is a good idea. And trusting the process is a good idea. But patience and being thoughtful, not precipitous, and trusting the process can also become synonymous with salutary neglect. This is how that actually will work, and this is a true story. My child that I love very dearly, who was a very important part of my life, received from her freshman English class a syllabus that told them, and she was very excited about the fact that they were going to study Romeo and Juliet. The syllabus also gave her directions to go to a bookstore to buy that book. Now, this syllabus was issued in a public school that had received their Williams certification, so we all in this room know what that means. But I had to ask somebody to make a phone call to make sure that students were not required to go and buy a book that was part of their core subject and part of their core program, despite the fact that this district and the principal should have known better than to approve a syllabus like that. Now, that was only one class. How many other students in that school received a syllabus that looked like that? How many other schools in that district allow their classes to send out a requirement like that? And why was that not checked or stopped? I know it was checked or stopped from one student, but that's what salutary neglect looked like. What you heard today from the people who were brave enough to call out the misbehavior of their districts is that a burnt child fears the fire. There's a perception that was not voiced today, and I'm grateful because people feel great relief, that districts are going to get a pass even if they have behaved as badly as they were called out. So I do not want our patience and our desire to trust the process to create this very broad consensus to let the work move forward to devolve into the types of salutary neglect that allows us to check off a document because we are minimally compliant with the intent of the law, but then at the same time allow this type of misbehavior to continue without a clear plan of action to correct that and intervene in a meaningful way. So the motion we're about to take today cannot and appropriately should not address that issue, but I want to make sure that that concern about salutary neglect remains uppermost in our deliberations and our oversight.
Yeah, I want to reemphasize that the CDE and SBE staff will hold a public hearing on July 22nd on the permanent regulations, and we have a 15-day public comment period, so board members will be seeing something new in September. Member Burr.
I'm ready to make a motion, but I don't know if people still have other comments they want to make.
I have a question before you do that, and that's probably just because I'm not entirely sure what's going to be in the motion, but I've heard several people, I didn't say this, but I should have, and I've heard others on the board say that they really appreciated what Terry Burns' comments at the end about kind of holding where we are now without rushing to make a lot of changes now, and I felt I felt the logic of the comments made about the use of the word principally, not being in law, not being a clear definition, being ambiguous, and creating lots of opportunities for tension, if not eventually litigation. So I'm unsure what the status of the use of some of those terms are that have been brought up and how that is related to the motion.
Go ahead.
Well, so let me sort of back up and just, I hope, frame kind of the context. Many of the changes that were addressed today are reflected in the draft regulations, right? So the issue about consultation with pupils, more definitions about English Learner Advisory Committee, et cetera. So there's a variety of changes that are in the draft regulations. And to me, the appropriate process is actually the one that President Kirsch just started to lay out and is the one that is laid out in our motion, so that all of those draft changes go back out for public comment through the regular process. We then see written feedback, because what you heard were people reacting to it kind of off the top of their head. And I'll just say that in some cases, in my view, if you take a word, the good news is we're down to wordsmithing, right? Where we've closed the gulf, that we heard about in January and you spoke articulately about, but we are down to wordsmithing now. And so it's easy to wordsmith out of context. And I really encourage people to read the whole sections that we're talking about for all of us who have to ultimately make a decision, to say, does it strike the right balance between accounting and accountability? Because we've tried to move away from a system that was solely focused on accounting requirements, compliance requirements, to one that requires a great leap of faith and a great building of trust that all of the students who spoke, parents who spoke who felt very disaffected before, are now hopefully feeling a lot more included. That's what I hope as we go out, is that as we ask our staff to say, I want you to look at all of the proposed changes through this context of, do we strike the right balance on behalf of the students that we're trying to serve between accounting and accountability? And how do we ensure that that trust still be built? So in terms of the motion, my motion will be to adopt the Department of Education recommendation, and I will make that motion, but provide some direction to the staff about these very specific areas that have been brought up. How do we make sure that the student voice is, in fact, an effective one and is heard throughout the process? It is not just an afterthought and an ask for a rubber stamp, just the same way that our other stakeholder input is asked for, parents, English Learner Advisory Committees, all the very specific requirements that are in there. And that, again, on behalf of districts that are really trying to do the right thing and very encouraged by what they're doing, that we're not restricting their flexibility, but we are being respectful of the need to demonstrate that what they're doing on behalf of unduplicated pupils is effective. So that's my recommendation, that we adopt and I would make that motion that we adopt the department recommendation.
Just to make sure I'm clear, that word principally is currently in these draft regs.
It is. It's proposed to be added in the
It's
regulations.
proposed to be added, and then we have the comment period to follow.
Right. It'll be part of the public comment period. And I'll just tell you that in meetings with the stakeholder groups, primarily AXA and CSBA and CASBO, my request to them is to tell me what they will be restricted from doing. What will they be prevented from doing if we add the term principally? Because I think, again, read in the context, they have much flexibility in how they spend their funds, but they are required on an accountability side to demonstrate how those funds are going to be used to improve services for the unduplicated students. So I'm on the fence. I mean, I understand their concern, but I want specific examples of how they'll be restricted.
Okay.
Made the motion.
Do we have a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Second by Board Member Strauss. Is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none. Any more discussion by the board? If not, those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, it's unanimous. And we'll take now a 15-minute break to get our lunch, and then we'll resume with our board meeting with the state priorities. So we'll resume at around 12:15. Yeah, I think we're getting there. Yeah. Mhm. State Board will reconvene, and we're going to take up item 12, State Board projects and priorities. And first of all, I'd like to get a recommendation, a motion to approve our minutes.
Move approval.
Second. Is there any public comment on the motion to approve our minutes? Seeing none. Board member discussion. All those in favor? Okay, and I'll start then since he's completed eating. Board member Cohn.
Very good. We did not have last week a traditional advisory commission on special education meeting. As everyone knows, the advisory commission's been very involved in the NCSC matter. There's also the special education task force. We're getting down to committee recommendations. The next big step is the hiring of a writer, but we have 5 subcommittees that have been working diligently. The 5 areas are educator preparation, evidence-based practices, assessment and accountability, early education learning, and fiscal issues. Our next face-to-face meeting is right here in Sacramento on September 30th, and we're pointing toward a late fall report of the task force. So that should all be very interesting. I'd also like to mention that we finally launched on Friday, June 27th in Oakland, the new Educators Network for Effective School Discipline practices. And so we pulled together the steering committee for that. A lot of school principals and superintendents are involved. And the idea is to roll up our sleeves and really go to work on this issue of school discipline practices. Not only looking at issues like the use of the willful defiance suspension category, but also providing a resource to those districts that might be looking at what are the best practices in terms of alternatives to putting youngsters out of school in sort of a traditional suspension. So there was a lot of excitement around that, and you'll be hearing more about that as the website goes up, that sort of thing. But the idea being that youngsters are best educated when they are in school, and putting significant numbers of youngsters out of school routinely lends to the notion that they're going to get involved in the juvenile justice system and a whole host of other problematic things. Having said that, we're looking to strike a balance between reducing the numbers and also making sure that schools are, in fact, safe environments. And we also want to get at this issue, which I raised yesterday, of is this merely we're going to reduce the numbers at all costs, but we're also going to employ off-the-book type suspensions, for lack of a better term. So this will be a lot of very interesting work and very timely as we move forward.
And who sponsors this?
Yes, this is the good offices of the California Endowment and EdSource. Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Anybody else want to? Yes, Board Member Sandoval.
Okay. First, the California State Summer School for the Arts Board met on June 6th, and I had the pleasure of attending a couple of county celebrations that honored individuals who had been admitted to the school for the summer. There was a gathering in Santa Barbara County and another in Ventura County, and the students who are admitted to the California State Summer School for the Arts are recognized as California Arts Scholars. And it was nice to see the school partnering with local arts leaders to host these events and recognize achievements of our emerging artists. I also attended the Public Schools Accountability and Advisory Committee, PSAA, on June 17th. And the focus of our meeting on the 17th was reviewing the API guiding principles and looking at the College and Career Indicator working model. And the College and Career Indicator working model includes possible measures such as SAT scores and career technical education pathway completion levels. And the CDE presented information about participation rates in SATs, ACTs, and AP tests. An important thing to keep in mind is that fewer rural schools, alternative schools, and those with disadvantaged populations had fewer students who took these tests. So that's something for us to keep in mind as we restructure accountability in the future, looking at those measures. And the PSAA requested a literature review that would look at the College and Career Indicator working model, specifically how other states use multiple measures, weighting methodology, assessing student-level data versus school-level data, and the standardization for comparison purposes, and also looking at anticipated problems or unintended consequences of implementing the CCI portion of the API. And EPIC, the Educational Policy Improvement Center, will be preparing this literature review. And at the state board level, we can expect a full report on the strengths and limitations on a wide range of potential CCI indicators in January of next year. So we'll have a full update on that in January. The Child Nutrition Advisory Council met on June 9th, and we learned from the Nutrition Services Division about the results of a survey of school principals about the time that students have to eat lunch at school. And we had about 12% of 8,799 principals completing the survey, and we got to see some local issues that affect the time our students have to eat at school. And I also appreciated the time that the respondents took in including best practices, because that's something that we can learn from, and that information will be made available on the Nutrition Services Division page. And we also heard from garden educators at Oakland Unified School District. Allie Goldstein and Park Guthrie described how they integrate the garden into science and mathematics curriculum, as well as the role of the garden in student leadership development and positive nutritional change. And finally, the National Governors Association grant, the state team that's focusing on the implementation of Common Core as it relates to higher education institutions. They met on June 18th, and the focus right now of these groups is they're looking at a broad-based, clear communication plan with the public about higher education and its role in the implementation of the Common Core. And also, they're conducting a scan of educator preparation and professional development opportunities offered at our higher education institutions in the state. And that's going to help us identify opportunities for coordination and sharing of resources throughout the state. Thank you.
Okay. Other board members wanted to give reports? Board Member Williams?
Most of what I've been involved in since the last board meeting has been continued to be next generation science standards related. I attended the IQC meeting, the first time I've ever attended an IQC meeting, on May 15th, and you'll hear from them in the agenda item that's coming up pretty soon on the nomination of members to the California Curriculum Framework Committee. It was really exciting that they had some 170 applications for that, which I think is an indicator of the high level of excitement in the field around the adoption of NGSS, and that's really rewarding to see. In addition, I had been invited by the national organization that managed the standards process, Achieve, to make a presentation at a meeting that they convened of other states that are considering adoption of NGSS, and to make a presentation on California's process for reviewing the standards and adopting the NGSS and moving into the implementation phase of that. I did that on May 20th and 21st in Minnesota. In addition, I've reviewed 2 drafts of the strategic leadership team and CDE's NGSS state implementation plan, which they'll tell you about the status of that soon. Pretty lengthy report at this point, as all reports seem to be. And finally, I've mentioned before that right after the adoption, a couple of nonprofit organizations started seeking funding to develop some projects related to NGSS. One of them in particular was the K-12 Alliance at WestEd, who had facilitated most of the meetings related to NGSS, wanted to start an early implementers initiative for LEAs that were interested in beginning implementation of NGSS in the 14-15 year, wanted professional development help to do it, was willing to commit some of their own resources to do it, and were committed to the state board and superintendent's preferred middle grades model for the integrated model. So that I am pleased to announce that on June 27th, the SD Bechtel Junior Foundation awarded a grant to the Alliance. They have they announced an application to all LEAs in the field to submit an application, an RFA, to submit an application. They received 27 applications from districts, and the Alliance has an advisory board. I'm not on it. I'm just an informal advisor on the side, but they have an advisory board that reviewed the applications using a rubric, and working together, the Alliance with the Bechtel Foundation, they chose 8 school districts for participation in this 4-year professional development project. Those 8 school districts are Galt Joint Union Elementary School District, Kings Canyon Unified School District, Lakeside Union School District, Oakland Unified School District, Palm Springs Unified School District, San Diego Unified School District, Tracy Unified School District, and Vista Unified School District. And in addition, the Hastings Quillen Fund at the Silicon Valley Community Foundation provided funding to support the participation of 2 charter management organizations in the same initiative. Those will be Aspire Public Charter Schools and High Tech High Public Charter Schools. So that will make 10 LEAs participating in this early implementer initiative for NGSS. And they will start on August 4th with an academy in San Diego, a 5-day academy that will kick off the entire project. And I'm really excited about this and look forward to what they're going to be able to do. That's it from me.
I believe this grant from the SD Bechtel Foundation is one of the largest in the history of the foundation.
Yes, it is. It's been a very intensive process for them to be negotiating this grant. And I was an informal kind of off-board advisor on it because I knew the Bechtel Foundation. They used to fund me at EdSource and the work that we did at EdSource. And that foundation, its highest priority, it funds math and it funds other kinds of things, but its founder, Mr. Bechtel, who is still alive, his highest priority is science education. And they had made the decision to sunset the foundation, which means to close it, to expend all of its money by 2020, not to keep it an in perpetuum, if that's not the right word, keep it going after his death. And so they were, when this project was brought to them for NGSS for an early implementation pilot, which will also give these 10 LEAs the opportunity not just to get excellent professional development, but to collaborate with each other and share resources and ideas with each other in a early implementers collaborative. But they will also serve as a sort of natural lab for beta testing of their choice, if they choose to do it, beta testing assessment item prototypes, especially performance assessment item prototypes, new digital NGSS aligned materials. That will be up to the LEAs involved and to Kathy Durana, who will be the project director. But they'll have 4 years to kind of help test out some of the stuff coming out on NGSS. And the Bechtel Foundation was thrilled to have the opportunity to make this investment, which is, I think, one of the largest single investments they've ever made over 4 years at this point in their foundation's history. And I know Kathy Durana is very excited and grateful, and all the people she had on her board is, and the 10 LEAs are really pleased for this. And since I was participating since last November on the sidelines to sort of broker some of the conversation, I am also very excited about it. I'm excited to see it. I think it's going to be it's a small sample, but it's going to be help make sure that NGSS gets off to a robust launch in California.
Okay, other board member Strauss.
So I also attended the PSAA meeting. I just wanted to add to what Member Sandoval was saying so we don't repeat, but just to say that there were discussions kind of linked to what we said yesterday about the SARC and what items we might want to report and what were the high stake items that, based on the college and career indicators and what we determine, might help be reported to families. So it's an interesting conversation linked to a lot of the work that we're talking about. I would just say for those districts who are really looking at the college and career readiness that we're doing through LCAP, that the resources are posted on the PSAA website, and the papers that David Conley's group at EPIC, I think, which President Kurz serves on their board, there were fabulous resources for us as we begin to inform sort of what indicators we're interested in. So just to let people know where that is. Secondly, I also liaison to Instructional Quality Commission, and they were helpful. You're going to hear a little bit today, and thank you, because I see a bunch of them here today. We talked a lot about a variety of areas, and they helped to inform our presentation you're going to hear in a little while on the update on the math implementation of the framework. So, and I thank those members for coming up again to be part of the process. Also, I attended the EQUIP rubric training in LA through Achieve. Lots of people, and it was a big outreach and support, and was funded as well at no cost to the participants. And I think Achieve offers that resource among many to help inform both material review, but also practice. And so it was just really exciting to be part of thinking about it at the next level, really looking deeply. And it was appreciated the Department of Ed working. And I think Joanne Niskin is part of instructional quality, and quite a few IQC people were at the quick rubric training. So also I attended the Concurrence Commission. That group meets twice a year through the University of California Office of the President to fund the subject matter projects, which in past years have had quite a reduction in their budgets, but are really focused on helping roll out Common Core. And so we asked for updates on what they're doing, and it's an area for continuing training where teachers and districts can find resources. And so many of them are involved in some of our initiatives, like Maria Samani, who helps run the science project and is on our science expert panel and is going to work on the framework. And so it's nice to see all the efforts connected and know that as districts look for good service providers, that the university subject matter projects are great references. So let's see. And then I was asked to attend not as a member, but just as a liaison to the core school quality improvement oversight panel, where this, it was really interesting because the core districts were actually paired together to do a peer review of how they've made progress on the core waiver. And I think their work is actually going to really help inform our work as we move forward. And so I really appreciate them being out in front, really thinking about professional practice and how to look at at their work in building capacity and how to calibrate their work. They did a lot of work on the self-review and benchmarking, and I think, and I know Nancy Brownell attended with me to that meeting, but I think it's good to have districts that are early implementers, that are early adopters, that are going to help inform our work, and so I really value the professional work that they're looking at, and I'll be interested in following that process of their engagement. And they're trying to look at linking all the reform efforts that are going on right now through the waiver, through the LCAP, through all those processes. So I was pleased to be part of that as well. And I think that ends my report. Thank you.
Okay.
I forgot to mention, and I apologize for this, the initiative that the Alliance just announced. It had received a letter of support both from Superintendent Torlakson as well as President Kirst when they were early in the grant negotiation process, and then they invited President Kirst to be their guest speaker the morning that the board met to approve the grants, and President Kirst was interviewed by Chris Rowe, the CEO of CSLNet, to talk about state board policy in general, but also on his commitment and the state board's commitment to a successful implementation of NGSS. And evidently, he was a big hit at that board meeting.
Okay, if that concludes our updates on priorities, I'm going to move now because of some travel plans to item 14, the Science Framework for California Public Schools. Tom Adams will present this, and then we'll go back to the waivers in our normal order.
On? Yeah. Oh, good afternoon, State Board members, President Kirst. I'm Tom Adams. I'm the Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division and Executive Director of the Instructional Quality Commission. Today, we are presenting before you the two items. One is the guidelines for the science framework, as well as requesting appointment of members to the committee. Revising the science framework to align with the new science standards is an important part in the implementation of the NGSS. The revision of the science framework is a multi-step process involving educators, content experts, and other education and community stakeholders. As the framework is developed, we will talk with other stakeholders and participating states while remaining attentive to the unique needs of California students. Today, you will be taking action on the IQC's recommendations to first approve the guidelines, which focus the work of the Science Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee, and also to appoint 20 members to the Curriculum Framework Committee, including the appointment of Mr. Robert Sheriff and Dr. Helen Quinn as co-chairs of the Science Curriculum Framework Committee. At this time, I would like to introduce Robert Foster, Chair of the IQC Science Subject Matter Committee, and then he will be followed by Joanne Eskin to give you the details.
Thank you, Tom. As Tom said, I'm Robert Foster. I'm the chair of the Science Subject Matter Committee of the Instructional Quality Commission, and I'm a current middle school science teacher. First, I'd like to thank State Board members Trish Boyd-Williams, Eileen Strauss, and Pat Rucker, who attended the IQC meeting in May and were involved in the discussions of both the guidelines and the recommendation of the members for the Framework Committee before the board today. The process of selecting 20 candidates for a recommendation was a very difficult task. On May 15th, the IQC reviewed and deliberated on 172 highly qualified applicants for the Science CFCC. California Code of Regulations, Title V, provides specific requirements for the composition of the Science CFCC. These requirements are listed in your agenda item. Membership is limited to between 9 and 20 members. A majority of the Science CFCC must be comprised of teachers who, at the time of their appointment, teach students in kindergarten through grade 12, have a professional credential under state law, and meet the criteria for highly qualified teachers under federal law. At least one of the teachers must have experience providing instruction to English learners. At least one of the teachers must have experience providing instruction to students with disabilities. At least one member of the Science CFCC must be a content review expert, or CRE. The CRE for this committee must hold a doctorate in that science or in a related field. Other members of the Science CFCC can be administrators, parents, local school board members, teachers who do not meet the requirements listed above, or community members. Title V regulations also require that the SBE appoint Science CFCC members who are reflective of California's diversity and its different regions and types of school districts. The IQC took action to recommend to the SBE 20 applicants for appointment to the Science CFCC. On behalf of the IQC, I would like to thank you for considering our recommendation of the 20 applicants for appointment to the Science CFCC, including the appointment of Mr. Robert Sheriff and Dr. Helen Quinn to serve as the co-chairs of the Science CFCC. I would now like to turn the microphone over to Joanne Iskin, the chair of the Instructional Quality Commission. She will highlight some of the important features of the guidelines you're being asked to approve today. Joanne?
Yes, we didn't formally welcome you as the new chair of IQC. No, I mean, Joanne, you, yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, okay, right. We welcome you both. You're a little bit shorter than your predecessor, Mr. Honig. I noticed the two of you standing together.
I know.
Quite a contrast.
That's why you have two microphones at the podium.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and let me just say thank you for your support yesterday on the framework. We greatly appreciate that, and we had a night to get some rest, and now on to science, this monumental task of science. And before I talk to you about the guidelines, I just want to say that in reflecting on last night, I am appreciating the superhuman pace at which the Framework Division staff is working. It really is remarkable, and I have come to value the strength and talent of everybody in that division. So I need to acknowledge them as we move now, a day later, into science and talk about the guidelines for the framework. And again, I'd like to thank board members Rucker and Strauss always for attending our IQC members for your valuable input, and board member Williams for joining us now in this discussion. Your passion for science is evident, and we greatly appreciate your contributions as well. So let me talk to you about the guidelines for the framework. The guidelines were based on input from 5 regional focus groups that were held in January and February of 2014, as well as very extensive written comments that were received during that period. You have a link to all of that information, the comments and the focus groups, on your agenda. The guidelines were drafted by CDE following those focus group meetings, and at our meeting in May, the IQC thoroughly discussed those guidelines. We actually also went back ourselves through all of that input to ensure that the framework principles would support the voices from the field. So you'll see that the principles are aligned, most importantly, to the next generation science standards and the current statutes, and we want to make sure that we did not miss any significant points in the discussion. So here are some key points from the guidelines. First of all, of course, that the framework be aligned to the next generation science standards for California public schools, kindergarten through grade 12, and the NGSS appendices A through M adopted by the state board in September of 2013. That the framework provide an overview of the NGSS, including an explanation of how the standards are organized. That the framework state the overarching purpose and goals. That we retain and affirm the State Board of Education policy on the teaching of natural sciences. That the framework provide a clear and concise narrative. You know, we're redefining the meaning of the word concise as we write these new frameworks. But a clear and concise narrative that serves the needs of teachers, educators, curriculum leaders, families, and students, and that it reflects current and confirmed research. That the framework explain how the NGSS aligns to the Common Core standards in English language arts and literacy, in history, social science, science, and the technical subjects, the Common Core standards for mathematics, the ELD standards And above all, what's the important point here is that as documents are now developed, we're looking for coherence across all of the documents and that they cross-reference and support one another. And that the framework reference the Environmental Education Initiative curriculum and incorporate California's approved environmental principles and concepts pursuant to the Education Code 71301, Public Resources Code. There are some other issues that received great attention in both the focus groups and the written comments and will be incorporated in the framework guidelines. And they are that the framework clearly outline the progression in the standards from transitional kindergarten through high school, and there was a particular interest in seeing vertical alignment maps that made that very clear for all the readers. There was also a request for identifying and discussing in depth the major conceptual shifts that are identified in Appendix A of the NGSS, that the framework include guidance, resources, and references for hands-on science. That came up often. That the framework be, again, a living document with annotated links to high-quality research, to implementation tools. Sure, there'll be some that come out of this early adopters project, to research-based instructional practices, and a frequent request that the framework include models and exemplars of practice, much like the snapshots and the vignettes that are in the ELA-ELD framework. That the framework provide guidance for teachers, both teachers who have science background and teachers who do not have science background, and we know that that's a very significant need. That the framework provide a narrative and rationale for the California Preferred Integrated Learning Progressions course for middle school grades 6 through 8, and that the framework provide teachers on ways to integrate literacy, the ELA literacy standards, with the NGSS by providing a recommended literature list, not only literature but also informational text with suggestions of specific titles. That the framework promote and provide guidance for the creation of STEM programs that encourage groups that are currently underrepresented in STEM fields to seek careers in STEM fields. And I think that's a summary of the guidelines for the framework. So on behalf of the IQC, I would encourage the State Board to approve the guidelines for revision of the science framework so that we can begin our work. And I'd ask if there are any questions.
All right. Is there any public comment on this? Then we'll have some board member discussion.
We have two speakers for item 14, Doug McRae and Jessica Salko.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, a test publisher from Monterey. I'd like to speak just to the larger context of these frameworks, to point out that the NGSS frameworks are scheduled for State Board action in 2016 and State Board instructional materials approvals in 2018. As I've said before, correct sequence for implementing any content standards are instruction first before we implement statewide assessments. Under item 5 yesterday, we saw $4 million for assessments in the 2015 cycle. Are we getting the cart before the horse again, like we've done for ELD and math? Only advanced planning work is needed in the 2015 for NGSS assessments in spring of 2019 or spring of 2020, as I talked about, I think, back in January. I'd also like to very briefly mention a Stanford report that was referenced in EdSource just this morning on the status of implementing the Common Core instruction in California. It talks about we have not implemented it yet, and we seem to be making the same blunder for science. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jessica Sacco, representing the California Science Teachers Association. Just here today to affirm CSTA's support for the guidelines as well as the makeup of the CFCC, and to just reassure the board and those watching that CSTA will continue to be here at every meeting, supporting the process all the way through and providing our input at every step of the way. So really just here to speak in support. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public comment. Board member discussion before we have a motion? Yes.
I just want to thank the field, all 172 who applied. It was an incredibly rich application and a very difficult challenge to narrow it down. So I feel really fortunate that we have so many people so committed and so excited and ready to put their efforts forward in whatever role we can reach out to them on. So I feel really confident with the process that IQC used to narrow it down. A really thoughtful process, and I support the recommendation.
Board member Williams.
So I agree with you. This recommendation is for the guidance. I think they haven't got to the candidates, but I also want to say that I appreciate the focus group gathering that was done to provide feedback into this guidance. I attended the one in San Diego, and it was very, very interesting for me. And while I was there, I met the San Diego County science lead, and he and I have stayed in touch with what's going on in science in San Diego. So it was a valuable experience for me. I'm ready to make a motion on this guidance unless there's more board comment or questions. If not, then I would move that we approve the IQC's guidance for the framework.
I second.
All right, is there any public comment on the motion? No. Hearing none. All right, we're ready for the vote then. All those, raise your hands. All right, now we're going to move back into our regular order to the waivers. Wait. No? We have to do what?
No, the motion was only for the guidance. It wasn't on the membership of the CFCC.
Oh, okay, well, I need another motion on that then. Sorry.
I can't make the motion.
So I move approval of the recommendation of the appointing 20 members of the CFCC.
And I second that motion.
Any public comment on the motion? Any board member discussion? Not? We vote on it? Okay. Now I think we're ready for the waivers. And so we will have on the waiver consent calendar W1 through W15. And yeah, I'm just saying the first waiver consent that we're going to take up with Member Rucker is W1 through W11. And then we're going to take up some later without Member Rucker. So we're now ready for the waiver consent items W1 through W11. Are there any public speakers on these items?
Yes, President Kurz, there are speakers here from Pacifica to speak to W3.
Thank you.
Please step forward if you're still here. Okay, they're not here any longer.
Okay. So do I have a motion on waiver consent items W1 through W11?
I would move the staff recommendation.
Any board member discussion? Any public comment on the motion? No? Board member discussion? If not, we vote. Thank you. All right, now we can take up two individual waivers with Board Member Rucker here, and those are W16 first and W17. Department will present on those.
President Kurz, Deputy Ellerby, and the board. Good afternoon. Carrick Ashley, Director for Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. Waiver item 16 is a waiver request from Stockton Unified School District waiving a provision of Title V regulation that requires that they test 85% of their students. In this case, it was life science. They want to waive that provision since they did not meet the 85% threshold. in order for them to receive an API. Currently, the school in question, Health Careers Academy in Stockton Unified, does not have an API. They do not have an API currently because of this provision of regulations that requires the 85% participation in life science. Instead, they assessed most of their students in biology, the end-of-year course. As you know, federal law requires us to provide a life science assessment or a science assessment in grades 5, 8, and 10. So for 10th grade students, they actually have to double test students, the life science test and then an end-of-year science test. In this case, it was biology. So they did give all of their students an assessment. Some took biology, some took the life science, whereas they should have taken both. There are actually 4 possible outcomes here, and one part that's a little bit critical to this year's API is that they won't have an API for next year, as no school will have an API for next year. And so not having an API this year maybe more of a detriment to them than normal. So there's 4 possible outcomes. You could take no action, and they would continue to not have an API. You could deny the waiver, and they would continue to not have an API. You could approve the waiver without conditions, and they would receive an API, and if they would receive an API, as it shows on attachment 1, their API would be 773. The 4th possibility is what we are recommending. CDE is recommending an approval with conditions, conditions being that we would assess a penalty for not assessing correctly. Assessing that penalty would give them an API of 761. They would still meet all of their targets.
And so do we have a CDE recommendation? And right, and
number 4.
Board members, do we have any public comment on? I guess she's looking. So while we're looking, we'll have Board Member Rucker.
You know, it's the first year that we all sat on the panel as a board, we came across another LEA that forgot to test some students that they inadvertently transferred to another school, an alternative program, and they were making a request for how to handle their API because they forgot to test the students. Earlier today, I talked about this idea of salutary neglect. We as the adults who are in charge of this system, we're in an industry where we're teaching children how to read and follow directions. And so when the people in charge either forget to read the directions or forget to follow the directions, you know, we have to make sure that in handling the consequences for that forgetfulness doesn't inadvertently penalize the students. So as Carrick explained, and Carrick, you're doing a great job taking over for Deb, by the way, so I just want to say that. As Carrick explained, we have a couple of options that basically either create a penalty for the school for their salutary neglect on how they handle the testing issue, but at the same time would have some consequences for the students, or we give them a bye. And so this recommendation is requiring that we create an API for the school, but it has consequences not for the students because the students didn't take the test. The API that's being assigned here creates consequences for the school. As my father used to say, I bet you they won't forget to test the students the next time. So I support the staff's recommendation, and when we're done with the conversation, I will make the motion to do that.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Board member comment on public comment on this item.
There are 2 representatives here from Stockton, but only if you have questions for them.
Only a few what?
Only if you have questions for them. They're on standby if they're needed.
Okay.
I just appreciate the CD coming up with the 4 options and giving us the range of opportunity. So I just want to thank Carrick and your staff for trying to think through what the long-term implications are and support Board Member Rucker's comments.
Any further discussion? Okay. If not, board members in favor, raise your hands to that. Thank you. Okay, and so now we're going on to waiver 17.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, Deputy Superintendent Ellerby. This waiver is a request by ABC Unified and Norwalk La Mirada Unified to separate. I want to make sure I'm on the right item. 17? Okay. My code says something different. Is to separate from the joint SELPA that they have currently existed in for some time and become independent SELPAs, each responsible for a host of activities, in part ensuring that all the students within each SELPA receive an appropriate education under special ed law, both federal and state, and also to fulfill all the responsibilities of a SELPA, which go beyond merely making sure that students receive services. California law has established SELPAs, the Special Education Local Plan Areas, in order to coordinate services, to meet other kinds of requirements in terms of reporting, data collection, et cetera. The board established SELPA size and scope rules some time back at various levels, some for rural, some for urban, some suburban, et cetera, non-metropolitan. And those rules were designed to ensure that two things happen. One is that there's a coordination of services for districts who may not be able to provide all the services within their own organization. As you can imagine, a small district may not be able to provide services for all of its students, including deaf, blind, orthopedically impaired, as well as resource and other services. And so a SELPA organization eases that structure so that within that group, a full continuum of services is available for all students. Single small SELPAs have difficulty with that on occasion. And more importantly for us, they sometimes have difficulty fulfilling their obligations in terms of reporting, data collection, and financial administration. We are recommending denial in this case for two reasons. The statutory reason is they simply don't meet the size and scope requirement. They are undersized and are in declining enrollment. So it is likely that their resources will continue to dwindle over time. Secondly, our history has shown that when undersized SELPAs are approved, historically there has developed some issues with their compliance. That is, they may be subject to more complaints by the districts. Our monitoring system may find that they have failed to meet all the statutory requirements to serve children, as well as being timely and completely satisfying their reporting requirements. We certainly have noticed that in previous approvals. In this case, while these districts are small, they do not have a negative history of compliance as a joint SELPA. We cannot predict, as a matter of fact, whether they would in fact develop a history of compliance issues as single SELPAs. We can only speak from a historical pattern. And I know that they have some arguments to be made. We do not question that they can serve their students. They already work very well together, both as a joint entity, and they also have considered their options for providing services to students which might exist in one district versus the other through a joint powers agreement or other legal arrangement. We are concerned, however, with the SELPA responsibility issue. And so for those two reasons, one, statutory size, and second, the long-term potential impact for their success as individual SELPAs, we're recommending denial. And I believe that they have representatives here to speak to the issue.
All right. So why don't we hear from the speakers first from...
Dina Parker and Gloria Lopez. And then we have Patsy James and Jack Lucas.
Good afternoon, President Kirst and members of the State Board. I am Patsy Hymas, and I am the Director of Pupil Support Services representing ABC Unified and the request for approval for this waiver.
Hello, I'm Gloria Lopez, a retired SELPA director and currently the acting SELPA director for ABC, for Norwalk-La Mirada ABC SELPA.
Good afternoon. I'm Dina Parker, and I'm the Executive Director of Special Education for Norwalk-La Mirada Unified School District.
And my name is Jack Lucas, and I'm a retired SELPA director, and I'm working as a consultant to the current Norwalk ABC SELPA on special ed finance matters, and most especially right now looking at separation and how that would affect their income. We were all prepared to say something this afternoon and decided after watching all of the testimony that you heard this morning that we would kind of limit it down. We sent you a letter in response to the Division of Special Ed's analysis of this item. And what we'd like to quickly do is make 6 quick points in terms of what we think are the most important things. And the first is that we believe the fact that both districts serve currently over 95% of their own students is the most compelling reason to approve this waiver. We realize they don't meet the 30,000 threshold, but as we indicated in the letter, there are a number of SELPAs that don't meet that threshold and have been successful. In fact, some of those go back to the 1981-82 mandate. We also want to stress that the SELPA met all of the time, the existing SELPA met all the required timelines by submitting requests to become single district SELPAs, developing local plans, and obtaining approvals of parents, professional groups, and most important, both school boards and the Los Angeles County Superintendent of Schools. We also believe, based on past precedent from the state board, in terms of approvals that you've made of SELPAs that did not meet size and scope, that these two should be approved as well. On the issue of funding, there was a concern about funding and whether or not there would be an additional cost to the state. We've been running simulations now for 2 years in terms of funding, and our most recent simulation is that if they separate, there could be possibly like a $15,000 increase, and that's out of $19.6 million that they're getting jointly. So we see no significant increase in funding to the state. In terms of the issue on configuration and meeting requirements, meeting all of the requirements and the monitoring that needs to go on, I guess what I would say is based on my 24 years as a SELPA director in a multiple district SELPA, I would have to disagree with Mr. Balcom in terms of a multiple district SELPA having the ability to do a better job than a single district SELPA in terms of monitoring and meeting the requirements. If there are problems with single district SELPAs, I believe it has to do with people rather than structure or organizational structure. As a single district SELPA, as a multiple district SELPA director, I had no line authority over the 14 agencies that I were in school districts that I worked with. And so in this particular instance, in a single district SELPA, the line authority comes through the superintendent and the board right to the director, and that person has direct authority to be able to make those changes. Finally, in reviewing the 7 reasons in EC 33051A that allow the state board to deny a waiver, we feel very strongly that none of those are met. And so we would request respectfully that you would approve both waivers for size and scope and allow these 2 districts to separate and become single district SELPAs. Again, I think the most compelling thing, and the thing based on my experience, and whenever I look at separations, and I've looked at several of them now, is that whether or not, or how many students the SELPA is able to serve. In both cases, these districts are independent in terms of service delivery. Yes, they've had an umbrella as a SELPA, but in terms of functioning and program, they have operated independently and become more independent over time. There will be no change to program as a result of the separation. It's really an administrative separation. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have in the information that we presented.
Are there any questions from board members for these people? Board Member Cohn.
Was this made part of either district's LCAP discussion?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments about this from the board? Go ahead.
So just to clarify, I'm just trying to understand, having been in SELPAs as a school district, the rationale that you're presenting is you're doing 95% in your district now, so why be joined together? That's your rationale.
That basically is it, yes.
And the declining enrollment issue that the Department of Ed is bringing up, I'm pretty familiar. I actually used to work in one of those districts. So I'm just trying to understand why this would be so unique, and because we do have a threshold policy. So I'm just trying to understand if we missed anything on this with the declining enrollment. You just don't believe that there's such an income issue?
Well, income-wise, no. I can tell you, having run the simulations, it won't impact the income that much. They've already been in decline, and the SELPA has experienced some decline because of that and because of the way the calculation goes. I don't think it's going to make any difference. We've been running simulations for 2 years now. We started in 12-13 and said what would have happened in 13-14 and now 14-15. And looking at the projection, because the special ed calculation uses 3 years of ADA, current, prior, and second prior year, I don't see the decline in the rate of decline. In fact, right now, ABC is growing again. The SELPA as a whole is in decline, but ABC is on a slight growth spurt. And so we don't see that as a significant problem going forward, no.
Turning it around, why do you want to separate? If you're largely independent, why not just keep going?
Yeah, the part that we haven't addressed yet, it has to do with the fact that a two-district SELPA really cannot afford, nor do they need a full-time SELPA director. And trying to hire part-time people like Gloria and I just does not work well. Most especially what's happened in the last couple of years is because of the change in the STRS rules and the fact that you're more limited in terms of the number of hours that you can work and the amount of money that you can earn. You have a problem of it would take at least 2 retired people, because you're not going to find anybody that wants a part-time SELPA position, on an ongoing basis. And so what you're going to end up with now is finding 2 retired people who will come in over the course of a year. That's what happened this year. Gloria started this process at the beginning of the school year. She became in as a part-time SELPA director, carried through the whole process, getting all the paperwork in and everything submitted. And then she timed out. She met her maximum, and so then Dr. John Hess came in after that to go for the rest of the year. And that's what's going to happen now. Part of it is the fact that it's much more difficult now to work with a part-time person when you've got these tighter limits in the STRS rules.
Board Member Holliday?
Fred, could I ask you a couple questions? It says 1 year notice to change SELPA?
Yes.
Does that mean it's not going to take effect this year? It's going to be 1 year out?
No, in this case, for a single school district to leave a SELPA to join another one, they're required to give 1 year's notice so that they can accommodate the financial impact both on the departing and receiving SELPA. In this case, the only impact is on these 2.
Okay.
And so that notice requirement wouldn't be relevant.
And how long does this waiver last?
Normally, these waivers are good for 2 years, the kind of waiver that this is under. And no longer. What we would hope is that we be given the opportunity to revisit this at some point in the future. That would be a condition that hasn't existed in prior approvals, so that we could, in fact, monitor their rate of compliance, their rate of service to students, the student results, so that we might bring it back to you for consideration of requiring them to either reconvene, reconfigure, or to join another SELPA.
Are you suggesting a 1 year waiver?
We think 1 year would be adequate time for us to look at that. 2 years is also okay, but we don't want to wait and potentially have student results decline or suffer. And with the changes in the federal requirements for state monitoring, we wouldn't want to wait too long. We would prefer a 1 year view.
But this, you said traditionally this is a 2 year waiver?
Yes.
Okay.
Board Member Strauss.
So I'm aware of multi-district SELPAs where a director of special ed in one district has an additional responsibility to be the SELPA director because there's not enough money to support a full separate position. So I'm just wondering why that wouldn't, I understand the retire issue and the issue of STRS, but I don't understand why, if this is denied, why it wouldn't work that one person with other responsibilities is, I mean, it happens in other places that you don't have enough money to pay for a full SELPA director for us.
Yeah. The answer is they tried that for a long time, and it simply has not worked for these two districts. Okay? That's what they had been doing up to the point 2 years ago when they just tried to finally try to find someone, because it just simply was not working. The dynamic of the two districts, the way they work together or not, just simply, it was not a working concept for them.
Board Member Cohen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
May I just add to that, they did try that for several years, and there's always been an issue of when you have a special ed director that is also the SELPA director over two districts, there's always an issue of, are we getting our fair share of time? Is there a favoritism here because I'm working for one district, but I'm also the SELPA director for two districts? And it gets to kind of sometimes be a source of, I don't say conflict, but concern about that, versus bringing in a neutral person that doesn't have particular loyalties to one district or another, but overseeing both SELPAs and giving a fair representation and a fair oversight to both SELPAs when it's not a person that is connected to one district or another.
And the official position of LA County Superintendent Delgado?
He did not, he had approved it. When we submitted our local plans, it came back to us for some revisions, suggestions, and comments, and none of those comments had to do with the size and scope at all. We made all the revisions according to what the county had asked us to do, resubmitted, got Superintendent Delgado's approval, and then submitted it to the state.
Have we heard anything formally from him?
Just assigned approval.
We would only have the paperwork that's been approved. There has not been any outside communication of concern from the superintendent.
Okay.
Board Member Moline.
The impact of hiring two directors, if this should go through. Can you talk a little bit about that based on the question that was asked about the LCAP plan?
Well, the impact of going through means that they won't have to do that gyration of hiring two part-time people. Both directors of special education will assume the responsibilities for the SELPAs, which is currently the way most single district SELPAs work.
I think they're saying they already exist
Yes.
in each district.
That's right.
As full-time?
Yeah.
Yes, as full-time, yes. Right.
There is currently a full-time director of special education in each district. What this would mean is that each of those directors would have to split their duties with some percentage, part-time SELPA role and duties and part-time director of special ed duties.
Can I add to that? Yes. That is correct. However, in a single district SELPA, the governance instruction is the district board, the superintendent, and the cabinet. Okay, in a multiple district SELPA, it's much more complicated because now you've got governance councils because you have groups of people coming together to make group decision making. It's a straight line decision making process in a single district SELPA. So that part of it is much simpler. And so I think that helps offset the time difference in terms of also monitoring SELPA functionings.
Other board member comments? Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so what I heard was the crux of the request is to simplify the governance and the operations and performance of your SELPA. And I heard you very clearly say 3 times it simply was not working. Can you give me 3 examples of how the operation of your current SELPA interfered with the effective governance and management of your program?
I don't know if I can give you 3 examples. Information going back and forth from one district to the AU district has been problematic. And
what kind of information?
Information for state reporting, for the financial reporting, for the federal grant reporting, all of those things is just been problematic between the 2 districts. The structure is such that it doesn't seem to coordinate well. I've had association with, in fact, I currently work with 2 other SELPAs, and for some reason, the dynamic between these 2 districts has just not worked as well as in other places. And it's been a long time situation. I worked in Los Angeles County for 34 years, And, I've known of this SELPA and had conversations about it. And it's just one of those things where, for whatever reason, the two districts don't click well when it comes to trying to do this SELPA coordination. And the fact that they are running their own programs, in fact, have become more independent over time in program operation, is finally led them to say it's time to make the separation.
Okay, I have a question also for Fred Balcom. Fred, he was talking about the state reporting, and one of the things I appreciate in the relationship I've had with you on the board is how very clear you are in explaining the OSEP monitoring and reporting responsibilities the state has and the oversight that your division has on looking at the work of SELPA. So I want to ask you a question about the state reporting, because one of the things that you also explained in the rationale for why we should consider denial is the issues about the monitoring and the reporting and some of the compliance issues that happen. I asked him for specific examples about what simply was not working in the current SELPA as it's currently structured, and he talked about the issue of information exchange and about some element about state reporting. Can you tell me if that has been a material issue in the monitoring and oversight for this SELPA as it relates to the OSEP compliance process?
From our perspective, the data that we have requested and required of this joint SELPA has been timely. It has been complete. We haven't had issues at our end getting it from them. We can't speak to the issue of what might be happening internally. There are currently only 26 or so single district SELPAs, some of which have independent SELPA directors because they're very large, which are separate and distinct from the district special ed director. We rely frequently upon SELPA directors to assist us to accomplish certain tasks. There is a very clear line authority for SELPA in the structure of California governance, almost as an adjunct of the CDE. And so where we have a SELPA director who may be independent of a district, they can apply certain pressures. Jack is absolutely right. They don't have line authority, but they do have a certain amount of governance autonomy in some cases. When the SELPA director is the same person as the district director, that may or may not be as good a vantage point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Strauss.
I had another question. Sorry, because I've worked in the situation you're describing. My question is, if the waiver is denied, you have two options. One, you stay together and just make it the way it is, or you could break up and join other SELPAs. And so my question was, I know you have a couple in the east side of LA. Have you explored the option, if the waiver is denied, of joining the districts, each joining a different SELPA or joining a larger one? I just wondered.
No, they haven't, and I don't think they would be interested in doing that. Knowing the relation, around, because I know the geography very well in the south, that southeast area, I don't think that would ever be a consideration, to be honest with you.
Okay, Board Member Cohen.
I'll make a motion and we'll see what happens with it. I'm going to move approval of the waiver request with the condition that this be reviewed within a year in a timely manner, and that we get a report back from the CDE on any issues around compliance following that breakup and going individual.
I second it.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the motion? Okay. Any further board member discussion on this? If not, all those in favor of the motion? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we need to have Board Member Rucker recuse herself, and then we can continue with the waivers. Okay, we now have the second waiver consent group. This is without Member Rucker, W12 through W15. Are there any speakers on those items? No. All right, do I have a motion on consent items? All right, any further board member discussion? Yes, second. No public comment. All right, raise your hands in support of that. Okay, now we. All right, unanimous. And now we have an action on W18. This is our last waiver. This one we had last time, and so we have talked about it quite a bit. So go ahead.
Yes, we have. Good afternoon, Board President Kirst, members of the board. Bob Storelli, Director, Improvement and Accountability Division. So as President Kirst indicated, we did hear this item, or this waiver in May, and a motion was made that didn't carry, so it automatically came back for the July board meeting. If action is not taken today, the waiver will be automatically approved for 1 year without conditions. So the issue relates to a waiver filed by Los Nietos School District for one of its elementary schools, Aeolian, which is a K-6, for school year 2012-13. So the district is asking for a waiver for 12-13 related to its class size reduction requirements. Based on a monitoring performed by the Los Angeles County Office of Education for the school year 12-13, the school did not meet its class size reduction requirements. On attachment 1, page 1, we have a chart which identifies the grades K through 6, what the class size targets were, and then we've also identified for 12-13 what the actuals were, the high being a 32.3 in grade 5. And as a result of the May board item, we contacted the LA County Office of Ed, asked them to go out to Los Nietos, to Aeolian Elementary School, to verify what their class size actuals were for the 13-14 year. Prior to that, we only had estimates. So the numbers that we have indicated here for school year 13-14 are the actuals reported by the county. Again, we have a high of, let's see, 28.6 in grade 4. So historically, when we present a recommendation on a class size reduction for approval to the board, it is at 25, an average class size of 25. Sometimes we've crept up to 26. In this particular item, which is consistent with recommendations that we've made in the past, anytime that it hits above that, this one is well into the 30s, our recommendation is for denial. So consistent with that, we are recommending denial on this. The information that we have additional that we don't have on some of the other ones that we brought before you previously is we now look at the 12-13 year. We see where they're at. We actually see where the 13-14 year is. We've listed some projections that the district provided for 14-15, but at this time those are unsubstantiated. So we're recommending denial on this board item.
So there was no appreciable change since the last meeting in terms of...
Correct.
So there are no new facts or action. Board Member Molina.
Do we have representation from the school district?
Yeah, we had received an email from them this morning saying that they were not going to show.
So my question to them when they were here last time was, what significant changes would we see based on the conversation we had last time? And given that there is no one here, I'd like to motion that we move and accept the CDE recommendation.
Is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none. No more board discussion. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, thank you on that. We're now going to move back to item 13, the math item. And this is an item Tom Adams will present. Vice President Strauss and I requested this item because of the confusion and somewhat tension in the field around mathematics under the Common Core. And so Tom Adams will lead off, and we appreciate the speakers who were invited to enlighten us on this and regret their plane delay out of Southern California. And Board Member Strauss would also like to make an open comment.
So as Dr. Adams gets ready to present, let me just say that having been part of the math process that the state's been involved with in helping develop the framework, watching the framework committee work and IQC, and then watching it out in the field, there's lots of issues middle into high school, particularly around options for pathways. And so thanking the IQC members and some of the framework committee members who've gone out and are kind of in the process a couple years out, we felt like it would help inform the framework and the implementation process of Common Core, because not everybody is in the place these 4 presentations will show. Some districts are just starting to talk now about it, although many have been talking about it. And so Tom worked really hard with us, and I think we had a lot of phone calls trying to think about how to best inform the field. And actually, as I've talked to people about what we're going to do today, I think they're excited to hear how people have gone about it, engaging their stakeholders, involving their math teachers. And I'm really excited about how it's going to inform. And I feel like once we go through a whole process of adoption and materials, we don't often hear about how it's going and what lessons we're learning from the field. So just a preliminary thank you to all who came up to do this and put in the extra time and the district's willingness to be part of it. So I just wanted to share that as a front load.
Okay, thank you. Tom Adams again from the Instructional Quality Commission. Just one more bit of, we had important support from Nancy Brunell from the State Board Office on this. So joining me today will be representatives from the Anaheim Unified School District. That would be Julie Spikerman. The Shasta County Office of Education, that's going to be Chris Dale. Although, personal note of disclosure, I am Enterprise High graduate, 1979, from Shasta County. But no favoritism were there. Pam Secchi from Long Beach Unified, and then Clark Bryan from Davis Unified School District. And another note of personal disclosure, my daughter will be a Blue Devil graduate in 2018. When it came to the mathematics framework, this issue of acceleration was there from the beginning. And so we did have in our guidelines this notion that we had to address the issue of acceleration in middle school. But one of the things we found out as we move forward is that it's not simply a middle school issue, but that it's also a high school issue. One of the things we have to be careful about is that most kids will be taking Algebra 1 or Mathematics 1 typically in 9th grade under the Common Core. And one important point here is that the Common Core Algebra 1 does not equal the 97 Math Standards Algebra 1. If anything, you could say Common Core Algebra 1 has a greater than sign rather than an equal to. Sorry, I'm a little partisan on that issue. Yeah. But we also have to keep in mind that students may not be ready for acceleration, and misplacement can have negative consequences. And this isn't just my conclusion. It really comes from Neil Finkelstein's research. So you have to be careful about acceleration. And students who may be ready for acceleration, well, they do need that. And it can happen it can happen 8th grade typically, but in some cases, I know this from some young people I know, it happens as early as 7th grade. So we have to be flexible in our approach on it. One of the things though, if you're going to accelerate, that doesn't mean you skip topics. You cannot omit critical topics and concepts, and that's an important thing in all of this. All the mathematicians, and there's a nice quote from Hong-Si Wu about that in the Appendix A, about how important it is to understand all the math before you go forward. And then one thing, though, that is not an option for students who need acceleration. It's not an option to slow down instruction or restrict access to accelerated sequences. What you may end up is a student who becomes discouraged and disengaged, and that's an important thing. Students who don't get those opportunities, then they actually, what Niels Finkelstein's research shows, is they actually go down in their math performance. So we have to actually provide that opportunity for acceleration. So just real quickly, some slides here on what a normal pattern would look like. Here it is without acceleration. So in 9th grade, you're doing Algebra 1 or Math 1 and ending your high school career ideally with pre-calculus. If your acceleration point is in middle school, again, you would be going through, and your end point by your senior year would be calculus. Again, assuming you're taking math in all 4 years of high school, which, although not a graduation requirement or UC a requirement, it's often recommended, whether you're going career or workplace. Here's an example of a high school situation. And this is an important point. When I show this slide at various conferences, and most notably in our work with CTA and their various conferences throughout the state, once people realize that there could be 2 acceleration points, you could have a group of students who are ready in middle school, or you could have a group of students who maybe in high school they're ready for acceleration. It's a good thing to provide that. And there are ways of doubling up the curriculum in high school or using combining courses, or in some cases, even using an enhanced program with summer bridge pathway. Now, we just didn't create this out of thin air. This is actually California looking at the examples brought upon that Achieve had used, and most notably Massachusetts. So in that sense, we brought this into the framework as a way of providing just some assistance to districts as they do this. But as you will see, they they all have dealt with this individually, and that's one of the things. So just to say, how shall we compare these districts on a summer's day? Where they are temperate and lovely, and this gives life to the SBE. So I had to get you on that. So
smooth.
Okay, so here to talk about Anaheim, it's Julie Spikerman.
Good afternoon, President Kirsten, State Board of Education. I'm Julie Spikerman, Math Curriculum Specialist at Anaheim Union High School District, and I'm also a Commissioner on the IQC. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you what has been going on in my district. Arrows. Thank you. Bottom, that bottom. We have, last January, 2013, so really last January, we had an IQC meeting and we were talking about implementation, and it suddenly occurred to me that I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing back home. So I went back home and talked to my assistant superintendent at the time, Dr. Paul Saviano, and said, okay, we need to get on this. What should we do? And we came up with a plan, and we had a math sequencing task force. And we used math chairs, and we had representatives from the teachers, from administrators, both at the sites and at the districts. We had counselors. We had members from our partnerships with UCI Math Project and with Cal State Fullerton, including Gear Up and the teacher prep programs. And we had quite a big discussion. The IQC meeting was in the middle of January 2013, and we met January 31st. With this group. And we had some very quick preparation because those folks read, we divvied up the progressions. They read the progressions. They read chapters on the framework at the time, which was a draft. And we met. We ended up meeting about every 2 weeks as we bounced back and forth between the sequencing task force and the math chair meetings. And our focus was to determine whether in senior high we would do integrated or traditional, and then what we would do as far as an implementation timeline. Building consensus is a challenge when you have people coming from various backgrounds and various perspectives. And we're a 7-12 district, and the junior high folks had kind of one feeling, and the high school folks have another feeling, and sometimes they're at odds. And we have the babies in junior high, and we have to toughen them up in high school. So we were trying to get the sense of Common Core, of really going deeper in understanding, and we had to start with our teachers and our administrators. We decided to go integrated. I'll go a little bit more into our implementation, but we fast forward a year, and last January we had a publishers forum for senior high materials where we invited 5 publishers to come, and they each had 50 minutes to present their materials. We gave them 5 questions that we felt were important to address, that were really about how this would help us implement Common Core standards and 21st century skills to our students and make them college and career ready. 25 teachers, administrators, and other folks came by. Again, our partners came and listened to the presentations. The materials were left in the district office for 2 more weeks for other teachers and folks to come, and then we made the recommendation. As far as the grade levels that we were implementing, the math chairs proposed an implementation timeline, and after a lot of discussion, they decided that we should start with junior high, 7th and 8th grade, last fall. And we looked at materials that were not quite yet adopted, and the folks were not happy with what they saw. And we had a long-term partnership with UCI Math Project, and we proposed to them, joint proposal, that we would work with them to develop like the storyboard, and they would have the expertise of the mathematics to be able to build a program for us, and that is what we have done this past year. Next year, we will do Integrated 1, replacing our 97 Algebra 1 in the 9th grade. Following year, Integrated Math 2, following Integrated Math 3, and then 2016-17, we would have the Common Core Pre-Calculus, which is somewhat different. We do have several acceleration points, and I will identify those in just a bit. Curriculum is important, but this is a shift of mind. And we have to work with our teachers and administrators to help them understand that this is not just a different set of skills that we are trying to teach the students. We want the students to have different capacities than we've asked from the last 12 years or so. And we want understanding to be much more important. And so we've had to work with our teachers to help them understand what the shift is. And it's not just a different textbook that they're going to continue to turn the page and assign homework. We have done new course training and a focus on the standards for mathematical practice. That was last summer's focus. And then throughout the year, the 7th and 8th grade teachers had training on the curriculum that they were teaching. And the senior high folks had training on how to begin to implement the standards for mathematical practices in their current courses, because we had not had the new courses yet. During the school year, we also implemented what we called road trips. And we had with 3 schools in 3 different parts of town with 3 different demographics that were piloting materials for the Integrated Math 1. And we brought groups of teachers and administrators to watch all 3 courses, all 3 different teachers teaching the courses, same course, different schools. We saw all 3 in one day. We debriefed after each one to talk about what they saw, what was different about the class structure, and how they might implement it in their classroom. And at the end of the day, I'm going to say we had people who said, okay, I can do this. The 3 teachers that were doing the pilot were the continuum. We had a traditional teacher to one who was already way out there in doing group work and that sort of thing. And the teachers on these road trips, and we did 5 of them, up to 15 people at one time, they noticed that even the most traditional teacher did things differently in the classroom than she had done previously, because there was much more group work, there was more emphasis on understanding and being able to construct their own understanding. What's new next year for professional learning is each high school will have a math classroom demonstration teacher. I can't be the expert for all of our high schools because I can't be everywhere at one time. So we're really building the capacity of our teachers to have at least one more expert on every site so that that person will get extra training and they will be the answer people, and their classroom will be open for people to come and watch and then ask questions afterward to facilitate the transition to a different type of instruction. We're also going to do principal administrator road trips with more specific intent of having those principals and administrators understand what we're calling the Common Core classroom looks like and what characteristics they should be able to see when they go on their rounds. We did choose math materials. I mentioned about the UCI math project materials, and our folks made the recommendation to use the Carnegie Learning Common Core Integrated Math Series for grades 9 to 12. I mentioned we did the pilot, and here are the points of acceleration. In our junior highs, we're doing more enrichment and developing the mathematical practices since they have not really had much exposure to that, and we're having the teachers develop and work together to develop projects so the students have a place to have the mathematics reside in the real world. And we're working on that to be a better experience this year. In ninth grade, students can then accelerate, whether they were in what we call the enrichment or honors program in junior high, they can now either if they're in that, they would go into the compaction, or they could begin the acceleration in ninth grade if they were in the regular class. And the compaction is 3 years of the integrated 1, 2, and 3 in 2 years, and that is indicated in the math framework. Another place could be 12th grade, it could be 11th grade, depending on the student's background, is to go into an honors Common Core pre-calculus that would include the A part of the AP Calculus AB course, so that they would have some calculus within, then they could go immediately into the BC calculus as 12th graders. And thank you very much for your time.
President Kearse, members of the board, my name is Judy Flores, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent at the Shasta County Office of Ed, and I have with me Chris Dell. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share the work that we're involved in Shasta County. Our context is much larger than secondary math. We have an initiative that started back in 2010 and 11, which is the Reach Higher Shasta. Have to slow that down so I don't say retire Shasta. But within Reach Higher, we started in 2010-11 looking at our data, and one of the things that we found was that we only had 22% of our high school seniors that were completing the A to G requirements, and over 50%, actually closer to 56% of our high school seniors went on to community college, where over 75% of them needed remediation in English and over 84% needed remediation in math. So that was a huge wake-up call for us at that time that we needed to do something cradle to career, right, to really look at the larger system. And so since that time, we've developed subcommittees that take different components and really have begun work in that area. So although, you know, it's different when you think of a larger district. When we're looking at Shasta County, we have 27,000 students countywide and 25 school districts. And those districts range from a large district of about 5,000 students to our small districts that have less than 50. And so thinking of that context, we really have to work together in order to make this type of movement and change. One of our first agreements was to begin a math task force that Chris Dell and I led, consisting of math teachers and administrators in grades 8 through 12 from across the districts. At that time, it was common for almost all of our smaller districts to only offer Algebra 1 in grade 8. When we analyzed the data for 8th grade Algebra 1, we found we had a significant portion of students not ready and therefore not proficient. But with small schools and a penalty at that time for not teaching Algebra 1, our districts made that decision to have all students take algebra. Over the course of that year, we guided math teachers through a review of the EdSource reports and ended the year with 3 significant outcomes. First off, we had common measures across the county for determining who was ready to take Algebra 1 in grade 8. Secondly, we had common measures across the county to determine which 8th grade Algebra 1 students were truly ready at that time to move into geometry as freshmen. And the third was that for those students deemed not ready for Algebra 1 in grade 8, that they would begin Common Core math as their set of standards. So in the 2012-13 year, 4 key decisions were made. The integrated math pathway was selected in all districts across the county. Options for higher performing middle school math students were developed through a facilitated articulation between middle school and feeder high schools. An acceleration plan was discussed by each district, and fourth, supplemental materials were purchased for 8th grade math teachers to use in Common Core grade 8 math classes. As we moved to the spring of that year, of 2013, 2 professional development days were held for teachers who would be teaching integrated Math 1 in the fall. The purpose of this time was to discuss instructional strategies that build conceptual understanding of each of the domains. In addition, during the same window of time, Chris Dell facilitated a process to review various curriculum materials for the integrated 1 course. This past year, every district with high schools offered at least the integrated 1, with integrated 2 math being offered this coming fall. In addition, middle school math teachers came together for 3 full days to collectively review the state board approved options for Common Core aligned instructional materials. And the majority of those districts have adopted the same program so that they can receive training and support through the county office. So Chris Dell, our Director of Math and Technology, will go into a little more detail on a few of these topics.
Thank you, Judy, and thank you, members of the board, for allowing us to have an opportunity to share with you what we're doing in Shasta County. So as Judy mentioned, some of the timeline of what took place, I wanted to detail some of the things that occurred as far as why the decision was made to go to the integrated pathway and what districts are doing now in collaboration around the pathway and around acceleration as well. So as you see on this slide, these are some of the bullet points of why the high schools had decided that the integrated pathway was what was best for their students. In the process, it was an interesting process to where at first it was in the year in 2013-14 when all the high schools had got together, all the superintendents and their lead math teachers had got together to say, hey, we need to make a decision collectively, knowing that if we had a traditional pathway and an integrated pathway in the same county, we would have some issues if we had transfer students. So in that process, they had chose to go and go on their own to investigate what the integrated pathway looked like, what the traditional pathway looked like for Common Core, along with my help in answering questions and such and guiding them. But it was a little scary to let them just go out and knowing that they would come back and with possibly 2 different districts wanting 2 different things. But they came back collectively and said that the integrated pathway is what was best for their students. So that was a unanimous decision. And getting some feedback from each of the districts, as you see here, one of the things was the fact that it was a more balanced way of looking at the mathematics. And when you look at Common Core and the modeling for mathematics, which is such a big deal for high school, is that opportunity to talk about geometry and algebra in the same breath and not have to wait until you're in geometry before you get to that. And so that was a really big deal for them, and they saw that was best for students, as well as that consistency of K-8 instruction, and K-8 instruction's integrated. And so to have that same flow made sense for the high schools to say we should do the same thing. And as it was mentioned a couple times today already, that Common Core Algebra 1 is not equal to the previous Algebra 1. And they felt that if we kept the name Algebra 1, the confusion that could be there with parents and even teachers as far as what they were teaching, because when we look at the Common Core standards, whether you're in the integrated pathway or the traditional pathway, it's definitely a much more rigorous set of standards than our previous set of standards when we look at those 3 years together. And so they wanted to have those less misconceptions. And so that was a big piece on looking at why the integrated pathway was chosen for each of the high schools and their unanimous decision to do so. So then the next slide shows just our what we see right now in Shasta County as a normal pathway, and it's what Tom had shared earlier of that Common Core Math 1 to Common Core Math 8 up through the high school pathway. With students, one of the things too is that we are hearing from the high schools that in this pathway or in any of the Common Core standards of the high school standards, just the ability to take AP statistics at the senior level will be heightened. They haven't seen that yet because we're still only implementing into Math 2, Math 3 this year, but they're pretty excited to know that they're going to have more students in AP Stats as seniors if they even go through just the normal college prep pathway. So for advancement, the discussion that we had with middle school, and this is our middle school and our high schools together, had this discussion around what does it look like to accelerate for their situation going into the integrated pathway. And the decision was it was that enhanced pathway is what it's called in the framework, is where all of the districts said that's what they wanted to go after, was that enhanced pathway. Now, you notice in this pathway you see that what we'll have in some of our schools in Shasta County is for that middle school, for those students that are ready to dig deeper into the math, they do have a kind of an honors set there, and that a big reason to have that honors too was just for parents to know that their student is being met at that level. But what they're doing is not necessarily going accelerating in middle school, teaching standards that are above their grade level, but really just digging deeper and really getting a deeper sense of the conceptual understanding of the mathematics, using problems, performance tasks that are more challenging, enriching for students. So that's happening in the middle school level to help prepare those students then for that advanced pathway in high school. And so the enhanced pathway is where they're taking the pre-calculus standards and integrating them into the Math 1, Math 2, and Math 3 classes. And this was work that we did collectively. So we had a lot of high school teachers together and collectively looked at those pre-calculus standards and decided where they best fit in a Math 1, Math 2, and Math 3 class. And that work was done as a county collaborative. And so they're looking to teach those. They have a set of students that would be in those advanced math classes in the integrated pathway, so that way they are ready for AP calculus as a senior and or even AP statistics. So that is how the honors pathway looks in Shasta County for our schools and the collaboration that's occurring. And when I keep saying collaboration, because that's really important in this process, is because we only have 2 unified school districts out of the 25 districts in our county. So the middle school, the K-8s and or middle schools really need to be in the same room with those high schools and have those conversations of how are we best preparing our students. So our task force continues to meet every year, 4 times a year at least, and in those conversations we're talking about how we best meeting the needs of the students, how we're preparing them for the ones that need that enrichment and to be put into that accelerated pathway and ready for calculus. So then there's also conversations around conceptual teaching for conceptual understanding, because that's a big shift, as you know, with Common Core is it's the balance now for really making sure that they have a conceptual understanding, not just a procedural fluency. And so that's our collaboration that we're seeing and continuing to see with our middle and high school teachers, and we'll continue to model that at the county office with them. Some of the successes and challenges that I've gotten feedback from our high schools, definitely that all teachers feel really excited about teaching Common Core and teaching that modeling and having a place to really put the relevance for the mathematics and teaching the math, the how and the why before the where, and that integrated pathway really does, like I mentioned before, fit well for that. There is definitely those challenges still as we are transitioning. There's still those gaps in learning because they maybe didn't have the 7th grade Common Core or 8th grade Common Core in the previous years, and they're getting those students that there was some expectations. So there's some gaps in learning. Another big challenge that I've heard from the schools have been curriculum. You know, as Judy had mentioned, we did look at some curriculum that was ready for Common Core implementation, and most of the teachers are responding back and saying they still don't feel like the curriculum is there at that place to really truly do what the Common Core is asking them to do. And so that's been a big challenge. So they're still working on trying to enhance that curriculum and collaborate around what teaching instructional tools are best to meet their students' needs. The other thing that's both a challenge and a success, and this is something that they wanted to make sure I shared, was that reading and writing and the collaboration piece in math is really now key. And it's a challenge because it's maybe not has been something we've seen. It's been the focus on procedural fluency. So now having that in the classrooms is a good thing, but it's also yet a challenge because it's good, but it's a challenge because they're just not used to that and having that. And so as we continue through seeing more support for them in what that looks like in a math class, what does it look like to really truly do collaboration and have that reading and writing piece in the math class is going to be important for our teachers. So thank you very much.
Okay, hold on. I want to ask you a question. This has been very helpful for me, and I'm beginning to really get a deeper understanding. As you know, the State Board, including mostly our predecessors, traditionally thought a lot about this in terms of assessment and assessment by course and by grade. So we're moving to smarter balanced, and we have no assessments being built for us in the 9th and 10th grade.
Right.
We're only going to have an 11th grade assessment. What are you doing to test integrated math in the 9th and 10th grade? What assessment do you use, and what alternatives have you looked at? And how are you doing that, given you don't know what the 11th grade assessment's going to look like, because neither do we. So I'm interested in what kind of assessments you have planned in this short run.
Well, every district right now is kind of on their own, working with themselves in local assessments and building their own path to what that looks like for assessing their students. It is a conversation we're having with the task force, and that's one thing on the agenda this year, to talk about, do we want to build something common together? When it comes to where are we getting that information, when you look at some of the stuff that Smarter Balance has put out and those, hopefully the tools that will be available for teachers, I think they're all kind of hoping that they'll see something there, some of those formative assessment tools that have been said that they'll be available.
Yeah, but what about summative assessment? Teachers are making up the summative assessments on the integrated?
Each district at this point has been, yeah, but that's something that, again, has been on the table for us as a county to have some collaboration around. And the fact that a lot of them have been kind of picking and choosing different curriculum, nobody's picked the same thing. That's where their brain has been and their time has been, is really kind of what tools are we using right now. So when it comes to assessment, though, that is on the table to discuss, to say, hey, can we collaboratively look at assessment as a county to say so that it's not reinventing the wheel at every district.
Yeah, and there's a state role here. I don't think Shasta County shouldn't be out there on its own, it seems.
Right.
So I'm converting this discussion back into what is our role in this. And one thing I'd urge you to look at and get back to me on is there's another assessment consortium called PARC, and they are building end-of-course assessments, which they will be making available to their members. And we're not part of their consortium, but they are part of the United States. And so I'm wondering, and they're essentially spun off now from their original group, and to look at whether you think some of those would make sense as an option.
We'll look at that. So
yeah,
I appreciate that.
they'd be happy to sell them to you. So yeah, I don't know, and I don't know whether you should buy them, but
that's at the county office.
Like
I'm sure we can afford it for all the districts.
Yeah, what you make of this situation.
Yeah,
we can provide some of the contacts there.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you.
But I think this is a dilemma. I mean, it's as to we provided a full set of assessments through the CST for all of these courses, for better or worse, I think, in terms of how good they were, but they were there, and now we're essentially have nothing. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kirst and members of the board. I'm Pamela Secchi, the Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Development for the Long Beach Unified School District, a much larger district. We are a large urban district of approximately 82,000 students. Our district is implementing a traditional sequence with a compacted option. That decision was taken in the 2011-12 year. We are considered an early implementer and early adopter of Common Core. That year was our listen and design year, and we solicited a great deal of teacher leader feedback. Most vocal among those were our science and math teachers, who provided the following rationale and considerations to us. They felt that the traditional sequence better supported a STEM pathway preparation. There was also considerable support that a familiar organization amidst such dramatic change in content and pedagogy would reduce our teachers' stress and facilitate the implementation. There was concern that teachers wouldn't have deep knowledge in all areas and would be better able to deliver that deep learning and application in traditional sequence, and that approach would facilitate the laser focus and a deep exploration of content and connection. Our core instructional resources are a new curriculum that the district teachers have written for us. So we have a scope and sequence for grades K through geometry, aligned to Common Core, as well as unit guides for K through geometry. Those unit guides describe the curriculum with lesson plans and have SBAC-aligned assessments, both end-of-unit assessments as well as formative assessments that are built in. We are using our current core adoption, the 2008 adoption. However, we did a study of those materials looking at our new units and curriculum that we'd written and identified where the gaps were. And using funding from our Bechtel grant as well as other funding, we purchased what we're calling bridge materials for this past year, 2013-14, and for 14-15. So we have selected these materials that you see on the screen, as well as we've adopted number talks and talk moves at a system level, which have really accelerated the learning in terms of being able to talk about the conceptual reasoning that the students are doing, and is beneficial for our English learners in being able to use their language as they're learning and their math. Professional development in Long Beach Unified is supported at the foundational level and is really the driver as our communities of practice at our school sites. And those communities of practice have been re-energized by our local control funding formula. The majority of our schools are investing heavily in their communities of practice, where they will identify their focus areas based on their school needs, and then are supported by the district centralized training. So that centralized training, again, was supported in part through our grant from the SD Bechtel Foundation. In the 2012-13 year, we had a trainer of trainers model for our teachers K-12. We focused on the instructional shifts, the standards for mathematical practice. There were drop-in units that our teachers had written that at each quarter teachers could experiment with the Common Core, because we agreed that it was a learning experience for us all. And we had formative assessment modules, some that were written as part of our participation as a core district, others that were written by our teachers. Last year in 2013-14, we had face-to-face delivery for our K-12 teachers on our new Common Core aligned curriculum units, the standards and a practice study, instructional strategies for delivering the new curriculum. That was 9 hours for each teacher. This coming year, 2014-15, again, we will have face-to-face delivery focusing on the new curriculum units. They are being, as we speak, revised and posted for our teachers, a more in-depth standards and practice study, and a focus on balanced assessment, and that will be 18 hours for each teacher. In 2015-16, this will be another year of face-to-face delivery, focusing on our new instructional resources as we will be adopting core text, standards and practice study, and balanced assessment at 18 hours. And finally, in 2016-17, there will be face-to-face professional development for teachers on an optional level that will be topics-based as the teachers communicate the needs to us. So our acceleration options, we offer an accelerated or compacted Math 6, Math 7 with enrollment in Algebra 1 in grade 8. Beginning in the 2015 summer, we will have a late entry option where students can go for a bridge program that will allow them to accelerate from the regular pathway into Algebra 1 if they choose. We have accelerated and honors courses at high school. It's important to note that our board last May adopted a required 4 years of mathematics to be fully implemented in 2019. So our next steps will be twofold. We will be writing and creating new courses that will be application-based and will be linked to our students' small learning communities, pathway themes, as well as looking at options to compact or accelerate in the high school level. So implementation challenges that we have identified have really focused on deepening our teachers' content knowledge. Other speakers have said it is very rigorous. It's not your father's algebra. And we are working with our professional development to deepen our teachers' knowledge in their content that they teach. We've identified a continuing need to focus our course content. While we understand the inch deep, mile wide doesn't work, neither does mile deep, mile wide work. And so we have been practicing restraint. A challenge for us has been the availability of aligned core textbooks. We chose to write our own curriculum. We have been healthily suspicious of materials that are marked Common Core aligned and have been using our bridge materials until we will begin our adoption process this coming school year. We have noticed apparent reluctance to embrace the Common Core Math 8 course, and that is something that we will continue to work on in terms of communication, its rigor to parents, and that it is a very viable path to preparation for high school. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Chris, members of the board. My name is Clark Bryant. I'm the Associate Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction in the Davis Joint Unified School District. And I am pleased to be able to have this opportunity to talk to you about our process in Davis Joint Unified. Davis is a transitional kindergarten through 12th grade district. We have 8 comprehensive elementary schools, 3 comprehensive junior high schools, and 1 comprehensive high school. We also have a charter school, 7th through 12th grade, and some alternative education opportunities. We have approached the implementation of the Common Core in kind of a phasing in strategy. We started looking at the mathematical practices for our elementary schools in the 11-12 school year and started looking at those across grade levels and had opportunities for teachers to meet by grade level across the district to explore the application of the mathematical practices in their classrooms and to share successes that they've had in implementing those practices and challenges that they had. These opportunities were led by our math specialists. We have a parcel tax local community that has supported the use of math coaches and math specialists to focus in specifically on the math curriculum to help support it in our classrooms. Our math specialists have also been involved through our UCD math project partnership, and also with the Bechtel Foundation grant with UC Davis as well. Both of those have provided opportunities for us to look at math through the lens of assessment, and our math specialists have looked at using assessments and designing assessment items to help support the implementation of the math standards in our elementary grades. This past year, we shifted our focus to junior high school and looking at what were some of the opportunities that we needed to follow in order to provide pathways that would give acceleration for those students that were ready for acceleration, and also make sure that we supported students that would follow the pathways described through the framework. We ended up with a pathway that led to, we call them a Common Core Math 1, Common Core Math 2, Common Core Math 3, and then a 2-3 combination, which does the standards both for Math 2 and Math 3. In the process of developing those courses, it was really important for us to work with the community and the teachers and the counselors so there was some understanding about how the course was being developed, what standards those courses were focused on, and that even as we were going through that development process, that as students went through the pathway, there was still a clear pathway to upper math courses at the high school. There was some concern early that the Common Core was going to dumb down some of the higher level math courses for us, and we wanted to make sure that there was confidence within our community that that would not be the goal whatsoever. As we headed into this springtime and an opportunity for students to register for classes for the coming year, we did offer a placement test for our Common Core 2-3, kind of a mastery of 6th grade standards. Our junior high school math teachers looked at individual standards that they knew that their students would have to have mastered in order to be prepared for an accelerated 2-3 classroom, and then designed an assessment to help with that placement process. Since this is all new, we also wanted to keep in perspective the historical placement of students as they've gone through pathways. We have students that go directly into Algebra 1 in 7th grade in the past, and we wanted to look for some of the characteristics of those students as being good candidates for the accelerated Math 2-3 course. And so working with the 6th grade teachers at the elementary schools, the counselors at the junior high schools, and the math teachers at the junior high schools, we had a fairly articulated process of completing the assessment for the students, identifying which students had scored within a particular range, discussion back and forth between teachers within the district to talk about individual students and making sure that we were appropriately caring for their transition as they went from elementary school into junior high school. As you know, that's a huge transition anyway, and so to look at it just from the academic perspective and not the caring piece of the whole child and the emotional growth that all students go through with that transition, we wanted to make sure we were keeping those into account as well. As we look ahead for other acceleration points, our pathways moving into the senior high school, we are still in the process of identifying if we're going with a traditional or an integrated pathway. And part of it is going to be predicated upon the successes that we identified this year in our pathways at the junior high school. And we are, beforehand though, we are looking at acceleration probably at the Math 1, Math 2 level with doing some condensing of some of those courses, but again, making sure that students have access to all the particular standards that they need. Our professional development has been essential. We've built our professional development program on local expertise from our teachers inside the district. We've also depended greatly on the UC Davis Math Project, also on the Bechtel grant that we have, and teachers that are participating in that piece. And just having all of those different components involved has enabled our staff to make some progress. In fact, currently we have one of the UCD Math Project workshops going on in the district where we have district staff that's involved in that professional development. Ongoing challenges for us, continuing to keep in perspective the gaps that people have already talked about. There are going to be gaps that we experience with students in the content standards. There are going to be gaps that our students experience in terms of the implementation of the math practices, and we need to watch for both of those to make sure that we're supporting those students as they encounter some of those challenges. time and funding and support for professional development are key. We, over this past year, finding the balance between classroom teachers being in their classroom and teaching or being out of their classroom and receiving professional growth is a delicate balance. Our teachers, our best teachers, are in their classroom loving what they do every day, and we also have that requirement of having to pull them out to give them professional development. Well, we'd love to have them in their classrooms. So it is a delicate balance and one that we're forging ahead with, but finding additional time for professional growth is key. Accessing resources from other districts, I think it's fabulous that we have this opportunity to share. I was talking with Chris just before presenting, and we're already sharing on ideas about what Shasta County is doing and maybe being able to share some of the successes that we've had in Davis Joint Unified, but finding a place where districts can share across the state about successes they've had would be key. Looking ahead to assessments as they're coming through, and having a perspective of what is it going to mean as SBAC is being implemented for real, and our expectations for our students and their performance. We obviously are aiming for the stars and want our students to be truly successful, but we also acknowledge that there are going to be gaps here and there, and we want to pay attention to those gaps and use those assessments as the best tool to begin to provide some feedback for us on where we can do some improvement within our district. We're also excited about hearing the availability of some of the interim assessments coming up this fall and keeping my fingers crossed that we're able to move ahead with that. And then finally, I had a conversation with a teacher recently, and his comments were, the Common Core is wonderful. It really is great to have those expectations for our students, and I want to do everything that I can to make sure that I'm meeting those expectations for all of my students. But it's such a huge leap from where we are to where we want to get to. And we want to work with the community to make sure the community understands that this is a big leap, and we want to push our students so that they can achieve more. But there is some time that it's going to take, and trying to find that balance, and it has some of those key components that I think I touched on already as far as the professional development, understanding where some of those gaps may be, and then focusing in on those particular areas. Again, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
So, do you have additional questions? Would you like me to bring the rest of the speakers up here, maybe field individual questions?
Yeah.
So I do know that the California Math Council and their convenings have really brought together the sharing, and so I think the IQC has been sharing some of that as far as those people on IQC who are math specialists like Julie and Ed. And so I think that we look forward, I would say, to sharing of the best practice, but particularly because the districts who are here today have thought about this. You might have heard for the last couple of years have been doing implementation, and I think we know with 1,000 districts in the different contexts that it's proceeding in different paces in different places. And so I think it just helps inform the field when we can share the lessons we're learning. I think the issues of material adoption and being thoughtful, that's what I've heard. Most people are taking their time on materials to be sure they really are aligned, particularly in the bridge material area, and the investment in professional development. And I think with LCAP, we're seeing a lot of investment in really what it's going to take to affect the impact in the classroom. So I don't know, Tom, if you feel like there's more we want to share as far as even a discussion at IQC or what we think would help inform this rollout, because I do think the assessment issue will continue to impact some of the practice.
Well, I just want to say one of the things we have to think about is, our state process ends at Algebra 1, Math 1. And so there's a whole world out there of beyond that we haven't really looked at, and has anyone ever studied in real seriousness. And, I know that Bill Schmidt at Michigan State has done some things. I haven't looked at his studies on that. But I also just have to say that one thing I noticed in all the district presentations today is it really comes down to teacher knowledge of what the standards are asking for and the ability to deliver them in a compelling manner. So in that sense, whether they're going traditional, integrated, and their different acceleration points, it's really a question of, are your teachers ready before your students are ready? Yeah, that means.
Yeah. Board Member Rucker.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for putting this presentation for the board together today. the work, as you recall, on developing the framework and the decision points that were made on how to explain the pathways and the acceleration, as well as what the options and considerations are on choosing to go with a traditional course. Those were very, very difficult conversations. When we operate at this level, particularly with a framework committee, there is always this temptation, because we are being selected to and identified as being the voice to represent a particular segment or a particular element of the profession as a stakeholder. There's always difficult to resist the temptation to say, well, I'm here, I must know something, so we should pay attention to the decision I want to make. I think that the model that was created in the framework and the work that you see that was done in the deliberations on how to implement this shows the great wisdom that was actually created in the crafting of this framework. Because what it actually did was it put the responsibility back on the districts not to simply mimic an adoption process, but to figure out what it really means to be thoughtful. So we have all these adjectives about being thoughtful, and we use all these nouns about collaboration. These actually became actionable because being thoughtful required them to break down what it is we have to think about. And being collaborative required them to work with other folks than just their math program to make these decisions both actionable and also sustainable. So looking at how these 4 LEAs chose to answer the same set of questions and address basically the same challenges was guided both by their thoughtfulness, but also by the framework for consideration that we gave them in the document that was produced by the IQC. So I say kudos to you for the work that you did in leading and working with the leaders on the IQC for doing this. But also I think we, in adopting the framework, said this is a question we still have to live with to see what it means. We know what we thought we were doing. And so here we now are back now, having adopted the framework, and seeing these presentations begins to answer the question, are we getting what we think we're supposed to get? So I think this presentation was very helpful. As I said at the time we adopted the math curriculum and at the time we adopted the framework, it's a question I personally am comfortable to live with because districts will do a far better job in understanding their own local context and what will work best for them than we can in creating a one-size-fits-all ideology about math instruction and math learning. So I'm very grateful to see how each of these districts did this conversation and are continuing to be thoughtful in this work. So congratulations to all 4 of the LEAs who came here today. Yeah. And as far as Tom Adams goes, I'll just quote from Shakespeare. He thinks too much, such men are dangerous.
You're not the first person to say that.
Well, I wanted to push you a little bit on your reactions and think with me, and Deb Sigmund's here as well, because I found this, I've been looking at this locally in Santa Clara County. This was helpful to get beyond the debate there. But if I look back at where we were on, I'm going to basically address math acceleration. And the way when this board came in 2011, math acceleration and the way we framed state policy was all about getting as many people into grade 8 algebra, and that's the key point of acceleration. And if you got them proficient in grade 8 algebra, that was, leading to a path to pre-calculus or calculus. Forgetting the issue of laying aside the issue of the students that, weren't ready for it, which was mentioned by Shasta today. Just take the students that were ready. A lot of them we found didn't really do that well in Algebra 2, even if they were proficient in the grade 8. And so this idea that grade 8 is the crucial switching point was to me sort of part of a minor branch of theology in California or something, that this is where you were and this is the way it works. Now, so what I heard today and what I've heard some of in Santa Clara is that with a new Common Core, at least the acceleration in the middle grades is still not that clear to me. And maybe you just move across those courses more quickly. But there is a mode of acceleration in 9th through 12th grade. The game with us was get them into grade 8 algebra, you've inoculated them, their successes, and so on. And so that people are thinking about how do you accelerate in 9th through 12th grade and still get to this end point? And that isn't something we've focused on that much. Doesn't seem like it's fully worked out. And moreover, in Long Beach, what you see is infusing Common Core into the traditional sequence, not the integrated sequence. So they have an acceleration sort of within the core structure, and then some other presenters here had an acceleration within the integrated sequence. And am I hearing this right? And is that or am I confused? And then it brings me back to what we do about assessment with this kind of multiple thing. I've had these colloquies with Deb Sigmund about assessing Algebra 1 or assessing Algebra 1, but I was sort of thinking in the old paradigm of, there was an Algebra 1, it was distinct. Well, it's not really that way anymore, so I'm confused about how you would assess acceleration. So there's a train of thought and confusion and so on, and maybe you can react to that. I don't mean to solve it, but I still think we're grasping to think all this through and sort of figuring this out.
Well, let me just go back to the previous policy, because I think it was based on the one important fact, which was that students who took algebra and passed it were on their way to success in high school and college and even career. So it became the SMART. But then at the same time, we had this issue that we didn't have 8th grade standards. There was no grade 8 standards under 97. So because of federal requirements about testing, they default became the grade 8 standards. So you combine those two, and you end up with this kind of really a kind of high-stakes testing that probably wasn't really intended to be. I mean, in that sense, we ended up creating a rigid system that was unflexible in its ability to address the needs of all students. So the new standards and the future new testing system won't be as rigid as that. There won't be as many, that one decision point. But can we say that all these acceleration options that we've looked at right now are complete and final? I would say no. I would say one of the things we're going to learn probably in about 3 or 5 years as they're being implemented is, okay, what worked, what didn't work. And I'm actually hoping at that point that my colleagues at the district level will share their expertise and say, we really need to revise the guidance we're providing districts. What we have here is something that we got from Massachusetts and with their students. It hasn't, and the good thing about it is it's open and flexible. But I'm hoping that after a couple years of implementation, we can get more precise on that and have a better description of what acceleration in the middle school looks like. Because, we just said generally, just do some more standards, right? We didn't really say which ones where are the natural points of acceleration, and that would be better if we could actually do that both from a pedagogical and mathematical perspective. Right now we're saying to them, you're free to do that. And really, my next prompt is, 2 or 3 years, okay, how did it work for you? What should we really be saying, giving advice to people on the different models of acceleration at middle school and at high school? So in that sense, that's where we are right now in terms of our level.
Yeah, Nancy?
I think I'd also like to add the notion that what the districts are grappling with is a redistribution of the content of mathematics, right? So the learning progressions, which are so well articulated in the math content standards, really provide a more sequential vertical and horizontal articulation of the content. But part of the uncertainty then is
And I know Chris had shown me a graphic that was very useful in their conversations, sort of taking, well, this was the content in a traditional algebra class as we knew it. Here's what an integrated Math 1 course content looks like, and you have to sort of shift away from the courses to where the content is distributed. And I think Clark mentions that too, and when we looked at some of the work that they were doing on this sort of hybrid. So I think that's part of what the districts are grappling with, and in designing assessments, it's not just the course, but also where is the content, and how then do you measure those very important progressions at the particular grade levels that are going to help build towards that success. And that's part of the uncertainty and the unknown that I think we're in the middle of because we're just starting down that path. So
That's a good statement, yeah.
But it'd be good for Bechtel to fund a study like that. So.
Yeah. Aida, Elena.
You're asking the right questions, and it is, and what we heard today is exactly what districts are navigating through, and not having the assessment is a big deal. So one of the things that we're noticing is that there are children are falling in 3 categories. Those that we believe are algebra ready, but yet when you assess them, they're missing, that they couldn't solve the problem because they are missing the mathematical practice of reasoning. And then there's clear-cut groups of children who pass it with no problem, and then there's a group of children who don't do it at all and yet are they're very procedural. So what we heard from I was very appreciative of hearing the 3 districts, or the 3 examples today, because our challenge is we are all making our tests, our assessments, to determine how well students are performing and where exactly are we going to place them. It's not as easy as saying, okay, we're just going to do Common Core and then we're going to be fine. There is a group of children who are truly accelerating, and how do we meet their needs, particularly at the middle school level? So it's a challenge.
Yeah. The one thing I learned was that General Math 2, which was our old 8th grade, was very similar to General Math 1, at least the assessment was. And so we really had a problem in the old days.
Yeah, there was actually, that was a assessment tool, but there was no course called General Math 1 in our
Yeah, well, I mean, the
yeah.
assessment for General Math 1 and 2 were fairly similar in level, right?
Yeah, but the test was the same. And I would just add that, you know, I think that history kind of tells us that we've sometimes, to our detriment perhaps, let assessment guide those instructional decisions in a way that may not have been for the benefit and in the best interest. I mean, the 8th grade algebra, we know that created some issues for students in terms of making sure that they gained mastery of that subject area and then were successful in subsequent math courses. So while I know there's a desire to make sure that we have an assessment, I would be cautious, I think, as we go forward to make sure. I think, you know, Member Rucker, many of you have talked about this issue of patience and looking at the data that we have, and certainly Tom has talked about it too. So I think that will be important as we move forward in terms of, from a state level perspective, what you all consider to be the most important and relevant assessment tools that you would like to have in place to kind of meet that instruction, curriculum, and assessment cycle. So I guess, you know, don't put assessment out there before you've got some data.
Yeah, so
right?
we straighten a lot of these questions out. Member Burr.
Yeah, I just want to support what Deb had to say and remind us that several years ago, I'm not suggesting that we necessarily go back to this, but at one point in California's assessment history, we let districts pick their own tests, and we reimbursed them for it.
P-TIP.
Yes. And so what struck me in listening to the districts, and I also, and Shasta County, really appreciate how carefully they're thinking about their local context and what their teacher capacity is and what their parents can understand. So it might serve us to think about letting them develop their own assessments. Then they know what the 11th grade assessment's going to look like. They're perfectly capable of backward mapping, if you will, into their course sequencing and creating their own, both interim using the smarter balance. If they want a summative, meaning that's lets the student move to whatever their next pathway is, I think they're perfectly capable of doing that. Many of them are working with their higher ed partners. I'm looking at Davis's slides still here about the UCD math project, and I think Anaheim was talking about working with UC Irvine and Fullerton, and maybe we ask the subject matter projects to help them out with it. So I don't know that we have to create a end of course exam for fill in the blank, integrated math 1 or 2, or especially if we're not going to use it for accountability. And that's our sort of next conversation, yeah. Because I think that, and again, I just feel like we've come a long way in sending the message to the field that we're not about hammering you every single time you finish instruction and you're all going to do it the same way. And this seems to me to be a really good opportunity to think about that in a different way.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is a friendly amendment to that. They can build their own assessment, or there should be a robust marketplace out there that they could choose from. The idea that each place has to build an assessment, or each teacher, you know, there ought to be a more robust marketplace, and there might be a state role in pumping up that marketplace and making some evaluation of what's out there in the marketplace, which is different. Board Member Rucker.
Well, I appreciate Board Member Byrd bringing up that previous assessment idea, because that is exactly what I was going to talk about. But in doing so, I was going to put Deb Sigmund on the spot.
This is your last chance, so
you have been here for quite some time as we go through this enormous transition, not only with our curriculum, but also with our assessments. And so you're stepping out of this statewide role and taking on a very significant and important local role in Rockland. So if you were given the charge by the state to look at developing your own assessment, to make these decisions, what would be the advice you would ask your district to consider? See, I told you I was going to put you on the spot.
Really good question.
I have a follow-up, so
do you? Do you just want to tell me now? I didn't think so. Well, as it turns out, the district to Rockland has actually adopted a very significant, they've adopted materials, and they've got 2 acceleration points. They've got an acceleration point at middle school and an acceleration point at high school. So they're looking at those things. I think, you know, I'd want to consider, I'd want to wait a little bit, right? And I do think that, you know, I'd want to be collecting some data in terms of what teachers are observing in their classroom. And they're going to have that. I'd want to make use of the formative tools that are going to be available to all of our high school teachers and all of our middle school teachers. So I would ask that the district not do anything just yet, but be in a real data collection, evidence building mode, so that at the end of this year, or at the end of in next year, we do some piloting of some assessments. And to Member Burr's point, I think that there are many districts that are capable of doing that. And certainly county offices have been at the forefront of helping districts to do that as well. And there is this local context, and what will work in Davis Unified might not work in Sac City or Rockland or Elk Grove or Anaheim. And so the ability for districts to kind of look at their local context and be able to target areas so that they make sure that they push that achievement in the appropriate places and target that and use the appropriate levers to do that, I think would be important. So.
Okay, so then my follow-up question was, once you start wading into the deep end of the ocean on the assessment, and we've moved further down on implementation, you kind of started answering a part of this question. What would be the guidepost or the mile markers that you would be looking for as an indicator of, okay, here's the next successive or correct step to take?
Well, I'd want to make sure that teachers have a clear understanding of what the expectations are. And I feel like I'm being interviewed.
You already got hired. Let me just say, the main reason why I'm asking the question, because in our framework, this is where our guidance and even some modeling and advice actually stops short. So I think it's just instructive to hear what you're thinking, since
I mean,
you're
I think
leaving me.
Yeah, I get it. No, I think it's very important, and the framework is it is an assist. I mean, it truly is, and it's remarkable work that's been done. But I do think that absent information from your teachers and making sure that they are comfortable with these progressions and with these changes, I think it'll be really hard to kind of make the necessary movement. So for me, it's about really looking at the adult behavior that first year, as opposed to, I mean, obviously you want to look at outcomes and so forth, but it's really important to look at that adult behavior. You're welcome.
Okay, yes, Board Member Holliday.
Really want to come back to Member Burr's comment. I just think it's spot on. I really do. I don't think we should all assume that the work of the state of creating more assessments is necessarily a benefit to anyone, and that's a false. It could be a false assumption right from the get-go. Working to provide a robust marketplace of options for districts, of course, no problem. But to think that our producing more assessments and imposing those upon schools and districts, it just I think it's time to get away from that for a while. It's time to see that less can be more in many ways. And it may even get to the point that when these choices are being made about acceleration of students, that administrators and teachers might actually talk about the child and where the child is. And I'm not being facetious here. I really am not. I think that, coming back down into the classroom at the personal level and a situation where, he's smart, but I don't think he's got the emotional maturity to go through, or whatever. There's a lot more to than you made this mark on this test, therefore you accelerate. There's a lot more to it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for this, and I think the board needs a break.
President Kirst, we have one speaker. Doug McBrien would like to speak to this item.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Doug McCravey, retired testing specialist from Monterey. Very quickly, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. It was an excellent presentation by all the districts and the discussion, particularly on assessments here. I had one question that really followed up on President Kirst's question that I'd kind of like to ask Long Beach. What assessments are they doing for their very successful 8th grade middle school math algebra program, et cetera, now that they don't have them to the States. But I can't resist saying I never thought I would hear Deb Sigmund say, let's do instruction before assessments. I've been the lone voice saying that for 3 years, and finally, second last day she's here, and I heard her say that. So, thank you.
Okay. All right, so let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back. Oh, okay, Eileen wants.
So just to Julie and everyone who came up from Davis and from Long Beach, Pam and Shasta County and the presentations, I just want to thank you all. In addition to everything you did in closing school and getting this ready, and in July when you're getting ready to reopen, most of you soon, that you took time to inform the board and the state practice. And so on behalf of all of us, for the additional extra work you did, thank you so much for being here. So just to thank all of you.
And you can see we listened. We listened and learned, and so I hope it was worth your time. Thank you. 10 minutes, 5 after 3. Okay, the State Board will reconvene. And at this point, I want to take the charter school issue last because we scheduled that at 3:30. So I'm now ready for our proposed consent items. They are 16 through 21. And I understand we have no speakers for those. So move approval by Board Member Holliday. Is there second by Board Member Rucker? Any further board discussion? Not everybody raise your hands favoring the consent item. Okay. So that takes us to item 22.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Kirst, Superintendent Lupita, I'm not going to go there, and board members. I'm Diane Hernandez, Director of the Assessment Development Administration Division. Item 22 is an information item that requires no action by the board. This item provides an update on the Smarter Balance field test activities, the digital library preview, and activities such as the achievement level setting panel for Smarter Balance assessments that we are moving forward with in preparation for next year's operational tests. As a recap, the Smarter Balance field test took place between March 23rd and June 13th in 21 states in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This was the largest online assessment ever conducted with over 4.2 million students across the consortium participating, of which over 3.1 million students were California students. As Superintendent Tarlickson said yesterday, though there were some minor glitches, this was a huge success for us. Table 1 in the item describes the 4 testing windows in terms of the numbers of participating LEAs, numbers of students who were using the assessment concurrently within that 3-week window. Table 2 describes all member states that participated in the Smarter Balance field test and the number of students who completed testing within each state. I should point out that California provided over 75% of the sample of the participation in the field test across the consortium. As you know, the department with its contractors is surveying LEAs during and post-testing, and will also conduct focus groups to gauge field test experience, perceptions, and the preparation for the spring operational assessment. As described in this item, the mid-test survey results are broken down as outreach activities, test administration systems and readiness, and they indicate the majority of respondents to be satisfied or very satisfied in each of these areas. With regard to readiness, 95% of respondents rated their LEA's preparedness for the operational test in spring 2015 as either prepared, well prepared, or very well prepared. Those LEAs that indicated a lack of preparedness pointed to a lack of devices or technology infrastructure or shortage in staff. We can discuss this later if you'd like in terms of how we're going to support these LEAs moving forward in 2014-15. A post-test survey online was launched June 25th for LEA CAS coordinators, technology coordinators, test site coordinators, and others, test administrators. That survey will remain open until August 30th. As I mentioned, focus groups will be conducted later in July with teachers and administrators as well as with parents and students. Special attention is also being taken to ensure that focus groups are also provided for those who work specifically with students with disabilities and English learners. 2 things to note. Smarter Balance is commissioning a thorough independent review of the field test feedback provided to the consortium and will release a complete report later in the summer. And as you recall, Education Code 60648.5, which was part of Assembly Bill 444, requires that the department determine how LEAs are progressing towards the implementation of the new technology-based assessments and the extent as to which they can be implemented. The department is required to provide a report and recommendations to the State Board, the Department of Finance, and the Fiscal and Policy Committees of the Legislature by October 1, 2014. And as you would expect, we will use the analysis of the surveys and the focus groups to inform this report. So what I'm going to do now is hand this off to Cindy Kazanis to talk a little bit about the technology update. Then I'm going to come back and talk with you about achievement level setting.
Thanks, Diane. Cindy Kazanis, Director for Educational Data Management. It's hard to believe it's been 6 months since we started talking about technology. The great news is there's not it's all good news. And I think what we saw this year was a real a challenge to districts, and they met that challenge. And so we have some rich data that we're going to move forward on for fall. But just a couple of stories. We had done some site visits. I had talked about that in our January meeting, actually maybe even November, about some local visits that we did to area school districts. We went back and talked to those districts again in June and in May, and we heard from them, there were things that we didn't imagine would happen in that, we actually, because we had done some pre-planning, they were able to get either new devices or put infrastructure in place or arrange rooms. We heard from Natomas Unified, for example, that they have new carts in place. There's a real synergy now as a result of this test for education technology and use of technology in the classroom. And so the Common Core block grant from last year, $1.25 billion, was a huge infusion of cash, and I think there was some real good, thoughtful planning on how that was spent. One of my favorite stories is from Sac Charter High. And we said, how many of your students participated in the test in 11th grade? Everybody did. Well, how did you get everybody to participate? Well, we gave them service credit because they provided a service to their students, which I thought was a real a creative way of real, encouraging, that optional grade to have, full testing. And, they had some discussions with us about their connection to Sac City because they are direct funded charter school and they do operate independently. So that was interesting, just, a microcosm, I think, of some of the charter school issues that we've heard of, but just nice to see that, how it happened organically here locally. We are real excited about the governor's May revise and that the legislature continued to support the $26 million for infrastructure grants. And so that's what we're going to be really focused on, is getting that grant program out, the money out to districts that really need it, that don't have connectivity. We do know of a couple of districts that just weren't able to test because they lacked internet connection and are in very rural and remote areas. There's also going to be a big focus of this is to do a statewide report on infrastructure for testing. And so that, again, we've already had some kickoff discussions, and Patricia DeCoste participated in that, as well as folks from the Department of Finance and the administration. So that's the real exciting movement this fall, and we have to deliver a report to the legislature by March 1st. So it's a very ambitious schedule, but I think that the K-12 HSN is up for that. And also just on technology, I wanted to point out that the post-field test survey that ETS is doing right now has some really great questions in it about technology, some very pointed questions that we haven't asked before. So I know that they've had some good responses so far, and I'm hoping that we'll have good responses to this section of it specifically. So I think, when we come back and when Diane comes back with a full report this fall about how to proceed, you're going to see that technology component in there too. So I just wanted to give you that overview and acknowledgement that we have some exciting things going on in the area of technology, and it was a great year. And this is just, I think, a good outlook for what's to come.
Thank you. Yeah, congratulations to you on all your help.
Thank you.
So I wanted to also provide you with a brief update on California's recruitment efforts for the achievement level setting panels. We're referring to this process as achievement level setting, where previously in California, through the STAR program, in case we referred to this as standard setting. This fall, Smarter Balance will host achievement level setting panels that will recommend cut scores for achievement levels in English language arts and mathematics for the summative and the interim assessments. 2 panels, an in-person panel and an online panel, will participate in the achievement level setting panel work, which is designed to be a collaborative and transparent process. As you will recall, the previous California standard setting method for STAR and CASE was the method that we used. It was the bookmark method. This will be the same method that will be used in setting the cut scores or performance levels for some of the Smarter Balance assessments. The in-person panel, which will be conducted October 13th to the 19th, will include approximately 500 members from the consortium. These will primarily be educators and content experts. At the high school level, they will also include higher education representatives nominated by their governing states. I should also point out that parents and community members will also be involved in this process. Each state provided approximately 21 representatives. However, California was allowed to include 27 representatives. A list of the organizations that we reached out to is found in the item. I'll also let you know that initially we had over 800 submissions, and that was whittled down to about 400 that were actually eligible and could be conceived as being participating by the consortium, and we got 27 spots out of the 400 plus. So says something, I guess, to our interest in California. The online panel, the first of its kind, will be available between October 5th and 17th and will be provided to an unlimited number of nationwide representatives. Following the online panel meeting and the in-person panel meeting will be what's called a vertical articulation committee meeting, and that will consist of 60 members that are selected from participants in the in-person panel meeting. And their job will be to review the data and make some decisions or recommendations around vertical articulation across the standards. The governing states will review the recommendations for consideration and endorsement in order to establish the common set of performance standards for math and ELA in grades 3 through 8 and 11. And the results will then be made available publicly following the consortium state's approval, which will probably be in November. And then the superintendent, we will return to you in November with an update on the process and recommendations for your consideration. With that, I'll stop.
Yeah, I question, are North Carolina and Michigan, are they participating in the achievement level exercise?
I would have to go back and check as to which states. I believe all 21 governing states are participating. Yes.
They are participating. Okay.
All 21 states in the U.S. Virgin Islands are participating.
Okay. And they participated in the field test, both of those states? Yes, okay. Go ahead.
I had a couple of questions for you. First of all, on the achievement level setting panels, where will these meetings be convened?
I believe they're going to be in Dallas, Texas, was the last that I've heard, but I'm not sure if that's Dallas, Texas is what I heard. They wanted it to happen in the middle of the country.
And they're going to Dallas.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. And
that was the last that I heard, yeah.
On the online panel, because that's going to be open to a lot of people, will information about that be posted?
Yes, we have set some information out previously, and then there's more information coming out from Smarter Balance.
Okay, and then the last question I have is about concerning the districts that could not participate in the test this year because of a lack of connectivity. I know that work is being done concerning technology readiness for those districts, but are you anticipating at this point, as we begin preparing for the opening of school this fall and then looking at the operational assessments next spring, are you anticipating any districts that will make a request for the paper and pencil assessment, or is your goal to really assure that we can move very quickly to 100% online participation?
Our goal is to move to 100% online participation. The LEAs that perhaps would need a paper pencil version will likely set up criteria that will be determine who is able to participate in paper pencil testing.
Do you have any idea by when we would know something like that?
We're just working through that process right now, so okay. I would hope certainly, we're hoping August, September. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Part of the survey data that we're collecting is to get a better sense of that, because if we were to base it on this year, it would be nearly 100%. And we know that some districts had to do some things that they may not want to do next year. For example, they may have had to transport their students to a place, right? And so we want to make sure that we, Diane's absolutely right. We think we have some momentum here and that we want to capitalize on that and get as many in. But there are some occasions where it's a legitimate request and we want to honor those. But I don't think we're going to know that until probably November, December. So,
and before I climb the ladder of inference, I want to make sure I understood what you said. When you said it would be 100%, it would be 100% of districts being able to do the online assessment.
Yes. Right.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? No? All right. We have a speaker for item 22.
Doug McRae, please.
Hi, I'm Doug McRae, the retired testing guy from Monterey again. I just want to very quickly try to put the achievement level setting in context. The field test, what has been called the field test data, is in fact an item tryout data that's before been called a pilot test. Smarter Balance did a phase 1 and a phase 2 pilot test. It is not a benchmark year test. The data is not suitable for doing standard setting or cut scores on a valid basis. You can go through the standard setting process, and believe me, Smarter Balance has a great process, be a great show, but at the end of the day, the cut scores they set in 2014 data will not be valid cut scores. You'll have to wait for 2015 for validated cut scores. That comes right out of the Smarter Balanced materials. And in my handouts yesterday, I quoted from the vendor doing the standard setting that said, if the kids haven't had opportunity to learn, they can't be valid cut scores. So I just wanted to emphasize that point. Thank you.
We have one other speaker.
Good afternoon, Deborah Brown with Children Now. We just wanted to say that we think it's wonderful that the field test went off as well as they did, and I think that's obviously due to the hard work of the department to work with districts and make sure that they were well prepared and had the tools that they need. So I think it definitely shows that we're on track with to do the assessments next fall, and so that the field test definitely served its intended purpose. We do see these assessments as important tool engaging how students are doing on the standards and can provide useful information for teachers and parents. So moving forward, we see is key, and appreciate getting the additional information that will come out of the surveys in the October report. Thank you.
Okay, we're now ready for, I'm going to take item 23, which is the public comment of issues not on the agenda, and then we will end up with the charter school hearing.
We have one speaker, Angie Sutherland.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm a parent in Sacramento, and I'm also a community volunteer and organizer. I'm part of a statewide grassroots collaborative called the CAC Leadership Collaborative, and we are trying to promote better communication and collaboration in special education. And so our students in special education, as you know, require a lot of people helping to support them, and they're all working simultaneously, but the connection between that is lacking. And there's nobody really at the school sites who can effectively pull together all the supports that they need and make sure that they're being followed through in the IEP. A lot of parents are actually looking to leave the public school system because of our special education system is so broken. People are really doing the best that they can, but with the system the way that it is and the funding and everything, and we know this, and the statewide special education task force was formed to look at that. One of the things I wanted to ask is that if the state board could use your resources and your connections to bring back the parent participation stipend that was in existence until last year. It ended in June, and if you wonder why you don't see many parents here, with the exception of LCFF, it's difficult for parents to travel here. There was another parent who was going to come up today, but it was going to cost her a lot of money for a rental car and hotel, and parents just can't afford that. So if you could also look into some better ways to allow for parents to come up here and participate in these meetings, it would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, we're now ready for item 15. This is a public hearing on charter school. Julie will present this item, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Kirst, Deputy Superintendent, board members. I'm Julie Russell, Director of the Charter School Division here at the California Department of Education. So item 15 is a material revision request from a charter school that is currently a state board charter school. This is Barack Obama Charter. They are located in the Los Angeles area. They were originally approved in July of 2009 and most recently renewed earlier this year for a new 5-year term. They serve up to 400 students in kindergarten through grade 6. Their material revision is requesting to delete 6th grade from their program. CDE is recommending that the board approve the request for the material revision. Staff at CDE has reviewed all the materials. There's minimal deviation from the current petition. We feel that they've followed the current program in their petition. They're responsive when we deal with them at CDE as far as reporting. Some of the reasons cited for the reduction in the grade levels, they have limited space. They're within Compton Unified, and they can't get any additional space, so it limits them to about 12 classes. Also, their re-enrollment from the 5th grade is only 13 students. They've gone back and done some other community recruitment, and still they have minimal interest in the 6th grade. So this will allow them to kind of streamline their program and be more efficient. So the staff, we've had ongoing communication with the staff there at Barack Obama about the transition by eliminating how they've notified and contacted the parents. What are some of the other options for those parents of students? There's about 7 charter schools within a very close geographic area, actually less than 10 miles, many of them just a couple miles away. They have contacted those schools, and many have confirmed that they do have capacity to take the additional students if the material revision is approved. They also, in April, started communication with parents, sending them letters that they were pursuing this and they've requested the material revision. So they have provided them a heads up that this may be coming. So we are recommending that you approve the material revision. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer it. And also the petitioner is here to answer any questions.
Question.
So the school is actually located in Compton. The headquarters is in Claremont?
No, Los Angeles area, and it's in Compton Unified School District. They're under a CMO. They also have Ingenium, which is also a state board authorized school.
I'm Glenn Noreen. I'm president of Ingenium Schools, which is a charter management organization. We operate Barack Obama Charter School and Compton Unified. Technically, it's actually an unincorporated area of Los Angeles. Okay. It's in Compton Unified. We operate another state board chartered school, Ingenium Charter School in Canoga Park. We also have 2 LA Unified charters, a middle school in Canoga Park and a new school in Maywood. But our headquarters is in Claremont.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess no more board questions. We have a public hearing on this, so I declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of the CDE recommendation, you have 10 minutes.
Again, I'm Glenn Noreen. I'm president of Ingenium Schools. I really have nothing to add to what Julie Russell said, except I do have an update. We have been phoning the parents to find out who's actually has backup and so forth. And of the 14 who ended up re-enrolling, 10 of them actually do have a backup right now. We have not been able to contact the other 4. It is summer, but we are trying. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no more speakers, now I call for the opponents. You have 10 minutes to the CDE recommendation. Nobody here. I declare the public hearing closed. We're ready for board member discussion. Board member Holliday.
Neither Trish nor I have any concern about this.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second by board member Rucker. Any speakers on the motion? Hearing none. Those in favor, raise your hands. Unanimous. The board is adjourned.